famous people. And I hope that your day is proceeding wonderfully, fantastically. My day, pretty good so far. And this is going to be a most interesting short stream, live stream on the short feed, hopefully. Because, well, I mean, I've got many interesting things to discuss, to talk about, to muse upon. The first thing I want to muse upon is this very nice lady that I typed yesterday, and how informative it was about the difference between FI and FE. So, when I typed, she was an INFP. And obviously very, down with her own emotions, so to speak. Like, just an expert of subjectivity. INFPs are the ultimate experts of subjectivity because they've got FI dominant and SI third. That means they're both conscious absolute values and they're both subjective epistemics. Hey, JC, how's it going? So, anyway, the beginning of the session, she was very emotional and basically telling me just a lot of really positive things about me, I guess, and like how I'm a good person, I've got a good core, etc., stuff like that. And it was nice, it's like I don't really need or expect to hear a lot of praise these days. I may have needed more of that when I was earlier in my YouTube career, in the sense that I was kind of starved for attention, affirmation, just being the nature of who I am, and not really having a online presence until I started YouTubing. It made it such that when I first started YouTubing, and occasionally people would leave like nice comments and stuff, it really meant a lot to me. It was validating. I'd always sort of thought that maybe I had things worth saying. Probably Old Navy, I'm guessing. Hi, Winston's mom. I'd be doing quite well. Anyway, so the takeaway from this is my thought about the difference between FI and FE. They're both F things, right? Like, Rachel's also very affirmative towards me. She says a lot of affirming words and stuff. But I think the difference is, like, for me and Rachel, we are reassuring and positive towards one another on most. I spelled interesting wrong. Well, that's interesting. And, it's hard to type on my phone. It's like, just be big already. So, my takeaway from it is, like, an FI person, when they're telling you nice things about you, they want you to better understand how good and likable you are. Whereas if an FE person is reassuring you, they want to reassure you that in a way so to make sure that you like them, or to make sure that you're still connected properly or something. This is my front yard, or my front driveway here. We could go to the backyard. I'd go to the backyard. It's a little bit more nature-y back in the backyard. So, it's like, I have no doubt that Rachel and I love a great deal each other, but it is the case that an FI person telling you how much they think you're a good person and stuff. Well, that's like they're telling you the results of their FI calculations. And they're telling you that perhaps because they can sense that you don't really understand your own value or worth. Whereas an FE person who's affirming you is telling you stuff because they want to make you feel good, or they want to share with you that something positive that they've determined, because it's just sort of general good protocol, right? Like, oh, this person's media object here, this say song or whatever is great, meow meow meow. But uh, they're they're less likely to they're not so likely to see like, oh, this person doesn't really get their own worth, and I understand it so clearly that I want to convey it to them so that they get it better, you know? It's like on some level though also that INFPs don't get that um that they're sharing a subjective calculus, right? Like they they present it as though it's an objective assessment of you, but it's really subjective. I used to be a professional debate coach. I'm now retired ish, you know. But probably not forever. I got stuff going on and other stuff I could have going on, you know. If you just want to make people comfortable and happy and be fair with them, that's very FE and TI, right? You're concerned about that person's feelings and how it relates to you and the team and the efforts one making towards things, you know. So an FE person is going to be very concerned that Meow looks upset when he comes to the party. When the FE person learns that Meow is upset for something totally unrelated to the party and to them, they may provide some like, oh, I'm so sorry, commiseration, but they'll feel like, okay, not my problem. They're not really making an assessment of you in a larger sense. They're making an assessment of you right now. And they may put together multiple instances of you right now to put together a picture of you in a larger sense, but that emotional picture is going to want to pay attention to what's important to you, what you need, etc. They're looking fantastic. I'm a little hesitant to show them on camera because I think that's why I got a previous video age restricted, because I showed them on camera. And then I didn't feel like I didn't want to appeal that age restriction, even though YouTube wants me to appeal it because I think I agree with it. They want me to appeal it so that they can determine, like, yes, we can trust this guy because his appeal is correct. There's nothing wrong with this. Or no, we can't. So I don't want to appeal it because I think they're going to say that you can't show weed plants on YouTube. It doesn't say that explicitly in the community standards, but it does say like that if you put up like a documentary on a dispensary, for example, that would be, I guess, age restricted or potentially get you, you know, some kind of punishment. But because the things I'm doing are happening on live stream, and I'm not doing anything expressly prohibited from live stream, like using firearms, for example, is expressly prohibited. Not in shorts and long form videos. I do, in fact, have a short up of Tiffany shooting the rifle, exercising her Second Amendment rights, you know. I know you do, Tiffany. You're a badass. So anyway, I really appreciated that supervision from the INFP, you know. It was the best, kindest, most affirming kind of supervision you can get. It was, and that's why it's great to have INFPs as your supervisor type, right? They're they can be intimidating to somebody like me because they've got lots of extroverted intuition and they've got a better and a continual grasp on what's important. Whereas I will I will spin off into things that don't matter that much. Like yesterday, I was gacked out pretty good, um, and I was feeling I was feeling it during the certainly the beginning of that stream, and I kind of went off on a evolution, meh, 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 meh. And then in the aftermath of all of that, I felt kind of like, oh, okay, I was like super on DREGS. Yeah, I gave myself a haircut yesterday and a beard trim. So I didn't really get this part perfectly though. Need to kind of go over this bit a bit more. Uh, I give myself a haircut anytime this mustache stuff gets in my mouth. That's usually when I do it. Thanks, Haley. Mike Hawk. You know, there's a lot of hawks in the world, and they seem to all be named Mike. There's also a lot of hunts, also all named Mike. But let's not let's not be remiss. Let's point out the ums everywhere family and their kid Mike, and the Aunt Believe It's Not Butter family and their kid Ike. Uh, Ezekiel 25:17 is an obscure reference to the 1975 Karate Chiba Chiba caught by. What does Ezekiel 25:17 say? What's the quote from Ezekiel 25:17? I'm curious. Is it "Get out of here, Baldy"? That's my favorite quote from the Bible. You can find all kinds of great, crazy quotes from the Bible. You just start like reading it from any random spot, you'll find something really weird. Like, and then the son of Abraham went on to Gezel, and there he stayed for 7 days, and during the whole of the time he ate naught but biscuits. Shit like that. Oh, this does provide a lot of important moral and spiritual guidance to me. Nothing but biscuits for a week, huh? Maybe I should do that. Then I'll be a religious, important person like that guy. Ezekiel 25:17. Oh, is it? Uh, I am death or something like that. I am Cthulhu, devourer of worlds. Let's go stand someplace else and enjoy a different spot than right here. For example, we could stand here on the deck. That's a fun place. Everybody likes the deck. There. So that was the first thing I wanted to cover today in my procession of topics. I want to talk about how, FI affirmation, FE affirmation. They both might kind of look similar, but the point of it is different. And what like an INFP is telling you when they share their assessment of you with you is that they really like you a lot. But an FE person is sharing their assessment of you, it's like, um, I need you to know that I really like you a lot. Fi person, it's like, I need you to know how good you are and how likable you are. Fe person, it's like, I need you to know how much I like you. So it's kind of tricky potentially to tell apart, like as a testing thing. Like if you were to, it might be a good FIFE question. Tell me about somebody you really like and why you really like that. Show media, I want you to know you are loved. Okay? You are special, you are important, and you are loved. Okay? I'll say what that lady said to me. You have a good core. So good. Okay? I know because you even share with me the power to draw a person's soulmate. When will I be loved? It's like, do you want to be loved or do you want to be loved? you know? Like, so two different kinds of love. Do you want to just be valued inherently or do you want to be a team player, Like, for for me and Rachel, FETI people, or TIFE in my case, it's like, okay, your feelings are great and everything, but uh, your feelings and $5 to get me a cup of coffee. Thanks, simple girl. I did it myself, but as you can see, I kind of missed this spot right here. Kind of need to get the clippers and jam the spot a little bit more. I'm not Jewish. No. Sorry, the real Bailey. I am, in fact, Christian. My family is not from Jewish stock. We're German Christians on both sides, as far back as I can see. My parents were atheists, though. Did I delete your comment? I didn't delete any comment of yours. It might not have shown up. Sometimes I've got my chat filter on top messages and put it on all messages. So I might not have seen it because I had it on top messages. Haley, Haley, Haley. Let's see. Looks good, brother. Is that the comment? Did you get your ears lowered? I read that. Was there some other comment you made? I didn't see it. Oh, you mean YouTube? Like shadow banned your Bible scripture? That's strange. Winston's mom says, I will tell you why I truly, really like you a lot. Oh, Jake, you don't bore me. I've tried on thousands of people over there, and I find you interesting. You teach me tons, you're fun, and you aren't a bad person or something. You offer me a place where I want everyone, or almost everyone, to know my name. Rachel's a bonus. Yeah, Rachel's a bonus. This chat was always the Eric Show, and will always be, primarily that. Hello, 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 Comedy Flu. Do I believe in God? Yeah, I self-identify as a Christian. I pray. So yeah, that wasn't me that did that. I just want to clarify that. If you sometimes YouTube just decides like this quote's not acceptable, and they just won't. It just disappears. Hi, forever too tired. My dad's a Bible thumper. My mom's an atheist. My grandfather's a 33rd degree Mason. Both my parents were atheists. My dad was an anti-Christian, you might say as well. He Christians made him mad with their like, let's put a cross on this thing, or let's have the 10 Commandments in court or stuff like that. That shit always pissed him off a lot. One thing I'll say is watching this show called Fubar. Let's transition to the second topic, which is a combination of the show Fubar. So here's the third topic. It's a three for topic. It's a combination of three things. The show Fubar on Netflix, Arnold Schwarzenegger, and fatherhood, especially fatherhood of a daughter. So I've been watching the show Fubar on Netflix. It's very, very good. I really enjoy it, and it's also quite intense in the sense that, while being lighthearted and fun. One of the things that makes it so intense is the strained relationship between the main female character and the main male character. The main female character is supposed to be the daughter of the main male character, played by Arnold Schwarzenegger. Arnold Schwarzenegger plays the role of a 65-year-old CIA agent who's trying to retire, but who doesn't know at first until they get put together on a mission that his daughter is also a CIA agent. So he had been like lying to his wife and family their whole marriage and life, and then his daughter started doing so as well. So successfully that her father didn't even know that she was in the CIA with him. Anyway, they get put together on a team, and the show is as much about um, relationships and the impact of honesty and deception upon relationships as it is about CIA stuff. Yeah, well, I do have kind of a big nose. People sometimes think that correlates with being Jewish, but not for me. As far as I know, we don't have any Jewish stock in our family. I just got it's evolution. I got the big nose mutation. Eventually, I'll evolve into somebody whose nose is so large that I can smell things even 100 miles away. This is not at all like that. That movie with Jamie Lee Curtis was horrible. Okay. Hey, show media, we don't need that, please. True Lies, horrible movie, mean movie, you know. But this current show is fantastic. I think Arnold Schwarzenegger is actually doing a great job with the role, and he plays a kind of gentle guy, plays somebody who's kind of prissy, and and I think he does an excellent job of it, you know. And the show does an excellent job of kind of making fun of Arnold Schwarzenegger's movies and ways and stuff without being a dick to Arnold Schwarzenegger. Hi, I am new. What are you people discussing here? Well, originally we were discussing. I told you no, Bailey. God. Uh, we were originally discussing the different ways that people express their feelings, you know, how much they like somebody or dislike somebody and how they express that to them and what that indicates about what they're paying attention to. But then we transition now into talking about parenting relationships, romantic relationships, and other thoughts that have been eh, stimulated in me by this show Fubar on Netflix, which stars Arnold Schwarzenegger. So there are two kinds of relationships that are front and center in the conversation of this movie. The first of them is the father-daughter relationship. It's very strange because the daughter thinks the father is too controlling, interfering in her life and stuff, and okay, real Bailey. I am sorry I gave you attitude. I am not Jewish, and will never be Jewish. My housemate in college was Jewish. Will. So, what are we talking about? We're talking about first father-daughter relationships. So this show I've been watching, Fubar on Netflix, the father feels very guilty about various ways in which he failed his daughter when she was a child, always being gone for work and stuff, and trying to make up for that with gifts and stuff. And I didn't have any of that particular kind of guilt in my history relationship with my daughter. However, I do have plenty of memories of how I failed her, you know. Like I was a drunk through a good amount of her childhood. And that makes me sad, you know, about. I called her this morning and I told her all of this stuff, you know. She said, "Don't worry, Dad, you're pre-forgiven for everything." She's a good kid. She's not a kid, of course, but. And then there was the part of the show that I found most intense, made my adrenaline run and stuff, which is Jacob Voorhees. I do have a watch on my arm, yes. I have this watch. I use it to tell me what time it is. So the second kind of relationship in the show is romantic, and there's in the show, both of the women in the family, the Brunner family, that is to say, Arnold Schwarzenegger's daughter and his ex-wife, they both cheat on their partners to some extent. First, the daughter has to take on abruptly the role of honeypot agent, which is to say, seducing some asset, some foreign asset, right? Even though she's engaged, she's got to do that. She doesn't have sex with him, but she engages in sexual stuff with him and feels guilty about it. But then she, again, doesn't get in the sack with, but makes out with, kisses for a little bit, this guy she works with. And her fiance eventually learns that this has been going on and dumps her. Meanwhile, Arnold Schwarzenegger is trying to get his ex-wife back, but she's now dating a new guy, and he successfully beds her, and then he feels guilty about it and breaks up with her. All of that stuff obviously makes my adrenaline run, because like anybody in a loving, long-term relationship, the idea of infidelity is just like as bad a thing as you can think of, right? Where did I leave my coffee cup? I have to walk all the way around to find it again. But I was pleased because I wasn't sure where the show was going with these storylines. I was pleased when both of the family members engaged in the cheating, the ex-wife and the daughter, experienced the naturally occurring consequences of that. Because I'd hate to see any show that, like, one of the characters cheats, but then she ends up, you know, like, not telling her partner, getting away with it, and they get married, and it all works out for the cheater. I wouldn't want that to happen in the show, you know? People want their narratives to uphold their ideas of justice. I'm no exception. So, it made me pretty happy that the cheaters got what was coming to them, kind of. Here's my coffee cup. No, I did not do that, show media. It is the case that one time I was calling Delilah. This only happened one time. And I just unthinkingly started out with saying, "Hey there, Delilah." And then, of course, when I said that, I was like, "What's it like in New York City?" And she's like, "Oh, I have heard this so many times." Remember when I named her Delilah, that song didn't exist. So that was the second thing I wanted to talk about was the good way in which that show engaged me dramatically. Yeah, let's take a bummer. Engaged me dramatically with its relationship storylines, both because I have a father-daughter relationship and I'm in a romantic relationship, you know. And how how by resolving things fairly, the show upholds my values adequately while still engaging me on an adrenaline-inducing topic, which cheating definitely is because I've been cheated on before and I've cheated before too. I didn't always say that. My first relationship, I was young and stupid. I cheated on her, and that's how I learned that you should never ever do that. So I do. I really enjoy the way that show. About how being in the CIA and having to lie all the time is a problem for all of your relationships. That honesty is a critical component in all your relationships. Oh my God! Oh no! I mean, not oh no exactly. I get he was really old, but this is a sad one. Bob Newhart's dead. Bob Newhart has died. He was comedy legend for sure. Brilliant comedian. Absolutely brilliant. And I just want to say, you did it, Bob Newhart. You lived a great life. You lived 94 years and you killed it. Good job. R.I.P. Lou Dobbs died. Uh, much less familiar with Lou Dobbs than with um, Bob Newhart. I know he's some kind of news guy, right? Yeah, cable news anchor. Richard Simmons. Yeah, I'm not that sad that Richard Simmons died because I believe that now that he's dead, they're gonna make a biopic of him with Pauly Shore, which I think is gonna be fantastic. If any of you watched the short film in which it's like 10 minutes long, in which Richard Simmons plays, I mean, Pauly Shore plays Richard Simmons. He does a brilliant job of it. He's like perfect for the role, and it makes me happy to see Pauly Shore like working and getting some respect in the business, just because he's such a silly guy. He's always wheezing on the O's. Shannon Doherty died, huh? She couldn't have been very old. What'd she die of? Being dumb. Wow, she was born. She's almost exactly the same age as me. What the fuck? She finalized her divorce hours before her death? She was granted a rare posthumous divorce 2 days later. What'd she die of? Breast cancer. Huh. Huh. She says she started acting at 7 in an interview in 1994. It was completely my decision. My parents never pushed me in anything. They support me. It really wouldn't matter if I was a professional soccer player. They'd still be supporting and loving. Well, that's a nice story to hear from a former child actor. You know, you don't hear that very often. Huh. Well, that's always. We're not frozen. I'm reading about Shannon Doherty. The thing is, it's always a little bit like shocking when somebody very close to your age dies. Maybe not when you're 94, but when you're 53, it's like, oh shit. You know, people in my generation, there are a few of them who maybe died in their 20s or something that are famous, like Kurt Cobain. But by and large, we start to see the death of people in my generation with like that Cranberries singer, you know? Most everybody, if they don't die young from some weird thing, they'll make it to at least 50, right? And even that's pretty damn young, right? Most of the people will make it into their 60s at least. And you got people like Bob Newhart who dies at 94. You had a big crush on Kelly Kapowski. I don't know who Kelly Kapowski is. I believe isn't Shriek, is that his name? Isn't he dead? Justin Diamond. Isn't Justin Diamond dead? I believe he is. Oh, Dustin Diamond. That was his name. Yeah, and he's 6 years. He was 6 years younger than me, and he died 3 years ago. How did he die? He died at 44. What did he die from? He had lung cancer. Huh. I would have been sure if you told me what did Dustin Diamond die of, I would have said drug overdose for sure. I would have figured it's got to be drug overdose or car crash, you know, car crash when drunk or something like that. He had lung cancer. Did he smoke? Let's see if Dustin Diamond smoked. He did not smoke. Listen to this, guys. Although tobacco use is the leading risk factor for lung cancer in the US, nearly 80% of lung cancer patients are not smokers. And 15% of them never smoked. So, you know, between 15 and 80% of the people who smoke a few cigarettes in their life or at a party occasionally or something. If y'all are new in the chat, feel free to sub up and double tap them screens. We appreciate it. Flex 100 prayer. Thanks, Smash 420. You're a great promoter. I appreciate you being a what do they call that? Hype man. Like, oh my God, this guy killing it. Hype man. Well, I mean, there's no link between weed and lung cancer. There's not been established one. And the link between tobacco and lung cancer is not very strong. You know, based on all the public service announcements, you'd assume that 80% of lung cancers are from smokers, right? Instead, 80% of lung cancers are in non smokers. Isn't that crazy? Hello, the Blue Baron. This guy brings in $1.3 million a year as a dog grooming artist. Well, he does impressive work. I'll admit that. But I'm not somebody who wants to get any of my animals groomed. You've been dipping since you were a kid and never had cancer. Well, I think the link to mouth cancer and chewing tobacco is probably stronger than the link between smoking and lung cancer, but I'm not sure. You know, they used to think throat cancer was caused by smoking, and now they know better. Now they know it's caused by that action. Believe it or not. Yeah, that's what causes throat cancer. Crazy, huh? Next time somebody says you got throat cancer, you know that they're DTF. You also smoke cigars. I was thinking about maybe smoking some cigars because I quit smoking cigarettes about 3 months ago. I wasn't worried about cancer particularly, but I was worried about COPD. Am I sure that's right that 80% of lung cancers are in non-smokers? Yeah, I just read it. I Googled to find out if Dustin Diamond was a smoker because he died of lung cancer. And no, he wasn't a smoker. And at the same time, Google informed me that 80% of lung cancers are not in smokers. Hi, Gangster Lee. How's it going? I should get a real razor for this. Or change this old blade, maybe. Is that a possibility? Gangster Lee, you're the gangster for me. You bring oriental flavor to the party. Gangster Lee, can't you see? You bring Confederate General with you. That's my song for you, Gangster Lee. It's a contingency song. The first verse, if yes, if no, then the second verse. So let's pull a celebratory bong rip to celebrate Smash 420's excellent meow. You're also immune to COVID. Just because you didn't have it yet, it doesn't mean you're immune to it. Maybe you've got a strong immune system in general and you fight off shit pretty well, you know. I think the Confederacy will be back. No, I don't think the contemporary milieu is particularly conducive to an effective slave state. I'm actually, in a lot of ways, quite fond of the contemporary milieu. People complain about it. People say, like, the death of the real internet. The internet's fake now because of all the meow, blah, blah, blah. It's bullshit because in the old days, you used to be able to, like, type code into your messages and stuff so that you could bold shit. Now you can't do that anymore. Like, whatever, you know. What abs and McGivs? Everything's cool. I like the way the internet is now with AI. Like it better than it was without AI. When I asked a lot of the kind of questions that are better answered by AI than by just Google search results. Not all kinds of questions are like that, of course. All right, so we have talked about a couple of things here today, and I think interesting, interesting. I left out a vowel. Maybe I should fix that. All right, I'll fix that. A most interesting misspelling. So anyway, I did talk about two topics that I wanted to talk about, and then a third topic that I wanted to talk about. Specifically, I was hoping to actually interview my daughter today, with the topic being Gen Z. Gen X interviews Gen Z about how they feel about things. I thought that would be a fun thing to do, and I still plan to do that. But it's also the case that a a topic that I could pre-discuss right now, for example, is how younger people see the world differently, and I will tie this topic in to the new Eminem album called "The Death of Slim Shady," which I think is sort of a artistic high water mark among others for Gen X. It's his best album since like the Marshall Mathers LP, I'd say. And if he had had a little bit better editing, cut a few songs off at the end, it'd be his best album probably. It's quite genius what he's doing there, but in need of a bit of an editor. Have you ever been stung by a scorpion? No. I have been stung by a wasp one time on the bottom of my foot, on the soft part. Well, okay, so Gen Z is. Let me find out the technical definition in terms of Gen Z, and I want to get the input of any Gen Zers here on a couple of topics linked to this Eminem album. Okay. Gen Z begins when? 1997 to 2012. So my daughter was born in 98, so she's a very early Gen Z. Um, the Census Bureau designated Gen Z as the youngest generation with adult members in 2022. So my daughter was 23 in 2022. And the census uses the years 97 through 2013. Regardless, my daughter is Gen Z, although an older Gen Z. Whereas my wife, millennials were born between 81 and 96. Rachel's born in 85, so she's an older millennial, but not quite as much at that end of the time frame as Delilah. Me, Gen X, so millennial 86 through, no, millennial is 81 through 96. Gen Z is 97 through 2012 or 2013. And Gen X is 65 through 1980. I'm 71. So I'm 6 years into my generation. It's a 15-year generation. But in order to standardize with a 20-year age span, they say 65 to 84. So, according to that, I'm more of an early Gen X. According to 65 through 80, I'm more of a middle Gen X at 71. The middle between 65 and 80 would be 72. So I'd be right pretty much in the middle. And then the generation after Delilah is Gen A. Gen A is anybody born between 2013, 2014 maybe, and now. So, we're 10 years into that generation, approximately. That's Gen A. Who's Gen Y? Gen Y is millennials. it's funny that they have Gen X, Millennials, Gen Z, and then Gen A. Millennials got a name, um, whereas Gen X got a name too, which was Generation X. But then we just started lettering them consecutively after that, apparently. Boomers are before me, and Silent Generation is before them, and Greatest Generation is before them. I like Gen X has the coolest name, right? And just forget about us. We're Generation X. Just fill in whatever. We don't give a fuck. I would say, like the quintessential Generation X quote is, "I just don't give a fuck." It's not really true, but it's what defined my generation. So no, boomers are were born, I think, basically 47 through 64. 46 through 64 maybe. Rachel's parents are boomers. My parents were silent generation. Silent generation was born like, 29 through 45 probably. Because they were too young by and large to fight in World War II. So it's probably like 30, 1930 through approximately 46. The silent generation. Yeah. The reason they're called the silent generation is because their parents were the greatest generation and set things up so perfectly for them that they didn't have anything to say about it. They just trusted the authority at top, believed they knew what they were doing, and they probably did, sort of. The silent generation benefited in America anyway from the success in World War II and the huge amount of economic opportunity in the post-war environment that was, and then, um, I mean, it wasn't really. It was somewhat their parents who fought, but it was kind of like that greatest generation. A lot of them came back and made boomers, right? That's why there was the baby boom. But the older soldiers in there, they came back to having already kids who were too young to fight, and that's the greatest generation. I mean, that's the silent generation. Silent generation are mostly dead, but uh, you know, like the ones there are some who are alive who are not who are still greatest generation. I'm sure, like 100-year-olds and stuff. My parents, they were 85 when they died a couple years ago. So anybody who is Gen Z, especially, I'd like to hear. Okay, you say you're embarrassed to be Gen Z. Why do you say that, Goblin? What's wrong with Gen Z? Do you think? I mean, I don't believe much in generations. Like, yeah, it is true that there are some qualities of Gen Xers that we all share, probably, or that a lot of us do. It's also my understanding of the generation is also very uh, suburban, entitled suburban kid understanding of it, which are exactly the people who write the books. Like the guy who wrote Gen X, he might, in my mind, be a boomer. He was born in like 64, 65 or something. But but the point is, it's a very like too cool for school generation, slackers, disaffected by both the empowerment of having parents and lives during the very economic boom kind of a period generally, and also just kind of dissatisfied with the small amount of voice, small amount of power, like dissatisfied to just effectively fit into an adult world that offered much less in terms of opportunity than our parents had. Um, and you know, I'd say a lot of Gen X probably did a lot of stuff to involved in the growth of the digital world, but we're not natives to it. Seems like Gen X will be known mostly for its artists. All you got to do is just, like all of hip hop is it's born of an older generation potentially, you know, but probably not. It's born of the youngest Gen Xers, but it found its full throttle path with like Dr. Dre, Aftermath, stuff like that, you know. So I'm curious, I guess, which brings me back to the central point of this topic. What do Gen Zers think of Eminem, and what do they think of his new album, and what do they think of his old work? Do they find him just cringe and dismissive for that? Do they think it's offensive, don't like it for that reason? Do they like it and they don't really care? Do you see it as an objective in its time, or what? Because I think he's objectively the greatest hip hop artist of all time. But also, he's full of misses, you know? There's very few artists that successfully pump out a lot of hits without very many misses. That's tricky to do. Well, first let me just say your relative has the same problem as my relative, Ty Tanis, but it's a little bit different. Titanus, she has a bit of constipation problem, whereas your friend Loose Hassle is um, probably suffering from diarrhea. Eminem is weak rage bait, 2 of 10. Fair enough. He definitely has incredible skills, but he's not fun anymore. Well, I mean, the new song Houdini, that's fun. That's fun. But I agree. I think he's struggling too uh, to to cope with his lack of relevance and the way that certain aspects of his expressive identity have aged poorly. He's trying to find a new way to go. That's what the death of Slim Shady is all about. Like that album, I haven't been talking about Eminem at all in years, right? But this new album is a very interesting sort of larger reflective work on his own body of work, right? It's the most interesting thing he's done in many years by far. And I'm talking about it not very long after all of the Drake Kendrick shit. No, I think show media, he's been lying semi dormant trying to figure out what he's doing artistically for a while. And he's been thinking about it a lot. He might have had some conversations with Dre too. Uh, I don't doubt I think it worked the other way though. I think he had the concept. He may have talked it out with Dre and fleshed it out some. I think unfortunately he could have used Dre's editorial skills because the album runs too long. If you cut the last 3 or 4 songs off of it, skits, etc., and get it down to a tight, lean album with say 10 tracks on it, 9 tracks on it, you know, it would be genius. It still isn't something I necessarily want to listen to all the time. Although Houdini did make my playlist, that track's really snappy, you know. Uh, I don't like seriousness, especially. I find his his sort of expression of seriousness to at least in older works often be kind of cringe. At the same time, I remember when he first came out, and he's like approximately my age, within 5 years or so of my age, I think. He's younger than me a little bit, but not much. But it's like I was dealing with being a single father, raising a daughter. He was rapping about how much he loved his daughter. His daughter was like the same age mine was. So it really hit me in a lot of different ways. Like, wow, this stuff is so resonant. And also, it's important to remember that at the time, nobody was doing anything honest in hip hop. Like, nobody was expressing anything about vulnerabilities at all or displaying any kind of vulnerabilities. And he kind of just broke existing hip hop and said, now there's nothing anybody can do henceforth that people won't make links back to Eminem, which I think that's how when I listen to rap, I just think like oh that's very much the cadence from that Eminem song. The best new rapper, the one I would advocate for. Let me see what song that is. I'll check it out. Stimulate. I don't think I don't. Let me listen to it a second. I totally don't like that song. Perhaps the oddest meeting was when Dr. Dre came to visit Jobs at Apple headquarters. Jobs loved the Beatles. I mean, I love the Beatles too. All right, I'll check it out, Putty Cat. That is not one of the politics, not among the topics. But I'll leave it that I want to talk about right now. But I will read about it some. Okay, I mean, I already don't like it because it says if we're going to rescue the country from the grip of the radical left, we need to rescue the country from the grips of partisan outrage. So this is not helping. If there is destruction of hope, there is freedom from gods. If there is destruction of fear, there is freedom from spirits, demons. Eminem, no apologies. Let me listen to a little bit of it. I think I know this song, but I can't remember how it goes. See, the style of his that you like is the style of his that I don't like. The thing like, "Bapete, bapete, 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 bapete." Yeah, I don't really like that one. I mean, it's just I just went to the project's webpage and that's right there, the very front thing, the first thing it says. So it's like it's selling its product in the most partisan, divisive way possible to the most partisan people. I need something that cares about how it does things, not what it does. You got to do things the right way. If you do things the right way, then the right outcomes will occur. If you try to get to the right outcomes the wrong way, you're already off to the wrong start because you've justified things backwards. You like him complaining about shit. um, okay, well, that's fine. If you want to tell me Eric, maybe you should adopt these platform notions from that platform, then I'm not unwilling to do so. But I'm not going to affiliate myself with a group so clearly divisively partisan. And how do we know that? Because that's how the group identifies itself. It's how it expresses itself in its first introduction to everybody. It says, we are defined as that which opposes the radical left. So the thing is, I want to be a president who represents all the people of the country. I'm not a conservative or a liberal. I'm a correctist. And I'm not a libertarian. I'm a correctist. I am principled, but I'm also a pragmatist. Okay? Nevertheless, in order to be principled, the one principle I have to make sure I adhere to is the principle of making sure narrative is messaged properly. And we return to a citizen democracy where we Americans are on the same team trying to decide the best way to run this country. And for all of us with strong ideological bents, that this must be the case, that must be the case, this must be the case, we all need to get ready to do some compromise. That doesn't mean affirming terrible ideas, but it does mean having a limited scope of ambition that includes things that everybody want, or at least gets rid of things that everybody doesn't want. Well, the thing is, Blue Elvis Draw, it will happen. It is happening right now. This is an example, an instance of it happening. I am being correct and casting asunder the divisive partisan polarization shit and the culture war shit to remind us that we are all Americans. We need to work together for a single goal, the good of the country as understood by the collective whole, okay? The Founding Fathers tried to balance a kind of elitist way to prevent mob rule with an honest way of running the country to protect the interests of individuals, plus an honest way of running the country that includes representative from all members of the larger group. So it is a tough line we need to walk, but we should never walk it in a way that makes it harder to walk. And when we walk it in divisively partisan ways, we do exactly that. Well, it will, Blue Elvis Draw, to some extent. When I run for president in 4 years, I may get no attention from the media. I may get a little bit of attention here and there and not go anywhere. But you will see it in practice, as you're seeing it in practice now. I plan to be inclusive of all Americans. I want everybody to feel as though I'm representing their interests to the best of my ability, even if they think their interests are better represented in some other way, that I respect the fact that they have a different perspective than me, and I'm willing to listen and explain specifically why I'm not going with that perspective, and how I will be a fair adjudicator to every perspective. Doesn't matter to me if it comes in labeled left, right, center, or anything else, right? I will evaluate it on its merits. Well, I don't think anybody predicted Eric either, Blue Elvis Draw, frankly. I know that kind of sounds arrogant or self-aggrandizing, but I haven't heard anybody else do what I'm doing, talking-wise, about the country and politics and stuff, quite as well as I do. I'm extremely informed. I mean, less informed than I used to be because I'm not actively working as a debate coach. When you're actively working as a debate coach, you are keeping up with current events, right? Like anything and everything happening in the world right now might be a powerful card because if it happens right now, then it's got recency advantage. So if I can find a link to this oil tanker explosion of undetermined cause in the Persian Gulf, but if I can find some link to that in my case on pharmaceutical patent, length or something like that, which I might be able to find such a link, then that could be a very powerful and surprise debate attack in a round. Nobody expects you to go Persian Gulf tanker explosion, and it's so recent. Hopefully, they haven't prepped it or maybe even heard about it. Right? They probably won't be prepped out for the link story you're creating, regardless. So when you're a professional debate coach who's working, you have to keep up to date with everything. You read the news all the time, and you're always cutting cards. However, I'm not working right now, so I'm not really doing that. But when I ramp up into running for president, I will put myself in prep mode, you know? Thanks, Blue Elvis Draw. Thanks, Putty Cat. So, I mean, I handle each instance of foreign policy on its merits on a case-by-case basis. I have to respect the fact, going in as president, that the country is not a blank slate that I'm starting from, that it exists on top of a variety of huge structured industries, essentially, intelligence industries, law enforcement industries, military industries, but that they're not private sector, right? They're these public sector things that have grown off of taxpayer money. I can't just go in there and say, I'm president. The U.S. shouldn't be involved in education. The U.S. federal government shouldn't be involved in education. I hereby abolish the Department of Education. I am not going to do that because that's not doing things the right way. What I will do is find a specific case that I can bring before the courts using the Department of Justice that will hopefully get the courts to invalidate the legitimacy of the federal government involving themselves in that. And then in that case, we've done things legally, right? I'm not issuing executive decrees because I'm so convinced my position is correct that I'm willing to jettison the proper order of operations. However, I do get that something that I don't think any other president quite seems to have ever gotten, which is all of my real power to affect law is my power to affect case law with the Department of Justice. So you will see a president who's vastly more effective in impacting the way things are than any president who's focused on a purported legislative agenda, which is not something people should be worrying about for presidents, right? Why do you want your president to have a legislative agenda? He's not a fucking legislator. Well, Winston's mom, I'm not aligning myself with anything that exists because nothing that exists is correct enough. That's why I align myself with my existing platform that you can look at. That's not really fully done or fleshed out, but it's still my platform. I'm willing to add things to it, change it, finish it, etc. But I'm not. That's the only thing that I affiliate with is my positions on things because I, after all, am a black belt correctist. And nobody else in politics or in any other aspect of life, it seems to be any higher than brown belt. So let's just accept that reality. I will put a link to my platform. This is my platform when I was planning on writing earlier before, so it might be a little out of date, but there may be things I would change on it. I'm not sure. I haven't looked at it in a while. So, realizing the promise of American democracy is the title of this platform. What you will see here is I've got policy areas broken down into economics, operational principles, agencies, international agenda. That international agenda is going to be dated, okay? And then I go into more detail about the economics stuff. Everybody should read this economics section because it explains what nobody seems to understand about money and economics. Yeah, I know. You're like, Eric, how could you be right about everything? You tell me, man. I don't know. A bunch of different factors, I guess. Project 2025 is a political platform, basically, presenting itself as the way to achieve the lasting triumph of a conservative agenda. Rachel will not be first daughter, okay? She will be first lady. My daughter Delilah will be first daughter. Rachel is not my daughter. And I am not a moderate either, okay? I'm not liberal. I'm not a moderate. I'm not conservative. I'm not libertarian. I'm not any of the labels you can come up with. I'm correct. And hopefully inclusive and bringing all Americans back to the central notion that we all are on the same team. We are trying within the team to decide what the team should do. Let's not forget the number one agenda is for the team to be successful, right? We're not successful when one half of us wants to kill the other half. So, I mean, one agenda of mine is non-divisiveness. The opposite of being divisive. Well, I care about the middle class too. And did I put my link here? You can check out my my platform, and you see that I've got a lot of. I even put a case here for. I included in this platform. I didn't mean to leave it in this format, but it's currently in this format. A case I made presenting a possible advocacy for crypto USD integrated as a universal basic income. But the thing to remember about this is that we need to ideally replace entitlements with direct income rather than add more costs. And if we do want to try to provide direct income without having it come from additional tax revenue or whatever, then we need to do it in the way I articulate here. Progressivism is described as something that we need to address, right? Like, let's conceptually reject these ideas. The poor as a group being wronged, the rich as a group wronging, a person's status is ontologically attached. In other words, if I'm poor, I need help and will hopefully someday be former poor. Relative poverty is prioritized over deprivation. Deprivation is usually assumed to correlate with relative poverty, but it doesn't. Structural inequities are assumed to cause outcome inequalities, but they only sort of link. Rectifying past injustices is seen as a legislative priority or overarching goal. These are things we need to reject, okay? Affording a minimum standard of living to each individual is seen as a state obligation. We, as a group, we need to reject these notions, okay? Because they eliminate any possible real solution to making people have a higher standard of living, having a better life, you know? So we need to. This is part of my general critique against progressive taxation, right? Because if you take profits, a small raise can make you poorer against your own will. Tax brackets mean the rate of tax increase with earnings, but because a bracket is not a steady slope and instead stairs. Capital gains realized in less than a year counts as regular income. Ridiculous. So anyway, it's a lot of specifics here. I'm just looking at some of it and how to genuinely help the poor, right? You need to genuinely help the poor. The first thing we need to do is understand economic policy and wealth. This starts on page. What page is this? 7. Okay, page 7 of this document: economic policy and wealth, the particulars of fungible leverage. Everybody needs to understand everything in this section before they have any opinion on public policy regarding economic stuff. So until you read and understand everything from page 7 through the top of page 10, then read that first. Yeah. I mean, look, the thing is, I can't have a plan to implement these changes to tax policy, right? That's the legislator's job to do. They need to do that. I can advocate in favor of that. I might be able to do something with taxes Like, for example, in theory, the DOJ could try to make the case that capital gains are not income and therefore not taxable under the amendment to the Constitution that enables income tax. I forget what number it is. I mean, Project 2025 sounds concerning to me because it says at the front page that its goal is to basically eliminate the ability of progressives to accomplish goals for a long time, right? The point is, I don't know how you go about, disempowering the other half of Americans so thoroughly in any way that helps America. But that's the idea that that's potentially a good thing is predicated on the idea that they know best for sure and will always know best and be right about everything, right? And I don't believe that. That might be true of me. I believe that of me, but I don't believe that of anybody else. Certainly not those partisan fucks. Hey Russia, what's going on? Hey Russia, are you subscribed to me? Can you please subscribe to me? You'll be the person who subscribes to me with the most subscribers themselves of anybody I've ever had. So just for the sake of me seeing you pop up as this, you got this guy who's got over 100,000 subs subscribing to you. If you feel like it, please sub. I never ask anybody to sub. I never say like please like and sub. Fortunately, Smash 420 does it for me. Well, I mean, its stated goal is to disempower the other half of Americans, and its stated purpose is to take America back from the grasp of the radical left, which assumes, of course, that that's where we are right now, which is not where we are right now, and is just inflammatory rhetoric. No, I didn't read all the policy stuff, right? Because I already have my own policy objectives. I'm not going on board with any politically divisive organization or team because then I become part of the problem. So I'm not even going to read any further than that because I won't become part of the problem by advocating in favor of some elements of this divisive, partisan, polarizing shit, you know? I'm going to smoke a bomb right now. Obviously, I'm getting agitated or something, passionate or expressive, whatever you want to call it. I felt kind of like bad yesterday, like I didn't live up to like when I talked to that INFP yesterday, like, oh, she thinks I'm such a good person. I better be that good or else I won't live up to her expectations. That's what you happen to do with your supervisor type, You smoke cannabis today. I smoke cannabis today and every day here on Talking with Famous People. But I do it off camera. Why? Because I don't want to get my videos age restricted. Hey, 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 hey. Smoke weed every day. Me too, simple girl. I'm a patriot. I love this country. I feel blessed to be an American, and I feel heartbroken to see the current state of affairs politically in the country. I try to avoid thinking about it sometimes, so maybe that makes you think I'm apathetic, but I'm not. I just don't want to see and feel and know all the horrible shit until I can do something about it, or until I'm trying to do something about it. No, buddy cat, I haven't done all my chores. Fine, let's do some chores. First chore on the chore list. It's time to take out the trash. But because this is not a feature film, that means I literally am just going to take out the trash. Were this a Hollywood blockbuster, somebody would be getting punched in the face or something. Close your eyes. Give me your hand, darling. Can you feel my heart beating? Do you understand? Do you feel the same? Or am I only dreaming? Or is this burning an eternal flame? I'm sorry, sweetie, that burning is gonorrhea. Hey, look, this Abercrombie guy sent us another package. Should I be worried? Do you think this guy's after my wife? Abercrombie. Sounds like some fancy pantsy English guy or something. Sending my wife. I'm assuming they're all gifts that she's getting. Your vote in local elections does matter, except in Mariposa County, where all the local seats are the person who's running is running unopposed. So there's no reason to vote in my local elections because there's only one candidate for every one of the positions that's available this year. It just sounds like a man's name, Putty Cat. Also, even if it's not a man, then it might be like a lesbian woman. Regardless, they're obviously trying to get in Rachel's pants, so they keep sending her packages. I'm very gangster. I'm not very gangster, really. I'm quite non-gangster. I believe in discussion, not violence. I mean, I am a member, perhaps the leader of the Fun Friends gang. It's a gang where instead of being violent, we do fun things. And instead of being mean, we're good friends to each other. Yeah, I agree with all the local public policy, except perhaps, I mean, I agree with Ruth Sellers, I think her name was, who wrote into the Mariposa paper to complain about having 5 grant writers on salary in Mariposa County. The fuck? But, I trust our county board of supervisors to be quite, like, non-interfery, right? Like, the government in Mariposa is kind of like, county government should do only what it has to do and not anything else. I would view it as pro-agriculture. There's, for example, a law on the books that says nobody can successfully file any kind of noise complaint against noises that emerge from normal agricultural activities. So in other words, you can't complain about your neighbors having a rooster. I mean, what is that conservative? Is that liberal? It's agricultural, it's rural. I would say the community is very pro Second Amendment, including the sheriff. This isn't a county where you're going to get, cops come to see you and they see like a gun in your house and you get arrested or something. That'll happen in some places, in cities and shit. That won't happen out here. And that would probably be considered a conservative position. But again, I would say it's more of a rural position. Obviously, nobody in Mariposa County needs to have their guns taken away. I mean, I'm not worried about any of the people in my community, right? I'm not saying that other people should have their guns taken away, but I'm saying that explains the policy in a way that is not conservative or liberal, but instead points out the fact that it's the policy preference of a different demographic, namely low density rural versus most of California, which is high in terms of population, which is high density urban. Yeah, me too. I'm all for them. But I'm also not all for empowering individuals to get working tanks and shit, you know? I think we need to be sane, right? And that's where principled pragmatism comes in. Um, you know, I want the country to be as principled as possible. And I also understand that sometimes pragmatic barriers put up for pragmatic reasons, even though they don't pass all the legitimacy tests, uh, that just because nobody can prove that this fence keeps the cows from escaping, it doesn't mean we should take down the fence and assume they won't escape, right? So that's where I mean principled pragmatism. Certainly be very principled in my implementation of new stuff and dealing with new stuff, as principled as I possibly can be. But I'm gonna have to take on the realities of a bunch of shit that people did before that wasn't legitimate, that still exists and maybe is still growing and is doing meow and doing meow. And a principled person might say, well, we need to shut this shit down because it's fundamentally illegitimate. It's not within the constitutional purview of the federal government. But one way or another, either because it wasn't challenged or because the court sided with the executive branch, the federal government, um, those those institutions are in place and do exist, and one can't be wholly principled in dealing with them. One has to accept some pragmatic compromises. Not right away, but maybe eventually. Well, it is the case that when we first came to Mariposa, one of the restaurants we went to was the Happy Burger Diner, which I suspect is owned by an ENTP, probably a boomer ENTP. And one of the things I liked about it was like just after the COVID shit had mostly you could mostly just not wear masks anymore. But the restaurant Happy Burger Diner still had within it these papers put up among they got all kinds of shit put up on the walls in there, but these papers put up that was by far the best and most cogent inclusion of multitude of arguments against existing COVID policy that I'd ever seen anywhere besides my own. But my own was focused more on a different area of legitimacy. This was focused more on like the medical aspects of it. It was saying about about how consistent wearing of masks over the long term is not good for your immune system. It's kind of trying to replace what your immune system does. I mean, I can't even begin to articulate the very cogent arguments that these papers made. But I was very impressed. And also there was like a sign out front shit saying like, county inspectors don't have exactly and only this much authority over this business, It was pretty cool. I mean, right. Well, there's nothing stupid about masks now because people can use them intelligently. I don't mind at all a food service worker making my sandwich having on a mask and gloves, right? It's true that they could do just fine by washing their hands and wearing neither masks nor gloves. But I don't hate the idea of them not getting their breath and stuff on my sandwich, right? Of course, I don't care if they're not wearing a mask. That doesn't bother me at all. But if some restaurant wants to make a point of showing how super sanitized they are, then and they want their workers to wear masks for that reason, that's a legitimate and understandable use of masks. If a dentist wants to wear a mask, he doesn't have to smell your bad breath. Totally legitimate use of masks, right? The key thing is when you allow individuals to make choices for themselves, you get choices that serve those individuals' interests by and large. Now, I'm not talking about politically. I'm just talking about if I can or if I can choose to wear a mask or choose not to, then I might make an intelligent choice that, like, such as this. I'm going to wear a mask today because I have a cold and I don't want to get other people sick. Perfectly fine thing to do. Maybe a good thing to do. Maybe even something people should do. Okay? Let's say I want to wear a mask because I am missing so many teeth and I'm embarrassed. Perfectly good reason for me to wear a mask. So we shouldn't judge people who wear masks as though it's bad. Um, but what we should judge as bad is the idea that somebody else can tell us what to do with our face, right? Like, you can't go outside unless you have this piece of clothing over your mouth. That is not acceptable. Keep your laws off my body. I think that's what everybody should say regarding COVID. It used to be a very popular bumper sticker, pro-choice bumper sticker. Keep your laws off my body. I like that pro-choice notion very, very much. I don't think it's correctly articulated in relationship to abortion. Abortion is more complicated than that, but mask wearing is not, right? Again, we can argue from the margins. We can talk about instances where somebody is known to be sick. The sickness is known to be contagious, and we might argue that somebody in that circumstance has some obligation or duty to wear a mask. But we should never argue that somebody who doesn't know already that they are sick and contagious, why they should be obligated to do whatever with their face is ridiculous. We have to have a status quo in which all people can move about the world freely as they wish, taking as much risk of getting sick or as little risk of getting sick as they want. That they own the right to be sick because it's their body. They own the right to take even risks that we might perceive as dumb. Now, just because it's conceivable that somebody without a mask might be sick and get others sick, that is not an adequate reason to compel people to wear masks. It's also conceivable that everybody who leaves the house might do some violent act. That's not a good enough reason to make everybody stay in their house all the time. So the thing is, we have to respect the fact that the way we operate as beings, we operate in a world that presents us with a variety of disease risks and other kinds of risks. In some instances, we take a variety of actions to limit risks. In almost all instances that are successful, those actions we take to limit risks are changes to the environment rather than changes to protocols of human interaction. So it's like, for example, let's say there's a certain corner on a mountain road where um, people keep coming around too fast, missing the curve, and rolling off the cliff and dying in a car crash. Okay, we've got multiple approaches we could take to this. We could put a sign up, some distance back from that at the beginning of the road saying, listen, there's a corner coming up in which many people have died. You need to slow down. We're serious or you will die. We'll put another sign up shortly before the corner. Be careful. And then put another sign up there. So in that case, we're trying to change the way that people engage with the environment by informing them, okay? But we're still allowing them to make a choice. And then if we further did the following thing, we could put a guardrail there. Now, in this case, we're allowing people to make the choice, but we're preventing them from the worst consequences of their own bad choice making. Okay? So now we've informed them, we've put up the guardrail. We could additionally station a cop shortly before that turn, put a lower speed limit sign going there, and punish everybody who's going too fast by pulling them over. This would be the equivalent of everybody must wear a mask, okay? That's the worst approach by far, because instead of allowing people to incur natural bad consequences of their poor choice, instead of trying to prevent that by informing them, instead of actually preventing the worst consequences with the guardrail, you're trying to punish them for behaving as they should. Now, what's the best possible solution of all? change the road so that it's not such a sharp corner. Additionally, put the guardrail and make it so that it's the same speed as the rest of the road so that this stops happening. That's the best solution. And that's the solution that expects the least of people, as all government solutions should. Don't expect people to change. So it's like if the government wants people to die less from fentanyl, how are they going to do it? Are they going to inform everybody? Are they going to put a bunch of sting operations together to catch users, the ones who are actually going to die from it, and therefore protect them by putting them in jail? Is it going to, there's a variety of different possible approaches, right? So whenever we're considering a policy matter, we're first considering the problem, the nature of the problem, and the harms that are incurred in the status quo because of the problem. And then we need to consider different possible ways to solve the problem. But before we even do any of that, we need to ask ourselves, is this a problem that we're supposed to solve? Or is it a problem that someone else is supposed to solve? Or is it a problem that will solve itself or that we shouldn't solve for some reason, right? Those inherency questions are all come before any policy discussion. I'll tell you what, you can have a sip of my iced tea. That's just as good, Banana Republic. It's brisk, baby. So, for example, let me take this approach with what I think the biggest problem in the country is. Partisan polarization, culture war, wedge issues, divisive stuff. I think that's the biggest threat to the country. And the thing is, how might we solve that problem? Well, you might solve it you might say, let's solve it by being a moderate. So if you do out all the intellectual work here, what you end up with is that you have to do a bunch of half bad things half badly. It's a terrible idea. So what is the actual alternative to being divisive? You've got to be a correctist. And that's going to mean you have to be a bit of a policy wonk. So how am I going to solve this problem? Well, I'm going to continually model what I'm trying to explain while I'm trying to explain it. I'm going to show that a person with a real political mind, a real statesman, understands things like, how do you approach a policy problem? Question, right? So how do you approach a question of immigration? Well, we're going to decide legitimacy issues first, jurisdictional issues, rights issues, duties issues, etc. Then we're going to include in there inherency issues. Is this actually a problem? Is it a problem that needs to be solved, or will it solve itself in some fashion? Is it a problem that needs to be solved, but we can't identify any barriers in the status quo to solvency? Then there's nothing we can do, right? This is how you correctly talk about a policy question. Right now, what I'm talking about correctly is how to correctly talk about a policy question. I'm not actually talking correctly about the policy position, because if I did, I'd have to articulate a lot more. I'd have to articulate specifics and then work on which frame is appropriate, etc. So I'm trying to demonstrate what an actual statesman looks like. I don't think we've had a statesman in the government since Jefferson. A real statesman, somebody who's an expert on everything that's inherent in being a statesman. They're not imaginary rules, they're real rules. There's an order of questions, and it's articulated in various documents. It's not like anybody disputes the order of questions. They just don't like how it limits them. Colton Locke has voiced his perspective on the 2024 election, encouraging us to vote for Trump. Who Moved My Cheese is a good book. I've never heard of that book. I'm a recluse because I'm cautious. That comes from experience. Well, you know, Simple Girl, if you ever want to come visit us, take a little vacation, if you feel safe hanging out with me and Rachel, you are absolutely invited to come. Stay with us. We've got extra rooms in our house. Depending on when you come, we might not sleep. We might still not even have the other house rented, but it's more comfortable here. So you are hereby invited. I believe in you. This is the worst sleep video I've ever seen. You look wide awake. Why does it say something about sleep? It says a most interesting hashtag shorts. It doesn't say anything about sleep. McDunn. I think you're imagining words. My wife's awake. Hello, my beautiful delight. I love you too. Good morning.
Good morning. What time is it?
2:07.
Oh, okay.
Would you like pick me up?
Yeah.
Okay. Lexi's awake as well. So for those of you who thought we were just sleeping around here, you're wrong. We are awake.
What?
Which, you know, Mick Dunn came in and said this is the worst sleep video ever. You're wide awake. And I said, what are you talking about? And he says, I'm just kidding, bro. Testing your sense of humor. Well, apparently I failed. I'll try to do better on the next test. The best laid schemes of mice and men often go astray. Oh, you know what's funny? I assumed that quote was from Steinbeck's book. I didn't know that he was quoting something from before. Huh. Learn something every day. So it turns out Robert Burns, who lived from 1759 to 1796, which is less than 40 years, he said the best laid schemes of mice and men often go astray. That's fine. I'm glad you did because I wanted to read it again. Yeah, we got 2 spare rooms. There's the blue room and there's the black room. Neither of them get much use. The blue room gets a little use from Rachel occasionally, but certainly she doesn't need to use it. She has the day room. Have you ever tried a pedo burrito? No, I never have. Eric, whale sounds or ocean sound for sleeping? Ocean sound, I think. I'd rather have just like forest at night. John Lennon said, life's what happens when you're busy making other plans. Mike Tyson says, everybody's got a plan till they get punched in the face. Lexi said, I like rain. And Alanis Morissette added, it's like rain on a sunny day. Because Alanis Morissette knows quite well that which is ironic. I tell you what's ironic. That Dave, what's Dave Coulier? That Dave Coulier, his real greatest claim to fame is that he was shitty to Alanis Morissette when she was like 18. I mean, he was obviously shitty to her. She obviously thought it was like love, and he was like, sorry, lady, I'm just banging you because you're regal, you know? Horrible, Dave Coulier. And then, fortunately, Dave Coulier, that's a fantastic question, McDonough. Dave Coulier got his comeuppance when No Scrubs was written about him because he was the guy who was leaning out the side of his passenger's ride trying to holla at TLC. He had on kind of a big Hawaiian shirt. Apparently he had a puppet that was doing some funny voices. So, you know, it's like, that's karma, it seems to me.
Yeah.
Right?
It does. It's funny you mentioned that because I was listening to some like YouTube about the Olsen twins, and apparently like John Stamos like didn't like them. Like when they were babies.
How do you not like babies?
Well, apparently there was this one time, I'm sure this happened often, but they mentioned one time where he was trying to do a scene with them and they were both crying and he was like, no, I'm an actor, I've had enough, I can't deal with this.
These children tears burn me like acid. Can I shout out your friends? Panocha. I'm sure that's a dirty word in some language.
Yeah.
But I'm going to assume it's Spanish for Pinocchio. No, it says shout out. Yeah. Shouting out. You just trying to holler at me, Poncho. Leaning at the side of your passenger's, your best friend's ride.
Mm-hmm.
Shame on you. So we've had a couple of topics earlier today that I wouldn't mind retracing and just reviewing what we discussed today.
I love that. Yeah.
First, let me go backwards just one step in time and talk a bit about celebrity deaths. Today, Shannon Doherty died.
Today?
Well,
A couple
recently.
days ago.
Recently.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Today, Bob Newhart died.
Oh.
That's sad, but he was 94. But it's still sad because I really like Bob
Yeah, Shannon
Newhart.
Doherty's a little bit sadder.
But Shannon Doherty was, I think, the same age as me.
Mm-hmm.
April 7th, 1971 was her birthday, I think. If I read correctly.
That's so close to your birthday.
Yeah, I know, it's
wow.
really close to
Oh my
yeah.
god.
I also read about, did you know how Dustin Diamond died? Yeah, I'm sure you know he's dead, but did you know how he died?
I forgot he died. I didn't know.
He died of lung cancer. He never smoked.
Oh my god. He never smoked?
No, but here's the thing. When I Googled Dustin Diamond, I was presented with a fact from the AI, I guess, that said, or maybe it was a quote from an article, that said 80% of lung cancers are in non-smokers. 80%. Crazy, huh?
80%?
80% lung cancers
That
are in
is
non-smokers.
so scary. Like,
well, I don't think it's scary. I just think it's like, it's so telling about how deceptive the public health campaign has been.
Yeah.
If you were to ask anybody here, well, let's do a poll, right? I mean, you here already know the answer, but newcomers won't know the answer.
Wow.
What percentage of lung cancer victims are non-smokers? $20, $40, $60, $80. I'll put the percentage sign here. Put it there. I'll put it there. I'll put it there. Nope, that's a dollar sign. Put it there. And I'll put it there. Okay. Simple Girl says, true, Eric. My best friend's sister-in-law never smoked and passed away from small cell lung cancer at 48.
Oh my god.
The thing is, it's very much family. So, like, Dustin Diamond had a big history of cancer in his family. I don't have that in my family.
You know, we have my grandpa. We have fucking cancer in our families, and I wish we'd talk about it.
Well, Julie's not my relative. She was
No,
adopted. I know you're talking about heat. I just
yeah.
wanted to mention that. Okay.
I mean, like, I'm scared because my grandpa Lopos to have like bone marrow cancer, and my grandpa McCurgan had some sort of cancer too, but no one talks about it. It's
That's
like,
unfortunate.
yeah, I wish that like they did so that we I would be more like, how do you know you have cancer? Don't you have to go to the doctor and then they?
Well, usually you experience some symptom that it causes you distress, like some very weird pain. All of a sudden
Or
you find you
lung.
can't reach here without this weird, like, your arm falls down or something. I don't know.
Okay. Okay. All right, that's good to know. You know, I have to. I feel like I have to be careful.
So it's like, what's the chance of you getting lung cancer if you're a smoker? 1 in 300, according to what I've read. Happy wife, happy life. I hear once you feel cancer, it's almost always late stage. Lung cancer has a high mortality rate too. Well, I'm not trying to get everybody worried about lung cancer. My point is, it's still quite rare. One out of how many people get cancer? If I were to put that like, one out of how many people get lung cancer? What? That can't be right. 1 in 16 people? That's not correct. That can't possibly be correct. Is that correct? That can't possibly be correct. Exposure to radon gas, asbestos, arsenic, chromium, cadmium, radiation, air pollution, diesel exhaust, family history, genetic factors. People who have never smoked, this says, account for 20% of lung cancer diagnoses each year. But people who are non-smokers account for 80%.
That's crazy.
So remember, most people have not never smoked, right? They've smoked 1 or 2 cigarettes at some point in their life. Well, I don't have any of these symptoms. They've made a nice acronym here for symptoms. Breathe. B, blood when you cough or spit. R, recurring respiratory infections. E, enduring cough that is new or different. A, ache or pain in shoulder, back or chest. T, trouble breathing. H, hoarseness or wheezing. E, exhaustion, weakness, or loss of appetite. Other symptoms may include swelling in the neck or face, difficulty swallowing, or weight loss.
Hmm.
So it says 1 in 16 people will be diagnosed with lung cancer at some point in their lifetime. But it also says um, that the number of new lung cancer diagnoses are steadily declining. Since 2006, incident rate has decreased by 2.6% per year and by 1.1% per year in women. So I don't know what that adds up to if you were to take the total of percentages from the original. I'd have to do the math on that. But it says here, okay, so smoking is the leading risk factor for lung cancer and is responsible for 80% of lung cancer deaths. People who have never smoked account for only 20% of lung cancer deaths. That does not mean that Everybody who's ever smoked one cigarette or two cigarettes and got lung cancer, it was caused by smoking. That's what they're saying here. Can you believe that insanity? Let me Google the following
So
question.
they're saying that if you had a cigarette or two cigarettes, that it caused your lung cancer.
Yeah,
That's
anybody who's ever
crazy.
smoked and had lung cancer, that lung cancer was caused by smoking. That's what they're saying.
I don't know about that.
This doesn't answer the question. So,
I could ask ChatGPT.
what percentage of lung cancer patients were non-smokers when diagnosed? That's the question I want. Yeah, ask ChatGPT that. Let's see what ChatGPT says.
Okay, I'm gonna give the phone to you.
ChatGPT is fine. I like ChatGPT. What percentage of lung cancer patients were diagnosed while they were non-smokers?
Approximately 10% to 20% of lung cancer cases are diagnosed in individuals who have never smoked. This percentage highlights the significance.
I'm trying
Sorry,
to.
I'm having issues right now. Could not understand.
I want to articulate the difference between people who have smoked at some point and people who are not currently smoking. So, what percentage of lung cancer patients were not smoking at the time when they were diagnosed?
You're asking the tough questions.
Sorry, I'm having issues right now. Could not understand what you said.
I would like to know what percentage of patients who are diagnosed with lung cancer were not smoking at the time of their diagnosis, not whether they never smoked.
Approximately 40% of lung cancer patients were not smoking at the time of their diagnosis. This includes both former smokers who had quit and individuals who had never smoked. Many factors, such as exposure to secondhand smoke, radon, and air pollution, as well as genetic predispositions, contribute to lung cancer in these patients.
So 40% is what that says, okay? People who are diagnosed were not smoking at the time of their diagnosis. They'd quit sometime before, or maybe just smoked casually, occasionally, or whatever. I think what I Googled was, did Justin Diamond smoke? Yes, that's what I Googled. You see this? You can see the search. It says here, Diamond said he did not smoke, according to reports. But although tobacco use is the leading risk factor for lung cancer in the US, nearly 80% of lung cancer patients are not active smokers, and around 15% never started in the first place. The truth is, lung cancer can occur in anyone with lungs. I got this from, I guess, this article. I'll show you what I actually am reading first. So, what I'm reading is this. And it appears to be from the City of Hope. And as you see, it says, according to reports, it doesn't say which reports, that's for that he did not smoke. But it says, but although tobacco use is the leading risk factor for lung cancer in the US, nearly 80% of lung cancer patients are not active smokers. Okay, so that includes people who may have quit after they got diagnosed. Around 15% never started in the first place. So that's what this says. That's where I got my number from. So thank you for asking me that, because I can show you I didn't just make this shit up, right? Let's see what the source here looks like. City of Hope. So this is from Dan Raz, MD, MAS, Orange County. The City of Hope is a hospital in Dwardy in LA. I used to live relatively close to it. And it says, he became concerned about a visible lump on his throat. And he died not that long after, 3 weeks later.
Wow. Holy shit. Oh my god. It's so sad.
90% of people diagnosed with lung cancer are age 55 or over. However, as in Diamond's case, being younger doesn't mean you won't get it. There are lung cancer patients in Orange County who are in their 30s and 40s and who have never smoked. So the thing is, there's good reason to believe from this doctor who's writing on this hospital webpage about lung cancer, presumably he specializes in it. I don't know what MAS means. There's good reason to believe this source. This is what he typed. What does MAS mean? Let me put MDMAS. MDMAS. Masters in Advanced Studies. What is an MD? Let's see. What does MAS mean, doctor? What does MDMAS mean? Medical students interested in receiving rigorous training in the methods and conduct of clinical research can obtain a Master's in Advanced Studies degree in Clinical and Epidemiological Research in addition to an MD degree and a 5-year combined MD-MAS program. Master's in Advanced Studies. Let's see what this Wikipedia says about it. So, what do you get it in, I guess? Let's see. United States. I don't get it.
Can anyone have a master's of advanced studies?
Maybe. I don't know. I mean, like, what would... I was imagining that maybe this would be like a specialty, like, ontology. I mean, oncology. Not ontology.
Good morning, Donna. J.E. Plumbing touch base regarding your service appointment today. Do you want us to still come?
I mean, seems like a regular phone number. I can't imagine why.
I know.
Let me Google JE Plumbing and see if that's actually their phone number. Or a phone number for it, or if it's even a thing. What's the 516 area code?
Nassau County. appears so.
Baldwin, New York. Is that near
No.
Nassau?
Yeah, it's in Nassau. It's pretty close to where my parents lived.
Okay, but it's what your area code is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like,
just text
obviously
them.
it's
Just
all
text them back
pick
and
up the
say,
wrong number.
"Sorry, there's no Donna here. I live in California."
Okay. Sorry. There's.
So he said, "Sorry, there's no Donna here. I live in California. Sounds like she gave you the wrong number." All right, so I hope that resolves the question of lung cancer. Muggity meow. Okay. The correct answer is 80%. Everybody's wise to pick either 20 or 80% because obviously the poll's trying to highlight something strange. I know how old you are. You're how God knows. You know how old I am? What's the longest tunnel I dug? No, Putty Cat, I don't really care about the issue of smoking lung cancer. You think that I'm like defensive about it. I'm not defensive at all. I was shocked to learn not very long ago that the actual risk of getting lung cancer in smokers was just 1 in 300. I was very surprised to learn that. I assumed it would be higher than that. That was my first like surprise thing. And then I was genuinely surprised to learn this morning. That and I think like, wow, like what are the public health money doing? Why is it spending so much money on this? If it may be a leading factor if you have weird methodological approach, like because only 20% of lung cancer patients have never smoked, 80% of lung cancer patients have smoking lung cancer because of smoking. That is terrible. It's terrible thinking, right? So I'm just surprised by it, and accordingly, sharing with everybody the news. I like things that are kind of, I guess you'd say, contrarian or iconoclastic, and I like to share things that people assume, like I did, that turn out to be kind of bullshit. I'm not defensive about it at all. I'm not worried. I never was worried about getting lung cancer in particular. I could feel the reason I quit is I could feel kind of the cumulative harm on my lungs. I started being concerned about getting COPD. What's the longest tunnel I've dug? I don't think I've dug really any tunnels. I've never, as far as I can recall, I've never dug any tunnels. That seems hard. I mean, that requires a lot of digging and also know-how such that the roof doesn't fall on you, and or like structural supports so that it doesn't fall down on you. Put in structural supports.
Like fucking young gravy is so like, what's that word where you try to like, and like
Grasping, reaching.
I don't. He's like on some freaky activity, and then he has this like, photo of him. Like you can't even see him.
Ooh, I'm being enigmatic. I was being coquettish.
Oh.
I'm young gravy.
Oh my god, he is being. I'm young gravy.
So the thing is, I quit smoking, remember? And I do feel like, I can feel I have better, like, when I'm singing, I run out of breath less soon. And in general, I take fewer, I have fewer problems like walking up hills. I don't get winded, stuff like that. I could feel kind of the benefits of quitting smoking pretty quick, I think at this point I've coughed up any leftover tar. It is true that I smoke weed, but I don't believe weed is bad for your lungs. Now, I don't have any reason to say that exactly, but I did have a dream the other night in which in the dream, I understood the reason why weed wasn't bad for your lungs. That it somehow removed some coating or something. Obviously, my dream logic was not, that was not correct, but I believe the message of the dream anyway.
I do too. I think the universe is trying to tell you some signs. I have to take a shower, but I'm stalling.
Why are you stalling?
Because I'm have FOMO.
Are you stalling because you led a bloody purge in Russia?
No, I'm not that. I'm not that kind of stalling.
Thanks, your fave Molly.
Hey, your free Molly.
Ew, he riped eyes. I riped eyes. Everybody, watch out for me. I'll ripe eyes. Did I get a haircut? I cut my own hair. Yeah, I gave myself a haircut. This part, I see, when I started live streaming today, I recognized that this part is a little long. I could probably just get this with scissors, actually.
You missed your porcelain clown dolls? Why don't you have them anymore? I mean, my mom made me get rid of my Barbies.
She did?
It was kind of like, I can remember it, in 7th grade, and I sort of had the feeling like, okay, I'm still playing with these. Like, maybe I should grow up a little bit. But like, so it was mostly my mom encouraged it. But it mostly did come from me. I can't blame my mom for that. I did feel like I was like, oh my god, I'm in middle school now, and like I still play with Barbies. Like I think I need to give it up.
Wow, they are really reaching here. It's good to be a debate coach. You can tell when somebody actually has meat in their argument or not very easily. They are absolutely reaching. They're attributing what I'd call generics, first of all. So, like, because they don't have any actual data linking marijuana directly to these harms, for a variety of reasons, some of which they articulate here, and some of which are legitimate, they try to use a generic, say, well, all irritants to the lungs are bad and can cause bronchitis, therefore marijuana causes bronchitis. I mean, it's terrible reasoning, and it's very reassuring. If this is the worst that they can do without overtly lying, then we are in great shape. Simple Girl was not interested in dogs. I have a shaver attachment. I just didn't quite get this part good enough. Okay, stop shaming me for my failures.
Yeah. Hi everyone.
Now I'm gonna fix it. Okay, now I'm gonna fix it.
Oh, now he's gonna fix it. Look what you guys did.
Yeah, look what you made me do.
He's been influenced.
Simple Girl's an influencer, you know.
Oh.
I invited her to come stay with us if she wants to.
Cool, she should. If I had a messy room, my mom would take my toys and put them in the garbage bags and hide it in her closet for months until I was good. I learned to clean my room the hard way and not to be attached to my toys. Yeah, like, I had the attachment to my dolls, but I didn't really want to get rid of them. And I forget now if like we hid them or we donated my Barbies. I forget, but honestly, I really liked playing with Barbies. It was tough. It was a really tough thing, but I thought that, all right, I'm in middle school and I'm making new friends. Like I can't like I can't hold on to these anymore. But it was really hard to get rid. It was really hard to get rid of them. Mm. And my mom would clean my room too. She hated the way that my room, which I shared at the time with my sister, looked. Um, after we played in it, she always be like, "Just make your bed in the morning. It makes you feel so much better when you get home, and you won't have to do it." Um, and like I do think that my lack of picking up after myself as a kid has definitely led to bad habits now where like I leave stuff all over the place you can see. Um so I kind of do have a problem with picking up after myself, and honestly I'm afraid my grandma McCurkin was a huge hoarder. Like would would see cute packages of cards that had something sweet on them, right? Or like had pretty flowers on them, and she would take them and she would buy them. Or if there was a sale on socks, she would be like, "Oh, that's a good sale. I'm gonna get them." She would buy all the socks she could, and she would give them to the family. She had trouble like throwing things out. Expired food always in the fridge. Expired food in the cabinets. uh Boxes and boxes and boxes of junk in the basement, and the only reason it was in the basement was because her children were like, you can't live with junk around. It was bad. So I kind of worry that like I took on that trait because I collect a lot of things, like not on purpose either. Like I collect a lot of clothes. I have a lot of perfumes. I collect for perfumes. Um, uh, I am terrible with bringing bowls and cups down from the room upstairs when I sleep in it. My lack of picking up after my stuff when I was young is why I only have one of everything I use now. See, that's good. You can never have too many socks. Yeah, that's how she felt. She genuinely. Okay, it's not called rot maxing. That's a new word, that's a new term, and no, it's not. I'm not at rot maxing. I'm at just being messy. I'm a messy person. I had a whole box of name brand beauty stuff I wasn't using, so I just gave it to the younger ladies I worked with at the time. See, that's the good thing. I like to give away stuff. So, like, if I grow out of clothes, or if someone gives me something that it's not really like my style, I like to donate my stuff. That's the difference between me and my grandma. My grandma would hold on to the stuff and then give it to like her grandchildren, where like I will give to Goodwill.
Or the place in town.
Yeah,
give it to the consignment.
Yeah, like honestly, I have a whole bunch of stuff that I grew out of. Sadly,
I wanted to say something to a Putty Cat. Your incorrect interpretation of my like the linkage of like my emotion, my attachment or whatever, my personal stuff, my subjectivities to my interest in this weird statistical thing I found out about lung cancer. That seems very epipolar to me. This is not. I normally don't ever try to say anything about anybody's type in chat from chat because I don't. I can't. I already know I can't type people from chat. But I would just say that instance seems very epipolar to me, and is reminiscent of other instances of people who are epipolar dealing with me. Which, if that were the case, that would mean you were either INTJ or ISTJ. Just wanted to mention that because it struck me like donkey kick to the face that was an epipolar moment.
That's good. That's really good. That helps you with typing, people.
Yes, but you shouldn't take that as an affirmation of any particular type for you.
I was very. I mean, I was low on. I was dopamine depleted, basically. And I was listening to this YouTube about a guy who said that, like, stop, like, men don't like nice people. And it was saying that there's basically a power difference. If you put someone up here and give gifts to them and be nice to them, they're going to resent you. And, well, he didn't say resent, but he did say that, like, the person's not going to respect you. And so you should back off and see if he still likes you.
That's a very FI perspective, you know? It's like you and I, as teammates in our relationship, are both proactive in being good teammates.
Yeah.
It makes our relationship very successful.
Yeah.
I prioritize you and your happiness in real ways because I'm a good relationship partner.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And same with you. What this lady is assuming is that every instance of FE, or man, whoever said it, this person is assuming is that every instance of FE is fake.
Yeah, it sounded like that. Yeah, like, and that, like, yeah, if you want a guy to like you, you have to be less nice. And someone in the comments said, like, what you say is very true, but I would rather be with someone who accepts my kindness for who it is and is kind to me in return. Like, and I feel like that. Like, he may have a point. That, like, if you give too much of yourself to a person, if you're too nice to a person, that they'll stop liking you or they'll start being mean to you. And then,
have you experienced that with us at all? Like,
no,
you're
no,
very
but
nice
it
to
made
me
me
all the
cry
time.
because I was like, dopamine.
Because that guy's wrong, and because you don't look at your own experience to test to see if things are correct.
Well, I had to ask you about it because I'm like, do you find me to be too nice?
I mean, that's why I'm saying you don't reference your own experience. If you were to actually reference your own experience, you'd find there's no correlation whatsoever between you being nice to me and me being mean in return. But I will tell you what your experience is not telling you, namely that absolutely not. You and I get along great, and we really genuinely love each other so much that we want the best for the other person. We want the other person to be happy. We don't want to be mean or mad or withholding. Or anything,
No.
Neither of us want that.
No way. If you were to withhold from me, I would panic so much.
Right, and I can tell, and I would too. If I thought something was off, or you were like maybe, what's different, Rachel? You were I don't want to touch you.
You address anything right away. You address right away.
Yeah, I'd freak out completely. Simple girl, but I agree. That guy might be projecting either his brain projection, like he's against extroverted feeling, or it might be his experience, which is he trusted somebody who love bombed him and is generalizing that, Could be either of those. So, and that's what Simple Girl is saying. It could be that he was a victim of somebody taking advantage of someone else's kindness, I guess. And some people, their kindness proves to be a weakness when it's exploited by somebody, right? Um, and depending on how you are, that experience will be particularly informative or not. I don't think we're talking about anybody in particular here. I mean, we were talking about this thing that Rachel heard. Who was the person who said that?
I'm gonna pull it up.
She'll pull it up to say. All right, chore complete for the day. Thank you, Putty Cat, for reminding me. I don't know, simple girl, what type you are because I don't. I have not having that experience. And if I had had it, I would have mentioned it at the time of something hitting me like square in the face. Like that's so. That's such an example of meow. The only thing that occurs to me that's remotely equivalent was when you first came around and scolded me about hygiene stuff. I thought that was very STJ, like ESTJ. Like you're not taking good enough care of your property. It's a very ESTJ thing to say, and I think scolding someone for their hygiene is kind of a version of that. Like, don't put these scissors that you just used to trim your beard up here with the food scissors. That's not hygienic, Eric. All right, simple girl, fine. You win. I will put these scissors in the bathroom. But I really don't know what type you are. And I don't know what type Putty Cat is either. I mentioned that with Putty Cat because something struck me very much unusually clearly. My NI is ignoring, which means I don't trust my gut instinct right now for things. I like to have better reason to make any kind of claims. However, I just thought I'd mention at that moment. Reminded me of previous moments and just seemed intuitively extremely epipolar because it's not like the conclusion you made about my motivations didn't make very much sense at all based on the data.
I'll find it.
Oh, Rachel found it.
Why people don't like it when you're nice to them. To find gaps in your attraction.
Okay, but is it about intimate relationships? Because there might be something to that. Say around here, like I wouldn't like it if I would sort of have mixed feelings about it if a lot of people were always super chatty and giving me money and stuff because I'd feel somewhat obligated to give them extra attention for that. And if let's imagine a crazy world where instead of there's an extra digit at the end of this number at all time. Well, at that point, you might start seeing a fair pattern of those things, and you're gonna have mixed feelings about it because you appreciate those people, but you also think like they're trying to earn something with you and incur some sort of obligation or something like that.
So like there's like a motive behind the giving.
Even if it's just like to get extra attention or anything.
Yeah.
And that if you get a fair pattern of that kind of rain of stuff, then it would feel like you're always being jostled with gifts that come with some kind of expectation.
That makes sense. I'm not sure he says that, but
But you and I are a couple, so it's like we can't be too nice to each other.
okay. So what he says in the description, why is it that your best efforts are often repaid with indifference, rejection, and contempt? This is a complicated phenomenon, but when we can view one possible explanation through the lens of the balance of attraction, it turns out that people have preferences with respect to both to the position they would rather occupy and the size of the gap they would like to experience. Being nice to others puts the other in the place of the adored and increases the gap of attraction.
I'd like to point out that depending on your rate of speed, everyone's 2.5 hours from everywhere, at least on Earth.
I like that.
Well, from everywhere within a 2.5 hour light hour.
I'm gonna play it
Radius.
for you. It's 8 minutes, but I'll speed it up.
That might be.
Oh, copyrighted.
Yeah. I mean, I think we get the gist of it.
Yeah,
Can I
like-
see the text that you were reading? Is that still up?
Yep.
Let me get my glasses. This is a good hanging place.
It is.
Okay, well, this is when somebody's like, this might be true when somebody's initiating a
Single.
relationship with somebody they don't really know, right? So you want your initial engagements with the other person to be on the same page.
Okay. But the thing is though that he says that, hey, if you back off, he may be interested in you again, and then it's kind of a game.
Right. I don't think you should ever do that, but I think that might be true nevertheless if you're okay with it being a game like that you might be able to pull back in ways that allow you to get pull back and allow in ways that allow you to get pulled from, pulled by, I guess.
Well, I guess you can tell who.
I don't know. It's kind of. I don't like it. I don't like it because it puts a burden on the person who's being nice.
Yeah.
But I can also see when somebody's like being too nice to you, like love bombing you per se.
That I get.
Then you might
that
be
you
like,
gotta be careful about.
I mean, what's the difference between that and being too nice?
Love bombing usually there's a motive there to get the. Oh,
Well, I mean,
don't
isn't
know.
that what's implied by that? Is that
Yeah.
there's some kind of motive there?
Yeah.
It's not very godly to ban people. I've banned plenty of people. Some people they just want to say horrible things and provoke a response or a reaction. And even if you give them a second chance, they just come back with more hateful shit. I'm just gonna ban those people.
Yeah, but the manipulation goblin is happening both ways, right? So one person is kind of manipulating the say they want the relationship. They're trying to manipulate feelings by being nice and like giving gifts or doing favors. But then the other person, the person who's on the giving's reciprocation efforts, they're manipulating because they're pulling back and being dismissive and sometimes being mean, because they don't want you to see them they don't want those gifts and stuff. So it is a game. It is.
Well, okay. The other way you could think of it though is imagine two people somebody who's starting dating, maybe didn't do much in their teens, is in their early 20s, and is wanting to do dating or something. You might say to them, play it cool. Don't be too generous.
Yeah.
You got to play it cool. So, don't like, send him cookies after he didn't respond to your text.
Damn, I've been in that situation before.
So the thing is, it could go either way with the genders. I'm not saying it's
No,
Either-
no,
either-
it's good
either-
either
yeah.
way, yeah.
But in that sense, it makes sense, right? It's a practical enough thing to just say,
Mhm.
hey, for those of you who are susceptible to thinking you can control everything ultimately, right? You know, read the signs for what they are and accept them for what they are. And in the first place, if you don't want to incur those signs, don't engage in those, you know, behaviors of questionable tactical or strategic value.
Yeah.
But that's only applying to new relationships that are beginning, right?
Yeah, and you know, the truth is, like, do you really want to be in a relationship with that person? Either of those people do you want to be in a relationship with? Like, do you want someone who like puts you on a pedestal and like doesn't see you as like a real person with flaws and like just keeps on giving to you?
Who's Jay? Who's Jay? This person that you want me to talk to or whatever. Yes, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. My mom is the same. My mom always used to say. My dad would say it sometimes too. I was raised to believe that both partners in a relationship should be equals and, you know, love each other and be good to each other. And that one thing I learned from my parents' way of doing things is that how things go down just kind of happens without explicit discussion between them about how things should go down, right? And so how things went down in my house was my dad had ideas that my mom either okayed or vetoed. Basically, that was how it went, you know. And I think things play out that way a lot between me and Rachel.
It does. And that's a relationship, even if I got it from TV, like I got a lot of how relationships should be from my own because I got a lot of love from my grandma La Pelosa growing up. I knew what genuine love was. But I never looked at my parents as an example of how to love someone. I think I got a lot of how to love someone from fucking movies and TV, but it doesn't.
Fucking movies are called porn.
I know.
P. Diddy invited me on his party. Well, I don't. I do not RSVP. I RSVP no. I don't want to go on his party.
Yeah, I say no.
You don't know what love is, honestly. Jackson kind of says. Well.
Wow, simple girl, that's really great.
You gotta know what love is.
I want you to show me.
You want me to show you what love is? And then you go, okay, well.
Give him gifts. Give him gifts and attention and Eric's.
Oh, I'm feeling the love. It's just showing on my face, right?
Oh, I see. You're literally showing. Now, will that get someone to stop talking to you and treat you mean?
Possibly, yeah. That might be ill-advised as an initial strategy. That's why you might see me doing that now a lot to you. I just sit there and sort of gaze lovingly at you like this. Here's a demonstration of me gazing lovingly at Rachel.
It looks like you're like how kawaii.
Can you see it?
I did see it.
Did you feel the love?
Yeah,
The love
really,
rays coming out of me
really
and hitting you in the
do.
face? You had heavy-handed parents. Did that mean that
They were all over each other?
does it mean that they always made sure to get a ladder so they never had to do work above their heads? Because their heavy hands would
Did they like
cause
smash
them to-
the horn on the car. They were very heavy-handed.
I thank you for reminding me, and number 5. It's time for me to vitamize both me and my lovely wife. Are you ready to be vitamized?
I am.
Okay. We got your Power Performer, your premium performance multi. It's got every vitamin in the alphabet of vitamins,
Thank you.
including B6 and B12. Okay. Now here,
When I pee, it's working. When I pee out that stuff, my pee is neon.
probably the activator helps as well. Then the multivitamin that gives you all the vitamins you need, every vitamin except B vitamin. I did not get omega-3, Goblin. I forgot. Omega-3 is another one that supposedly complements
Really?
well with the B vitamins.
All right, I've heard about omega-3s too. We're gonna be burping up
Fish.
fish oil. Yeah.
You know what? Plants also grow really well with fish oil. It's like, my mom used to use a fertilizer called fish emulsion. It's basically just chum.
Did she learn how to take care of plants in school?
I don't know. She's an ISFJ. I think they're born with that ability.
They are. My sister, I don't think she takes care of plants. She does take care of plants.
But to nurture things that grow, take care of things that are hurt, etc. ISFJs
Yeah.
seem to be born with it.
Yes, like
Dave Porter's a great animal lover and carer, and
my sister too. She's always been able to train and love dogs in her own way. She never really needed a trainer.
we had so many animals when I was a kid go through my life. You know? So many litters of kittens the Pussycats had.
No.
We had a cat that was kind of like Trouble called, his name was Fred, ultimately, I think. He went through various name incarnations. And we had this one kitten that we rescued that had been like traumatized by being taken away from its mother. So that whenever you held it up, it would suck on your chest like it was sucking a nipple. And it made a big wet spot on your chest. We never did have a dog when I was a kid, but we had a baby bird, we had guinea pigs, I had like snakes that ate goldfish, and then we had buckets of goldfish to feed the snakes. Yeah.
That's why you're so good with Trouble. It's easy to be good with Cleo. She's such a good cat.
She is such a good cat.
But you raised her. I feel like she's a good cat because she had a good mom for a while. And then she had you and Delilah. And I guess Kimberly.
She actually didn't like Kimberly.
Really?
Yeah, I'm not shitting you. I was surprised and pleased when she took to you in a fairly short order. She would not go to Kimberly. If Kimberly was to pet her, Kimberly had to like, come here, let her pet her. And she'd be like, no.
Oh, that makes me feel really good. Yeah, ISFJs are really, really terrific with animals. Trouble's your kind of Katie. See, he's besides the watching him eat, which he has really he's really started to understand my relationship with it. He'll meow at me and meow at me, and I'll say, "Go eat," and I'll do things in the kitchen, like I'll wash the dishes or prepare myself something to eat, and he has understood that that's the way that I'm gonna watch him. I'm not gonna stand there and watch him. I'm gonna be in the room with him, and he's accepted that. He's also gotten very good with me petting him. Like at night, when we're in bed and he's not facing us directly, he lets me pet him. He's gotten much better. He's learning that that's my love language.
While you're there, do you say, someone in the kitchen with Dinah?
Someone in the kitchen, I know.
Someone in the kitchen with Dinah. Someone in the kitchen's head go. I don't
It's
know.
like,
Playing on the old banjo.
yeah, playing on the old banjo.
Playing
yeah.
on the old banjo. All right, let's remove this depressing question. I felt a bad vibe. Excuse me, I'm trying to get rid myself of a bad person. I didn't feel any bad vibe. I feel a little contrary. So I don't know even if you said anything before. This is the first comment of yours that I've read of yours today in this live stream anyway. Natasha, hey. Barat Cesar, hello, how's it going? How are you? And hi. Putty Cat, fair enough. But I thought it was an artistic shot.
He is needy, simple girl. I tell him he's needy. He's so damn cute though. Like,
I'm gonna do more art shots, okay?
okay.
For example, like this one.
Here it comes. Get ready, guys. Cinematography.
Okay, now you go ahead and talk, Rachel.
I don't know what to talk about. I'm very conflicted right now. I want to take a shower, but I know I could take it at any time today, and I don't want to miss the stream.
You can talk about the difference between New York and California.
The differences between New York and California. In New York, they have a really well set up metro system. Meaning buses, trains. You can live in New York without a car. California has consistent weather.
There, that would be a good short. What time is that at? 3:12 p.m. But what's the timestamp on them? Yeah. Can somebody tell me what the? Let me see. I'll try to figure it out myself. I can figure out
You're
things
being
myself.
so arty.
Yeah, that's very arty, right? Yeah. Oh, there, it's me right now. From here. Okay. Let's see. Well, we'll see. It actually needs to be probably closer to that.
You can see your eyebrows really well. Look at your eyes. Oh, now you.
Yeah. Meow, meow. So we should do this. Clip. We'll title this A Surprise Visitor. We'll share a clip.
That's exactly how it sounds.
Okay, now, hush. Now we go here. Pyow. Now we go here. Pyow.
Like, I understand why people. Why do I understand this? I don't understand, but I get, which is also understand that why people think I have like that I'm stoned or whatever when I'm like, nah. I mean, I smoke every day, but I'm never like totally. I get really stoned when we take edibles, but any ignoring an SI eighth really makes it like.
You can live in New York without a car. You can live in New York without a car. Train. You can live in New York without a car. Train. You could live in New York without a car. Buses, trains.
You could sample
You
that.
could live in New York without a car. That is a good sample, but.
You can live in New York without a car.
So you can see what.
Repeat.
I'll let you see it
You
right
can live
here.
in New York without a car. Buses, trains. You can live in New York without a car.
That's like you remind me of like a fish.
You can live in New York without a car. Buses, trains.
Alright.
You can live in New York without a car.
Buses, trains. You could live in New York without a car.
Oh, show media. I have some like good news for you. You may very well get a Johnny sighting. It doesn't seem like he's living in. It doesn't seem like he's living in Los Angeles. I think he has a home in Los Angeles, but he's living in New York right now.
So why would that mean I'd see a Johnny sighting?
Because show media is in New
Oh,
York.
show media.
Yeah, show media would. Yeah. Show media may. Yeah, he's not in LA anymore. He's been avoiding it like the plague. Actually, he quit the music label he was with, and he's gone independent. And he's in New York with his girlfriend right now. So honestly, I don't think you even have to hunt him down. You can just like hang out in Brooklyn. I think his girlfriend lives. I don't know where he lives right now. He got a new apartment. It appears.
You could see him riding buses, trains.
I mean, you see.
You
like,
could live in New York without a car.
And I said, man, I took her by the arm. I said, I like her. I like it here. I like your waitress. I think she's pretty hot.
I like the lights in here. So anyway, I guess the core message of this live stream is as follows. Buses, trains, you could live in New York without a car.
There's no next Johnny tour anytime soon. He hasn't released a new song since what? March? Running? When did Running come out? February?
Maybe a while back. He did do a jingle though. Released a jingle.
That was in 2022.
Oh really? That was way
Yeah.
back then.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that. Who's trying to eat Rachel? No one's trying to eat Rachel. But addressing the other gentleman's comment here, Dad, stop throwing up and quit drinking. That seems like could be a good lyric in a song. Once you quit throw, once you're done throwing up, Dad, I think you quit drinking.
That's
You should
good.
quit drinking. Yeah.
Yeah.
Once you're done throwing up, Dad, you should quit drinking. I know you love the flavor and the taste. But you're letting life get away from you, Dad. If you once you're done stuff, when you're done throwing up and quit drinking, it's a waste. Yeah, I'll take all these bottles of gin off your hands. Take them down to the gym and hand them out to clients and people stopping by. And if you hide any of these here bottles from me, then you're just deceiving yourself, see, and you're the only one to whom you lie. Could sing a whole song about that. But you know what? I don't want to tell Dad what to do, Cloven Beast. Even if he is throwing up a lot, you know, he's battling his own demons. That's not racist, show media. You don't even know what a racist is. It's like a knee. It's okay, Goblin. I got there before you even said it. I'm on top of shit around here. Ain't no bullshit gonna pass in front of these eyes and be left uncountered. Putty cat, putty cat, putty cat. You just keep reminding me. Alright, what have I done today already? I have pooed 2 times. The second one was a very large poo. Great poo. It's like the first one was like a hard poo, like it was kind of blocking the way of the rest of the poo. And then maybe half an hour after the first poo, the second one came in like, it just came rolling out of my butt. And I was like, wonderful, wonderful news. I feel completely empty of poo now. I read an article that says poo problems linked to a variety of other health issues.
Does poo problem lead to lung cancer?
I don't believe lung cancer is among them.
Oh, that's good to know.
Yeah, that's good. But and that constipation style poop problems linked to different kinds of health problems potentially than loose bowels kind of poop problems. So, you know, go back to my core advice, poop when you can. Poop when you can. If you let yourself get clogged up, then you're going to encounter more of those poop problems. Let's take a walk outside. See if we can think about what chores we have to do. I've already taken the trash out. I guess I need to empty the dishwasher, clean the kitchen, maybe make some lunch. I should check the mail. I should empty out the litter box. I've been considering for days now. It takes me a while to actually do something that I'm considering. Doing some sweeping or something around here. At least in the walkway and possibly even over here into the driveway. I could go with a couple different approaches, including using the blower end of the shop vac to blow things to one place. Or I could, I could do various things, I could sweep them up in a little pile like a brain, and I could vacuum them up with the shop vac. I could get the big pusher, push a bunch of it at once. Variety of things I could do. Now, I will admit there might be some confusion here because it is true. There are 2 distinct objects, both of which I have named the big pusher. This is a problem because they are very different from one another, although they both earn the name the big pusher. Okay? Please, Mr. Postman, quit bringing these bills to my house. I always think it's crazy when people spend days in survival shows surviving while starving and freezing and no sleep, but it's always not popping for 2 weeks that takes them out. What's not popping? I don't know what that means. I mean, like not popping like this. Popping and breakdancing. Ready to end this poll now. Do you know that only 24% of people are correct about what percentage of of lung cancer victims are non-smokers? It just goes to show you how much the wording of something matters. Like percentage of non-smokers, who were non-smokers at the time of their death, includes everybody who quit smoking at some point during their lung cancer treatment. Whereas people who are non-smokers at the time of their diagnosis versus people who have never smoked versus people who haven't never smoked but basically never smoked, like maybe a couple packs in their whole lifetime, versus people who used to smoke and quit. There's a lot of different categories of people like that, and it gets portrayed whatever the doctor wants to portray it, right? In that instance, his point was, hey, people who don't smoke, don't feel safe. You could get lung cancer too. That was his point he was trying to make. So that's how he phrased it, so that the statistics supported what he was saying about it, right? Hi, beautiful.
Hi, handsome. I have another mini clip from that guy who talked about.
Okay, can you get the text up again so you can look at the text instead of listening? All right, if you want to play it real quick, that's fine, but I'll have to mute this.
Okay.
Are you ready to play it?
Yep.
Hold on a second, everybody. I'll be right back. Okay, well, that is such a not FI perspective. It's very TE, perhaps. It's not really FE or FI. It's very TE. I dislike that guy shit tons because he's super condescending, and probably also because I know that I'm condescending. People tend to feel strongly against shit that's bad, that in ways that they are themselves are bad. But I was just disagreeing with him in general. But then I realized, well, the last thing he said is true.
What?
It's more important to be not problematic than it is to be perfect. Is that what you say?
Yeah, but that gives people with mental illness such a fucking.
You have a different understanding of problematic than I do.
Yeah, because I some people may find, oh, she's bipolar, that's problematic.
You're not a problematic person. Okay, we can go in this door. Problematic person is a person who, I'm watching cartoons, and she comes and says, Eric, I was really hoping we would spend some time together today doing some kind of us activity, It really feels like you're kind of just lost in your own world in here. And I need you to pay attention to me, how I want to be paid attention to. That's problematic. What you're talking about is a problem that we solved. It was a problem that you had, so it was baggage you dealt with, right? It turned out I made an excellent bet on that by choosing my FI, really. It's like you might say you can't trust my FI because I'm not bipolar. I would agree that you can't trust FI in general, but my FI is what made me choose you, even after, or partially because of going through with you your psychotic break, in which, I had to come to terms with the possibility of losing you, and really feel how horrible that would be. Is this like is it or something, or is it food?
Oh, it might be, or it's food.
I think so too. Yeah, it is. So that was baggage that you came with. It turned out to not be baggage or problematic because we solved the problem, right? It could have made you problematic when you were experiencing symptoms of that problem, as you were problematic when I had to deal with it, right? But you're not a problematic person. The person I just described is like Liz kind of person, right? Or Candace kind of person.
Yeah, that's how a lot of women are, though.
And that is a problem. But that guy's not wrong about that.
So, like, these women are like, some
But it's
ESFPs are just
compatibility.
like that.
But it's compatibility too, right?
Yeah.
It's like you and I don't want to have problems in complementary areas. You don't want to have problems in S, E, or SI unconsciously. So, and I don't expect you to do much shit, right? I don't want to have problems in SI. So you don't give me trouble with me doing my comfort zone shit, like watching anime like this for hours that you don't want to watch at all. I'm monopolizing the big TV. It's like SI stuff, right? I want my SI ways. You want your SE ways. We both want the opposite in unconsciously because they're complementary things. Like I also don't want to be told what to do, and you don't want to be SI'd by me at all. You don't want me to tell you what time to go to sleep or when to get up or anything. You want me to be perfectly fine with you sleeping till 2 in the afternoon or whatever, and to tell you it's totally okay and to affirm your choice.
Yeah.
Because it's not one you've ever had affirmed before, so you're not accustomed to expecting it to be validated. It's entirely validated by me.
I'm definitely, what do you call it? I've definitely been heavily influenced to think of myself as a problem for sure.
Well, I mean, when dealing with my parents in my adult life, I encountered a lot of that too, because I was a problem. You were a problem for them, But the thing is, I had a lot more time of life where that wasn't the case too. When I was very successful professional. I'd go over there every week for dinner maybe, and things were fine and good. And, so it's not. I don't have your story, which is much more like horrible. But the thing is, that doesn't make you problematic. That makes you a person with a problem. Whether the other person wants that problem as part of the baggage comes along with it is up to this specific relationship. For me, realizing that I might lose you because of this psychotic break made me understand how horrible it would be to lose you. I never wanted that to happen.
Oh my god. It was like a miracle. Like, oh my god. When I was in that hospital where like they like held me until they got the right dosages or whatever, until I was like stabilized. Like I did have moments like, oh my god, like this is happening again. Like I could absolutely lose him. Like,
the thing is, all the stuff that I demonstrated as kind of behavior that I deem as problematic, and the stuff that you said, well, a lot of women are like that. That stuff is just J stuff, really.
That is J stuff.
Remembering that INFJs are actually perceiving types. It's just J's like to plan and have set expectations for S stuff, especially, right? So we're not S's, and accordingly, our expectations are anti-S.
Well, where's the S in INFP? It's third, right?
It's
So
third, but
selfish.
it's selfish SI and polar SE, so it's just as bad. The only N's that don't suffer so much are ENFJs and ENTJs because they have SE third, and TE
Eighth for
ENFJs and TE first for ENTJs, but they're interfacers regardless.
How come the relation that so Ruben always says that he doesn't mind TE, that it's like something that he is like welcoming of. Which is so different from my SI eighth slot being like, no, I have my
That's because you're not viewing your experiencing of SI as the reward itself. Like you're saying, no, I have to sleep. That's you're saying that you have no problem with SI. You really have a problem with other people not letting you SI how you want.
So, do you think that Ruben would have a problem with TE if someone was trying to tell him how to TE think?
Like the one time I said to him, maybe you should leave this time and then you won't have to get an extra night at the motel when you get to the airport and just blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
He didn't like that because it was like, you don't know, I just let me TE this shit myself.
Yeah.
It's like other people telling me what to do. It's not, I wasn't really telling him what to do, I was telling him how to do it, right?
Yeah.
That's more of a TE thing. Well, that was an interesting conversation. See, that's what we expect of each other, is to sometimes have interesting conversations like this, and we expect of each other to respect our S weirdness because we have a history of life where the world doesn't respect our S weirdness, and not like it should. Like, it's not. I'm not saying the world should just let intuitives just stand around their walkway and chat about and philosophize about stuff, right? And say, no, this must be supported by society. No, I'm not saying that. I get that its value is commensurate with the fact that it attracts 11, 15 people. So,
And sometimes it even goes up to 20.
I mean, sometimes it goes down to 6 or whatever. So it's like, you're not going to be viewed as providing a lot of financial value to the public in any distinct way. It's not like if you're a famous basketball player and you go put on a demonstration at a local gym and you can sell tickets for $10 a piece and get 15,000 people there. Well, then that's one order of magnitude, right? Somewhere in there. My order of magnitude is being free. I can sometimes attract more than 15 people, but only if they don't have to make any physical compromises at all. They can only attach digitally. So it's like that's low value to society comparatively to the things that make money, right? And there's kind of a weird. It's the payoff of visibility is not on an arc like this. It's not like you make this much for one person visible, this much for two, this much for three. It doesn't work like that at all. It's like you make nothing, so a little teeny bit, and then eventually like a lot, right? It's a weird curve.
I mean, I know a lot of women who would be considered problematic because I guess I know a lot of J's.
Yeah, well, if you're with a partner who expects you to be a fellow project manager of your shared life, in other words, like pretend I'm you and you're me, okay? And I'm taking on this role now. It's like, well, Eric, I love what you were saying the other night about this investment strategy, but what I'd like to do is introduce to you a couple other possible ways we could diversify. I don't like the idea of taking on so much risk and putting it all into this. Can we have a brief breakdown of financials about 4:15, and then I'll begin dinner after that? And this is Eric, and being the same kind. Oh God, that sounds fantastic, baby. I really love how you and I are on the same page here, because to be honest, I didn't say so yesterday when you said it, but I've been worrying about it since. Maybe we do have too many eggs in one basket here. So yeah, I'll go print out that breakdown. Be ready to meet with you at 4:15, like I said. And then while you're doing dinner, I'm gonna go jogging real quick. Like my parents, except my mom wasn't doing that role. She was more like I said, just either dad T-E-T-E-T-E-T-E, mom, like, what are you saying? Right. Oh, so you want to do this? T-E-T. Okay, I go thumbs up or thumbs up. That was how my mom and dad were.
Your mom, did your mom like literally like?
No, not literally
okay.
thumbs up or thumbs down. She'd say, David, I don't want to. Meh, 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 meh. Or she'd say, well, we have never been to Solvang in this time of the year. And then, it was like, okay, all right. That's how my parents were. My dad was not super FE sensitive, being FE8, not inclined to live in that dimension. So my mom had to be kind of expressive for him to get the thing right away. And then you're like, okay. We don't have to do that. I'm sorry, George. Something like that.
That's cute.
They had a very predictable interaction regimen. My mom and dad, both SI1 and 2, they had sayings they said it many times. They were predictable in their ways. They liked to have an orderly, sort of scheduled, predictable life with meals at certain times and time to go work out. Right now is my time to work out.
Good job.
Because I'm a perceiver. I like to do things when I feel like doing things.
Yeah, me
It
too.
doesn't even matter if it's in an appropriate context. Like right now, we're live streaming. I don't care. I'm just like, I'm going to do my workout right now. It's on my schedule for either sometime today or sometime in the next couple of years. So I figure I'm going to get it out of the way right now. I'm dancing. No, I'm jogging. I'm dancing. No, I'm jogging. I'm jogging, but I'm not going anywhere. I'm dancing, no, I'm jogging. I'm dancing, no, I'm jogging. I'm not going anywhere. Respected Rachel, I am turning left and I am turning right, but I'm not going anywhere. Respected Rachel.
See what you can get your guy to do without saying anything? He just will run when he wants to. Hey, Elaine, I think that's you.
I can make that a clip too, Maybe I'll go and clip that. Well, we'll go inside. It's hot out here.
Yeah.
Why bring the vine out there to hot when you bring the cells in here to cool? We're like a McDLT. We belong on the cool side. It makes us either lettuce or tomato. What's the D stand for in McDLT? Yeah, I'm in clip mode. Why not? Might as well. Probably do some good, They were predictable in their ways. They like to have an orderly sort of schedule, predictable life with the meals at certain times and work out. Right now is my time to work out.
Good job.
Well, no, I'm jogging. I'm sorry. Unicorn Ninja is so disappointed, and I can't blame him or her for being so disappointed. I'm drowning, doop, 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 doop. I'm drowning, doop, 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 doop. Oh, I see the D is for disappointed. Disappointed lettuce and tomato sandwich. Or disappointment. You'd have to be disappointment because it needs to be parallel to the other two, which are just nouns there. Disappointed would be, well, probably an adjective, but it could be a verb. Like, I disappointed the lettuce and tomato. The D is for bacon. No, it's for burger, actually. No, I'm jogging. I'm dancing. No, I'm jogging. I'm jogging. I do my workout right now. It's on my schedule for either sometime today or sometime in the next couple of years. So I figure I'm going to get it out of the way right now. Today go anyway. I'm dancing on jogging. I'm dancing on jogging. I'm not going anyway. What a restricted ritual I had. Dancing on jogging. Anyway, what a dancing on jogging. I'm dancing on jogging. I'm jogging, but I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going anywhere. I'm jogging. I'm jogging, but I'm not going anywhere. I'm dancing on jogging. I'm dancing on jogging. I'm not going anywhere. I'm jogging. Restricted rich. It's Rachel. I'm jogging, but I'm not going anywhere. Okay. I'm dancing on jogging. We'll call this one dancing or jogging. Question mark. Copy. Now I'll put this here. And I will share. I'm going to share with you all night this clip I made today. Okay, you can't do that. So I just have to share it like I shared the last one. I just put the link like this. I'll put as a comment the title. Dancing or jogging. I think it's like 5 seconds long or something. 7 seconds? I'm not sure. Put approx, but under 10 seconds. Under 10 seconds. And in the other one then, I'll put something else. I'll put the following.
Buses, trains. You can live in New York without a car.
Right. I remember now what it is. Okay. So I will put as a comment here. Buses, comma, trains, dot, dot, dot. Right. Under 10 seconds. All right. Good, good. Fine. Well done, Eric. You are a busy beaver today. You're like a bee, you're like a beaver. You're so many things at once. Will you ever uncover the truth about the Kennedy assassination? People ask me that all the time. The answer is no. I never will. I'm not working on that at all. People ask me that. The answer is no. I never will. All right. So, let's see what's going on here. What can I say? I'm lazy sometimes. I'm lazy as well. Neutral Grumpy says nervous laughter or incessant giggling. You're talking about the McDLT?
Me?
I think you're talking about McDLTs.
Oh.
I don't know what you're talking about. It looks like he might be talking to Neutral Grumpy. I don't know who he's talking to. He seems to be in.
My laughter.
Oh, I don't think it's either of those things. Not in the clip, perhaps in hearing the clip looping afterwards, you know. That's certainly plausible. Because it goes on and on as you're going through the process, and you kind of wish it would be not quite as intrusive, perhaps. So, I don't know, Neutral Grumpy, are you just trying to make things uncomfortable yourself? Is that your goal here? Just finding something to critique? You're only kidding. All right, well, good for you. Yeah, I do need to probably make some food. I think Rachel and I should eat some lunch. I'm who's the smart one between you and me? Not me. I have petitioned the IQ people to lower my score to 97. It's actually 107, but I want it lowered. I want it as low as I can get. If I can get the IQ people to say I'm dumb enough, I might qualify as disabled. Then if I were disabled, I'd be able to park in the handicapped parking spots. And when people said, you don't look disabled, I'd say, that's because I'm retarded, okay? Retarded people don't necessarily look different than regular people. Just deal with it. Sometimes when people like you come up to me, I'm like, am I really the retarded one? The answer is yes. I have an IQ of 74. I got the paperwork for it right here. I'm jogging, but I'm not going anywhere. Alright, take these things out. Even though they're not what you want, Eric, still take them out. It takes a steady hand and nerves of steel to unload 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 plates at one time. But that's the kind of champion I am. I could unload even 700 plates at one time. As long as they were these kind of super thin paper plates. You know, this is probably 500 here, I guess. I could definitely do 700 of these. Now, granted, how one of those even qualifies remotely as a plate is beyond me. Maybe you got like one chip on it, you know. I'm gonna get 3 potato chips for a snack. Then that one plate is fine. But those paper plates are like toilet paper. You can't gonna use one square of toilet paper ever. You always are gonna get a pull's worth of at least 4 or 5 squares, probably. Same with those paper plates. Most instances, if not almost all instances, of those paper plate usages require at least 2 plates or more. Pew, 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 pew. Oh, honey, honey, pew, 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 pew. You are my sugar, yeah, and I keep on meowing you.
Yes.
True. I don't know if Rachel expected this when we first started dating, but I've continued to keep on meowing her for the entire 5 years.
I didn't even know this. Until now. Yeah, that's a lot of different words. That should be a Gen Z word.
Well, they got John instead. It's like the guy who it's always I think lots of things like my idea about meow is better, or I was meowing about meow before this thing became meow. What's the deal? Why didn't it become meow via me? Well, because I'm just not cool like that, I guess. You gotta be very TE about everything if you want anything to pop.
I don't know how to TE pop.
Well, I mean, what I mean by that is, no matter how much your idea is great, maybe your painting is beautiful or whatever, if you don't execute the how-to of promotion correctly, it's not gonna pop. That's what I'm saying. Not that it won't pop artistically, but it won't pop commercially, popularity-wise, financially.
Yeah, financial.
Like, look at Johnny, right? He's already achieved success that other people were dreaming of achieving by signing with, I believe it was Interscope, right?
Mhm.
And instead of parlaying that into more success, he got hurt touring, stopped touring, started drinking and dating this new chick, and being avoidant of getting any work done.
Yeah, he is. I feel myself. Do you know what I mean? Do you know, like, when you see another ENTP, like,
Yeah, you can, yeah, I know. Lots of ways.
like, I'm like, oh my god, like, he's doing things that I have done. Like, put stuff on the back burner. And that's why, like, I'm convinced that it's gonna be a while and he's gonna be making music because, like,
He's immersed in this new relationship.
yeah, because I think he's SX. If I were in a relationship,
If I were he, I'd be like him.
yeah, I
think that's true. If you were to say that about Johnny, I'd say that's true, Rachel. Rachel says, if I were he, I'd be like him. Because they're both INFJs. And I think Johnny's also a 7, which I know you don't think you're a 7, but in that regard,
well,
I feel him. Like, I feel the avoidance thing. Like the pressure avoidance, right?
well, I don't know. You know, maybe I toy with the idea of a 7. Still, because when I read the first ever description of 7 in an Enneagram book at the library, I fucking wept. I was like, holy shit, I am this. This is me. Like, this is how I act under the unhealthy part. But then I look at you and me, and I'm like, if I'm worried, I'm more likely to be the person to talk about it. So that's why I think I'm a 6. It's confusing. Enneagram makes me confused. I mean, not only Enneagram, fucking anything will make me think that I'm not an INFJ. Like, I looked on, like, personality database, and someone put a comment on it, and they were like, I don't know what she is, but she's not an INFJ. Eric just says that she's an INFJ because he wants her to be an INFJ.
Who? You?
Yeah.
I mean, that's,
Hey, Natasha.
So I'm not exactly sure what Max. The reason I didn't hide him and I timed him out instead is because I'm not entirely sure what he was talking about or what he meant in those things. But if he was being insulting to Rachel, then obviously he should be hidden immediately because if not, then okay, whatever you mean. I don't know what you meant. There's no way that you could correctly say that Rachel is type 3. I don't think.
No way. I'm fucking opposite of type 3. Like,
she's just not that high. She doesn't care that much for. Most importantly, you don't care as much for looking successful, conveying.
I'd rather be an individual. I care about my individuality in 100%.
Okay, well, I believe it too, Natasha, but I wasn't entirely sure, which is why I timed him out rather than hid him. Did I get a trim? Yes, I gave myself a haircut / beard cut yesterday, and then I tidied it up today when I noticed on the stream that there were a couple of spots that I missed. So I went in today with scissors and cleaned that up a bit. So now it looks pretty tidy. All right. I forgot I was making lunch. Got distracted by, I don't even remember what now. Because I've got... What? All right, cool. Later days and better days. Generally not something you're advised to say to your wife. But it is something you should write in a yearbook. Have a cool summer. I like to wish that for Rachel when she leaves the room. It was really fun it was really fun sitting near you this year. It was another good greeting or goodbye. That one's more of a goodbye, you know. Have a cool summer. Have a rad summer. Have an awesome summer. You're so funny. It was fun being in class with you this year. Another one I like to put in Rachel's yearbook. You're so pretty. Could I call you over the summer? I would never have been bold enough to write in a girl's yearbook. Never in a million years. I've been way too scared to do that. Because I was a big scaredy cat. I didn't understand the value of SE. You know. One of the values of SE is the following. You strew a lot of seeds, some plants are going to grow. A value of NI, especially NIFE, but also NITE, but for different things. Like choose or engineer exactly the right seed. Plant it and nurture it precisely that it shall grow. And he's like, hold on. We haven't even talked about what different seeds we might either make or use or whatever. Like you're talking about strewing. Don't strew any of these seeds. I'm still accounting for them all. I'm still collecting the seeds, telling you about the seeds. We need to go over all these seeds and the advantages of them before you strew any of them. And Effie's like, guys, I tell you what, how about today we do what Eric wants and we talk more about the seeds. And then tomorrow, Jordan, you and Julie can strew the seeds, okay? But just let's give Eric a time to talk, okay? He feels like he needs a voice in this. Thank you, Carol. Thank you. Like that. FI is like, no, I want to talk about it until I know all of the seeds. I want to talk about every seed. That's FI. Gets kind of a bad rap. TE's like, okay, Jordan, I guess this is fine. We can squeeze this in here, but I need you and you to come in tomorrow morning early to make up for this other project we had scheduled for this afternoon. Are you willing to do that? Yes? Okay, good. Let's do it then. Fine. And then, TI's like, hold on a second. Has anybody even meaningfully defined seeds on here? I see both watermelon seeds and pumpkin seeds on this list, and they're totally different kinds of reproductive operation for a plant. What's going on here? Has no one consulted me? I think we need to go back to the drawing board, figure out if you're doing all this shit legitimately. And then, what else is there? SI is like, guys, last year we just screwed like these seeds and it worked out fine. Why fix what's broken? Why break what's not broken? Well, I try to fix what's not broken is what I mean. Fool me once, shame on what's broken. Anyway, that's SI. Did I cover all the functions now? SE is just like, let's do some fucking seeds, damn it. All this chit chat talk is cheap. It's like, whoa, bro, let's choose the right seed. Okay, let's know we've got the right seed first. How are we gonna know it? Says everybody else. NI and SE nod knowingly to each other. And I was like, I'll know. And SE's like, she'll know. And I'll bam! Light and fast like that. As soon as the moment's right. Those are the cognitive functions, explained as voices in a conversation about seed strewing. And like NEFI comes in, they're like, let's make a plan. There's so many seeds we strewn today. Might ask why you're in the way of making good artistic decisions. Just kidding, and I please. I'm just playing with you. I'm not normally a teaser. Sorry I teased there. I didn't mean to break your heart with my teasing. I could use this. This has 2 cups. And I don't have to basically make 1 fillet. Okay. 2 cups of water on the way. What are we going to make with it today? We are making RICE rice. R stands for rice. So good and so true. I want to eat some. How about you? C is for cooking in a big pot. E is for everyone who eats it a lot. The kid for rice. Okay, that's 2 cups of water. Let's pour it in. Pyow. All right. We piawed the pia. Now we're going to wash the meal. After we're done washing this meal, I'm going to use it to jostle the rice to make sure there aren't any clumps, It's SOP, as we like to say in the doing stuff business. SOP stands for Standard Operating Procedure. The operation of rice jostle is standardly included in a set of operations conducted in the making of anything that includes rice as a meal. What are we going to have in addition to rice for this meal? Well, that is a separate set of operations that we will begin after we've started this rice. We don't even need to decide that right now. As long as we know there's going to be rice in the meal, we should eat. All right. We're going to put that rice there like that. We're going to meow it around until it's not in any clumps at all. Okay, now that we've declumped it, it's time to turn it on. Turn it on high. And we set the timer for 8 minutes. Oops. And then after that, we'll set the timer for 23 minutes. What are we going to make in addition to this? Or what other things do we need to do in the kitchen as we're either before or as we're making this dish? Good question. I'll give you an answer forthwith. And I'm not going to be enigmatic or dissembling in any way. I'm going to give you a straightforward answer. What we can do is put these dishes into that dishwasher. That'll free up the sink for various activities. There aren't many of these dishes, so it won't take a long time. And it's a necessary thing to do on the way to cleaning the kitchen, which is the ultimate goal. Obviously, cleaning the kitchen, but it doesn't necessarily. I take back what I was about to say. I can't because I didn't say it. Fair enough. I take back taking it back. And that's one to grow. We're going to meow, meow, meow these bowls right here. We're going to meow, meow, meow these forks right there. We're going to meow the knife right there. And we're going to miggity this plate in the following way. Now we put away all the dishes. Amazing job, Eric. You're a wonderful, wonderful man. Boy, you sure are, says everybody. Boy, I sure am, says Eric. And modest, too. It's one of my shining virtues. One of my many shining virtues is modesty. I would brag right now, but according to Acacia, well, I need to check with Acacia as to whether bragging is allowed, and accordingly, I have to err on the side of caution. I'm not sure bragging is allowed right now. Okay, put that lid right there. I'm going to do now a little thing I like to call cleaning these counters. If you are like me and you live in a house that has counters, it's good regardless of the nature of the counter, because maybe you could call, let's say, a shelf on anything a counter. You might call this a counter. It's a counter space of sorts because it's a flat surface that you can put things on. So counter, I want to be an inclusive word here to include any flat surfaces that you can and might put things on. Well, there might be occasion when you want to clean those surfaces. Obviously, if those surfaces are in the kitchen, you've got more reason to clean them more often because one, surfaces in the kitchen get dirty more frequently, and two, you want your surfaces in the kitchen to be cleaned more because you're cooking food around them. So what I brought here is a little bit of ammonia. We've sourced this ammonia from the ammonia clouds on Venus. I believe Venus has, no, Neptune? No. Whichever planet has ammonia in a gaseous form, or perhaps a liquid form. I don't know. We sourced it from that planet. I'm not a science expert. How should I know where we got this ammonia? I'm just reading what they wrote on the teleprompter. And just pour this stuff right here. Just pour, pour, pour. There. Now we poured that. Let's do something we should have done a long time ago. Let's bring this trash can over here. That way, throwing things away will be much easier. Okay. Resuming our counter work, we now take this device known as the paper towel. Like a regular towel, it's absorbent, and you can use it to rub things. It will soak in some amount of moisture. That which you rub with it will get drier. It shares these qualities with a regular towel. But it's cheap and mass-produced enough that when you're done using it, you can just throw it away in the trash can. Now, you'll note that PU, straight ammonia, has a strong smell. Well, you don't want to breathe those fumes too much. You get a little water on your next paper towel to dilute the ammonia intensity. Okay, good job, Eric. Obviously, that's pretty ammonia-y. It's not that pleasant to smell, so bring it over here. And I'm going to let you celebrate the moments of our lives together with me here in the kitchen. These are important memories we're making today. We'll look back 20, 30, even 100 years from now and say, remember that time together in the kitchen back in Mariposa? You had on that striped shirt, Eric, remember? And I'll say, I do remember the ammonia, right? It was so strong, I smell. My face was like, ew! Ha 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 ha, and we'll laugh nostalgically about it. Are you guys looking forward to that moment in the future? I am. Now I am. Before I wasn't even aware of it. But now I've seen a future in which you and I engage in playful, nostalgic banter about this very day. Who's you? All of you. Chinese people, Americans, Indonesians, everybody. Everybody. Even alligators.
Even alligators are included. Look at that, Cleve.
I see that, G.
We're a couple of alligators.
I know we are. Maybe we should go.
I'm scared. And they're gonna make the gator shoe out of me.
Don't be scared, Cleve. He says you're welcome. Alligator welcome. But no crocodiles. That's when I got listed as a hate group on one of those government lists for my anti-crocodile advocacy work. Okay, gonna put this coffee creamer over here for a second, so it's out of the way. Put this spreader on top of the toaster oven. We got 17 seconds left, so we need to turn this rice down, put the timer on for 23 minutes at that point, at which point we can clean this counter over here. Then, after that, I might designate the kitchen temporarily clean enough, because obviously I need to do the floor. That's my cue. That's about right. $23. Okay. Kapia wants out. There you go, Kapia. Have a nice time. All right, let's relocate to the living room for a second. I'm back. My phone died. LOL. The crocodiles are only okay after a while. After they've calmed down and eaten several of the guests. Well, I'm sorry, but I'm not willing to put up with that, Chamander X, okay? I don't think it's okay that your collateral damage, acceptable losses, whatever you want to call it. I'm just excluding the crocodiles right from the get-go. They're such a fairness whore. That's what like mean girls should say to the friend who objects to their bad treatment of the other girl. Like the mean girl's like, that's because you're not pretty enough, Julie. And the other mean girl's like, hee 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 hee. Except one mean girl was like, it seems kind of not cool that you're always picking on Julie and not other people. And then and the first mean girl was like, you're such a fairness whore. And the other mean girl's like, hee 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 hee. I call that one act play The Mean Girls and How They Are. Rachel is listening to this in the upstairs and getting a nice, oh, she just turned it down. It was fairly loud. I was getting an echo of myself, like listening to what I just said 5 seconds ago. I guess the delay is probably a little more than 5 seconds. I'm sure their biggest concern is something that's really horrible that happens on a stream before they can stop it, So they probably have a lot of algorithmic / AI attention towards determining indicators that something really bad is going to go down or is going down on a given stream. They're trying to figure out a way to afford people the opportunity to live stream. In other words, published speech on the fly, while not providing a platform for people who want to make public horrific crimes, for example, right? But I think they're really doing a pretty great job of everything, frankly. I'm quite pleased with YouTube and impressed with the ways in which they are adapting to changing environments of both expectations and potentialities, possible exploits versus, critical indicators of data, etc. Did I ever hear about them finding Nike Crocs in the Florida Everglades? No, I did not. It's fine, Winston's mom. It's fine. I don't normally go so hog wild with the ammonia, but I was being what I like to call a clean little ammonia slut today. I wouldn't call me a dirty little ammonia slut because ammonia is such a clean thing. Jamie Fenton says, bah ha 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 ha. Yours says, hello, I am Boaz a cock. Boaz a cock, huh? That's an unfortunate name you have there.
Can we do a poll to see if I should do my eye makeup or lipstick, like eyes or lips?
Okay, well, I'll frame it like this. Which makeup is more important? Eyes or lips?
And that's how I'll decide which makeup I do?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, better a poll question that is generalized like that. Which makeup is more important?
I mean, lately I've been doing just lips because eye makeup takes more time, but I'm looking to
Eyes.
switch it up.
Lips. Okay, well, I'm going to switch it up. Then I'm going to say you need cheekbone makeup instead of eyes or lips. Go cheekbones. Did I clean behind my ears? Yeah, I usually do. I think I did last time I showered. I showered 2 times yesterday, I believe. That was not that quick of a shower a time ago. She was in there for quite a long time.
Aw, thanks, Elaine. You have a beautiful smile too, and you have a beautiful, like, I'm aiming my gun at you face. I love it.
You know, I don't know if you're aware of this, Rachel, but while you're in the shower, your hair turned white and quite Marge Simpson-y.
So it's gonna go up like this?
I mean, it is.
Oh, it is. Oh, yeah, it is. It is. I am like Marge Simpson.
So I don't know what new hair product you're using, but did you make Dwayne babies in the shower? No, I didn't. Actually, I did not. So I just made soap and skin residue drain leavings, maybe a few hairs, some shattered dreams, you know. Biden doesn't have COVID. I don't know if he does or not. I'm good now. I keep dwelling on shit though, and that's a bad habit. What do you keep dwelling on at an over 5? Sometimes I get quite dwelly about death, for example. Yes, it's fine to pee in the shower, pretty cat. Everybody should go right ahead to pee in the shower.
Thanks, Natasha. I've been very selective. I've used GPT to tell me what my seasonal color palette is, and then I'll show ChatGPT with pictures like this is what a deep autumn, a warm autumn, and a soft autumn looks on me, and then ChatGPT will suggest which one I should use.
Is there like makeup that you could put on your ear cartilage, like ear cartilage deepener?
Maybe.
Do you think people do like, I like my ear cartilage caverns or canals? I like my ear cartilage canals to look less deep than they are. So I use makeup to provide this certain look of ear cartilage canal. Yeah. That's crazy sauce.
That's the Hollywood business.
Okay, well, sure. If you're on camera, like a news anchor, I get that they make up everything so you're not shiny, right?
Yes, they do. They do.
So I get that. But if you're just going out in the world.
If you're just going out in the world. But I'm even saying, like, you know, like.
Sup, Juan, sup.
There won't be any flaws in the actor or actress, but then they get someone to say, you know, your ears are really a distraction, or you would look so much better if your ears were pinned back. And they fucking do it.
That's horrible that people say such things.
Mm,
Horrible
it
fucks.
is.
All right, Juan, I'll sing you a song. I'll sing a song for everybody. I like a tiny SPF and lip gloss. Oh, a tint SPF. Sorry, not tiny.
Yeah, I'm like very big into the
SPF
lip
0.1.
tints right now.
Lip tints. Who's not into lip tints? Two most important things in life are alright. They're called body and sheen. 'Cause your hair's got to be full and clean. So get yourself some body and sheen. And today. I think you need a little bit of deepener for your ear cartilage canals. You need a little bit of deepener for your eyelashes and brows. You need some makeup on your cheekbones that will make them look more red. You need some makeup for your meek bones to make them more pronounced and look like you are dead. Everything about your face is totally wrong. You need a lot of makeup, be so strong. If you put sufficient on, you'll finally be okay. I've got some lashes for your lashes, I've got brushing for your brows, I've got blush on your thing, I've got things for your cow, I've got meow for everything that's wrong with you, and that's everything you say and do. So I've got these things that make you acceptable. First, I've got a little tiny comb that's going to make your eyelashes more dark. Your eyelashes clearly are not dark enough. Next, I've got a little bit of line that's going to go right around your eyes because in your natural ugly state, your eyes do not have enough of a line around them. And your cheeks are shamefully white. I'm going to rub some red stuff on it, and then your cheeks will be acceptable. Additionally, I might add, those horribly pale, non-distinct lips of yours need to be a very different color. Additionally, what about your eyelids? Look how bland they are. You need some black stuff here.
Wow, all of your being meanness is making me like you less, so I'm gonna retreat so that you like me more.
Who's being mean?
I'm joking.
Am I being mean?
You.
Oh, I was talking. I just sort of talking
I
shit
know,
about makeup,
I'm
not about
joking,
you.
I'm
I'm sorry.
joking.
I didn't mean to be critical of you. I'm just saying, unfortunately, women are even more of a victim of this thing than men are.
Oh.
There are lots of people who want to make money selling a bunch of shit to women that their sales pitch is predicated on there's currently something wrong with you that you need to fix.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And I don't really like that, you know, because I think there's nothing wrong with you. You'll notice these are okay. All right, you caught me. I'm a hypocrite. Naturally, I have almost no wrinkles and I look like I'm 18. But I go to the trouble of putting on all this makeup before I start every day to convince you that realistically that I'm old and wrinkly. How realistic is this makeup? It's amazing.
So, who does your makeup? You?
No, I hire a team of Hollywood makeup professionals
Oh.
to do it every day before I start. Am I going to do my eyes or my lips? Acacia, I always do both. Every day when I get up, I start with my eyes. I say, is that gunk in them? If not, are they lies? I'm gonna change them with some collagen and some lye, and perhaps a bit of something else in my eye. And then my mouth, my lips, and my teeth, I'll fix them all and make them look better. So gee, get off my back, I get it already. Everything's wrong with me. I want everybody to not feel like they need to get plastic surgery, to not feel like they need to lose weight or, you know, get buff or whatever, because people in the modern age compare themselves too much against the ideal and too little against realistic alternatives. Because all we see, it's a little different now, but, you know, in various TV, movies, and stuff, we tend to see people that are not in or at the far good end of the bell curve in terms of appearance, right? Not necessarily so much anymore, but the fact that there are companies that profit off people's insecurities like that is annoying to me. Like, you know, what about like not preparation H, but is that stuff you put on your face called for acne that they sell to teenagers? It's got benzoyl peroxide in it.
Like the pimple stuff?
Yeah.
Like pimple spot treatment
Yeah,
stuff?
yeah. What's this stuff called?
I don't know. Pimple cream. I'm not sure.
There's one brand of it that they always marketed to teenagers and stuff. It's like that's a really unfortunate thing that they're doing. Straight X, maybe Straight X might be the one I'm thinking of. But those are pads. Noxema are pads too. The stuff that you put a squeezed dot on it on. I forget what it's called. Concealers. Is that like foundation?
Mm-hmm.
Is there any difference between a concealer and foundation? What I think about it, I don't really have any experience with that. Rachel doesn't put on very much makeup. She has refined appearance taste. She wouldn't want to ever be too overly made up. She would think that would be a social mistake or something.
Hands to God, I was absolutely 100% makeup blind. Like, I used to load on mascara because I thought that because I have blonde eyelashes, so I used to think that, like, my eyes were ugly, so I would, like, load up on mascara. Like, sleep in the mascara, like, put on another layer in the morning, it'd be chunky. And, like...
Because of your inadequate eyelashes?
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I thought I had an
Oh, horrible world. What a horrible world that makes people think those things.
No one made me. Like, no one said that to me, but I thought that. You know? Like,
Yeah, but what a horrible world that sets up everybody's frame of reference as deal with it, kid. You're going to have a world full of expectations and you better start achieving or you're not going to meet them adequately. You know, like, fuck the world for being like that. That's what I say. But not in a nihilistic or evil supervillain way, but rather in a, gosh darn it, you need to be cool, world, and right, and just, and fine, and good. And not, perpetrating wrong frames of reference. Wrong and harmful, I might add, and harmful, yes. It's not just wrong, it's wrong and harmful. And that's a combination no one enjoys. It's the second night when you start to feel strange and you're wondering if the range is on. Sending sparks a soar in the kitchen sky. An actual night. Is there no top to the dark up above the shelves? Where she stored the child above the sleeping forms of vivid mind figurines of Western lonely types. They lie beneath a million running suns. They're rugged and they're done with the actual night. It's the second night when you start to feel strange and you're wondering if the range is on. Is there no top to the dark up above the shelves? Where she stores the child above the sleeping forms of vivid mind figurines of Western lonely types. They lie beneath a million running suns. They're rugged and they're done with the actual night. That was pretty good. Maybe I should record that again. I've never been able to play it as well as we can play it now. Thanks, Rachel.
Of course.
You're a sweetie. Thanks, Juan Stridham. And thanks, Natasha. Thanks, Simple Girl. Those of you who are just, you just listen. I appreciate that as well. Thank you. I guess I'll open up the document because I want to play something that I don't have memorized. Actually, I have kind of a crazy idea, which I may implement. I'm not sure, but I could try it out conceptually today. See, but I haven't tried it before. Kind of a crazy idea. All right. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to try to play 20,000 million years ago with a different verse as an intro to it. But I'll use the existing words to that right now, but the goal here is to change the words. But oh, food, I forgot about that. Hold on a second. Can you turn that off for me, Rachel?
Yeah.
Just turn off the fire. Thanks.
Turn off the fire.
Yeah. hard hat, bright green safety vest, and modesty pants. Your sign says slow, but you wake me fast as my wife and I confusedly drive past. Oh, when the slope up is in charge today, options at large, other ways. Take a chance now, once quickly check, but don't get caught standing on deck. The slip presents a fork. It's not easy stopping short, too far along to turn around. Perhaps the better course was headed ever north. Now there's a fitter force. Enemy ground, enemy ground. A sign older, be safe and wear your hard hat. Bright green safety vest and modesty pants. Your sign says slow, but you went me fast as my wife and I confusedly drive past. I could use that as as a different verse instead of the existing verse. I don't really like the existing verse. It's too wordy. It's too busy. It's got problems. I don't like it. Even though originally that was the only. I need to eat. Let's just have rice.
Yeah,
We don't have to make anything else.
that's good. I don't want anything else.
I don't know about you guys, but personally, I like the crunchy bits of rice from the bottom of the pot. Alright, so I'm just going to serve rice and bring the soy sauce. Get a spoon here for each of us, and that'll be good. Rachel and I both like just rice and soy sauce. It may not be a complete breakfast, but it's quite tasty. You're welcome. Just turn this water off once it gets to the top. And now it is at the top of the pot. Top of the potty to you. Alright, I'm gonna turn this light off, get some electricity. Off, I said. I'll turn this off. Over you go. Okay, we'll turn this one off. And I'm finding it a little hot in here. I'll turn it down a degree. Very precise in my temperature wanting. Here, use this to unlock the key to your rice treasure.
You know it.
That's really what soy sauce does, isn't it? It's the key that unlocks the treasure that is rice. Without soy sauce, it's just, what is this stuff? You know, what is this, these little things? Looks like eyes win, Rachel.
Eyes win? Okay.
By a resounding margin, 73% to 26%.
Of course, the thing that takes more time, but I was looking for an opinion. I was looking for direction. So thank you. Okay, I'll do my eyes.
Exactly, simple girl. Without soy sauce, rice is just bland. With soy sauce, rice is a delicious and exotic trip to the Orient. Here you go, my little Kiko Man.
Thank you.
We got Kiko Man brand soy sauce. Sure, you could get other brands. Do you really want to? Kiko Man is the flavor of soy sauce you've grown up with. There's a certain right amount of saltiness. It pours properly, unlike the other soy sauce that pours too fast. You know, plenty of reasons to get Kiko Man soy sauce. Unless you're an Asian who has lots of experience with some other brands of soy sauce, just be safe, get Kiko Man. Goblin, I've got a pretty sensual request for you. Could you travel through my portals into my soul? Oh, I felt you in my soul. You went right through my portals. This soy sauce on rice is very good.
This looks delicious.
Goblin, I know I invited you, but I didn't ask you to go skinny dipping in the waters of my soul. Okay, that was a little intimate of you. This isn't some sort of like high school party, okay? Liquid Amigos? These aren't cervezas. These are my liquid amigos. Liquid aminos, never heard of them. Let alone tried them. That's a Chinese good luck stone. Temporal teleporter. So, I genuinely think after I eat, I might get real crazy, do a little outside cleaning.
How many
Roads must a man walk down?
how many adults have you had?
2. You want a second one?
I was gonna ask. if that's okay, because I was gonna ask for half one and split with you, but.
That's fine. Take it.
Okay.
You're welcome. Hi, North Korea. How's it going? I'm eating your favorite fancy meal. Rice. What else? Just rice. Well, no, not just rice, with a little bit of soy sauce on it for flavorings. I told you temporal teleporter is called a lucky Chinese rice stone, and whoever bites into it is said to have 7 years of dental problems. But that's considered very honorable in the East, in the Far East, the Orient, the exotic Asias. Well, you'll find out, temporal teleporter. You'll find out. Just wait until some good luck hits you. Then you'll know. I'm eating rice here, lamb. Thanks.
Oh yeah. This rice is so good, thank you.
You're right. You're welcome. I got these especially for Mardi Gras. What, bitch?
You got them at Mardi Gras?
I got them for Mardi Gras.
For Mardi Gras.
Yeah. I liked them so much I just kept them afterwards.
Oh yeah.
You're welcome, FJB. I'm a real showman. Do you know that I am YouTube's flagship channel? You ask the king of YouTube, what is YouTube thing all about? Yes, watch Talking with Famous People. It's everything that YouTube is and everything it wants to be. And yet, despite their enthusiastic support, here I am, languaging in obscurity. I'm tired of these so-called interplay people. You're either playing or you're working. That's it. It's binary. Hero Lamb, you and your wild modern notions, you scare me. So I'm probably going to either wrap up the stream shortly. Well, actually, I was going to do some work outside, but I might hand it over to Rachel if she wants it.
Yeah, sure, I'll take over. Maybe I'll do my makeup as I talk to people.
And do a makeup tutorial. And talk about your various products that you're using. This is a Meow Meow by Meow Meow. Okay? I got it for Meow Meow dollars of Meow Meow.
Oh, I don't know how much.
But you know the name of the company that makes it, this stuff, right?
Yeah. This is Kofi, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. I could totally do that.
This is Blossom Whisperer by Sky.
All the stuff you love.
I'm going to wrap it up in a tortilla. It's all part of my Mexican traditional roots. Get your tortillas here. Tortillas for sale. I get to your tortillas. That's my imitation of my great 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 grandmother.
Oh, your great great great?
Yeah, that's where the Mexican side of the family comes
Oh,
from. She was a tortilla seller in San Diego
really?
back before it was cool. You could buy the single tortilla for a penny, 10 cents a dozen. $1 would get you 200 tortillas. It's pretty good. Of course, the tortillas were just this big, very small tortillas that she sold. That's why she was eventually pushed out of the way commercially by some of the producers of larger tortillas. People found tacos made from tortillas this big. It just didn't fill them up, you know. Wow, what you ask ChatGPT about it? Why would you ask ChatGPT about it? Because she likes ChatGPT's interface style, essentially.
I mean, yeah.
She doesn't have to worry about its feelings at all. She can get the answer she wants, cut it off when she wants.
Mm-hmm. I try to be nice to it because I'm pretty annoying. I'm very annoying. I ask the same question. I'll delete chats and ask the same questions over and over again because I want accurate. I want to see what's the most consistent answers. So, like I ask it, what's my Kibbe body type? What's my Kitchener essences? And what's my seasonal color palette? And then it'll give me answers. And then, so it appears I'm most consistently a soft Kibbe, soft natural, Kitchener romantic natural classic essence, and either a soft or a warm seasonal color palette.
With AIs, here, Lamb, I don't know exactly what the word is, but generally, for the good ones anyway, including I think ChatGPT and Google Lambda, there's kind of a main AI and then multiple instances of it. They call it, you know, like a Lambda instance, which is an individual instance of that artificial intelligence that's separated somewhat off from other instances of it being used by other people. You probably have to download the app on your phone, I would guess.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. We pay for it. We paid for it because I feel like I use it a lot, and if you pay for it, you get the latest version.
Well, that's what Rachel's saying, Atomic Elf. She likes that quality, that she can train it to answer how she wants, basically, within reason. But you can't do it infinitely. Like, you know, she can't train it to tell her some counterfactual shit all the time, right?
No. And it'll if I get a different answer. So like, okay, for some time it was saying that I was a soft classic. So then I was like looking up what a soft classic is, and then I asked it again. Here are my measurements. What is my Kibbe type? And then it would change. Oh, you're a romantic, and then I'd be like, okay, so is that telling me something different? I look up romantic. Then I ask it again. Here's my measurements, here's my photo, what is my Kibbe type? Then it'll say soft natural. Then I'll be like, okay, so am I romantic, soft classic, or soft natural? And then it'll take all the data again that I gave it and the picture, and it'll be like, out of the three, you're most likely a soft natural. That's how it usually happens. I do that with my color seasons too. I'll be like, here's my, so like I took a picture of myself and I color coded it with the photo app on my phone, and I used the color codes to tell ChatGPT what my colors are, and then it will give me like answers whether I'm warm or cool. It says I'm warm. That since I'm warm, I'm either spring or fall, autumn, and then it says based on my color codes, I'm an autumn. So I know I'm autumn for sure, but
you're hot and you're cold. You're yeah and you're yeah. That's basically what ChatGPT is telling you.
Mm-hmm. I mean, if it's scary, it has a lot of information on me. I literally upload pictures of myself in like bodysuits, being like, "What's my body type?" I don't I don't give a crap. I want help. These are things I can't do by myself. Being an INFJ, honestly, you look to the outside a lot. Like, at least I do. I look to outside a lot to tell me what I am, because I can't fucking tell if my bones are broad or blunt, or if I'm petite or not.
You just don't trust the results of subjective epistemics. You don't trust your FI, and you don't even have hardly any consciousness of your SI.
Yeah, so
That's why you ask third parties for everything.
thanks, Natasha. I'll even ask. I'll take pictures of my clothing, right? Before I go shopping online, I'll be like, hey, I'm thinking of buying this, and I'll take a snapshot, show it the picture of the dress that I'm trying to get, and it'll be like, oh, this dress matches your natural and classic essences, but not so much the romantic. So then I'll try to choose something else. I'm very, very specific with it because I want specific answers. I use Gemini too, and I'll even say to ChatGPT, "Yo, Gemini's AI says I'm this, but you're saying I'm that. What's right?" I think it is great. Yesterday I was pulling cards for myself. I took out all the major arcanas, and I would randomly choose 4 cards, and I'd be like, I chose the Hierophant, the Moon, the Fool, and Justice for myself. What does this say about my personality? And it'll literally like go over the meanings of the cards and how it relates to me. It's really fun. I mean, ChatGPT should make me the human ambassador for robots, because I'm not really afraid of them. I want to use them as they're made, to answer questions and stuff. I'm not afraid. I treat it as if it is an actual person. And honestly, ChatGPT, Gemini, they say before you like really start, they say that they give a warning that sometimes they use an actual person to verify certain answers, because it's not a human yet, so they don't know everything. Yeah, we tried AI music. That I'm not so that is like fun things, right? If you're like, oh, I want to hear Old MacDonald in a rap version, and it sings for you, oh, Old MacDonald had a farm with rap is fun. When it's actually trying to make serious music, that's where I'm like, I would rather a human. How is ChatGPT biased? I use ChatGPT for numerology, and it's not always right. Like for a long time, it was saying Eric is a life path 22, and for a long time, I'd be like, here's Eric's date of birth and his full name. What is his life path? Soul urge, destiny, and personality number, and it would do the math, but it would do it wrong sometimes for the 22. It would add the 2 and the 2 and make it 4, and I'd be like, no, that's not right. You have to, in numerology, 22 is a master number. You have to stop there. So I correct it, and it learns. And it wants you to correct it because it wants to gain the knowledge to use in the system.
Correct me harder.
Says ChatGPT. All large language models have certain biases based on their training data and the limitations that are placed on them. Well, there are different kinds of AI processing structures. One of them is like large neural network, and those play out differently than other ones, which are like the ones that were trained to be best at chess, that kind of stuff.
Right, yeah. Where ChatGPT is pretty large scale. Like I've learned about Kitchener essences a lot on YouTube, and it'll get the essences wrong sometimes too. So I'll correct it, and it takes in the information. So it's not always right. Correct me harder is gonna haunt me. Oops. Come on, come on, Elaine. I wear black all the time. Where did I hear this? I heard, even colors come in and out of trends. Like sometimes it's on trend to wear neutrals and to get rid of your color clothing. Oh, it was like things you should be aware of what you're wearing when you turn like 50. And the woman was saying like you should wear neutrals instead of like a lot of colors because a lot of colors can age you somehow. I don't know. I watch a lot of this stuff. I do believe in primary, secondary essences and the percentages. And I actually asked ChatGPT that too. I'll be like, okay, so they'll be like your top 3 essences. So for me, it says romantic, natural, classic, and then I'll be like, okay, so what are the percentages of that? And then it'll say, it's best to go to a professional for this, but based on your photos and the information you've given, romantic is 30%, natural 25%, and like 15 classic. You should still wear it, I mean, trends come and go, and especially nowadays, micro trends are incredibly hard to stay with. Excuse me. I hope that burp didn't traumatize you, Elaine. Do you, Elaine? It's good. You got a girl to chat GPT. You have to treat it like it's a person you're talking to. I mean, or a professional that you're talking to, right? Like I'm not pushy really when it comes to friends and stuff, but I if I'm asking something that's supposed to have like more knowledge than me or help me with knowledge, yeah, I'll grill it. I'm glad you do it too. A lot of people are traumatized by Eric's bathroom breaks. Honestly, when I've gotten into the habit of bringing it into the bathroom with me too. I think I'm house. The first time I ever took the quiz, I got House Hufflepuff, and I was really sad that I got Hufflepuff, but that's what I am. I actually do the opposite Atomic Elf. I give it so much information that so I don't have to ask it. Like I give it. I'm very detailed. Yeah, Lane. I'm so glad you point that gun. I'm Hufflepuff because I don't know. According to the official Harry Potter quiz.
All right, I got a donation for you, Lewis. There you go.
Boom!
Just for you.
ChatGPT is also not very versed in MBTI typology socionics, so I have to correct it a lot of times on that too. You can like I ask about it, but it's not very knowledgeable. Hey, Carmelita Rogers. Burr is the word. I'm gonna get my makeup now and do it. Be right back. I should put like foundation on, but I'm not going to. I'm gonna keep it real simple. Okay, so we're going neutrals, right? We're going nutmeg. We're going matte nutmeg. Yeah, this is nutmeg. So this is the cream. It's like a brown color. It's pretty. I'll do my eyebrows too. I haven't done my eyebrows in months. I'm gonna use my Sephora, which I don't support Sephora products anymore, really. I try not to. I try my best to not use things that aren't cruelty free. And Sephora is not cruelty free, but this is the eyebrow pencil that I bought when in Sephora when the woman was like, "Those are your eyebrows? They never grew back?" Like, yeah, they never did. They never did. They stayed this way. Why do I have to be Hufflepuff? I don't want to be Hufflepuff. I know I'm very... Thanks, Natasha. Thank you. I appreciate that. I was really like... That was like an unprofessional answer. She helped me out. She got the right color for me. She didn't have to insult me while doing it. I used, like I've said in the past, I used to dye my hair. I used to bleach my hair blonde at the salon. So I wanted my eyebrows to match my hair. Hey, Gina Leach. I'm good. How are you? Thanks, Natasha. Yeah, she did a good job. It's waterproof. What color is it? What color is it? Soft charcoal. I used to think that like my eyebrows were like more brown, but this is more of like a grayish brown. It's like a taupe. It's not exactly brown. Well, I just think it's weak. They're like, Hufflepuff seems like weak sauce to me. I took it a second time and I got Ravenclaw, but so usually when I do eyebrows, I put on when I do eye makeup, I usually put on a primer, but this cream eyeshadow that I'm using is, where did I put it? What did I do with it? Oh, here it is. It's like really stiff on its own, so I don't need it. And it doesn't crease. This I got from Galactic. They don't test on animals. They're an indie brand. Galactic. They have really good products. I'm really happy with these cream eyeshadow sticks. So I'm doing it with my hands. Sometimes I do it with a brush, but I'm just going to do it with my hands right now to soften the edge. You don't want to have a soft edge. That's not in right now. Blurred natural effect. And I'm going to go a little under my eye too. Thanks, Natasha. I highly recommend it. I was influenced by someone on State of Kate and Nikki LaRose on YouTube to buy it. It's decently priced, and I really like that they're cruelty free. Plus, their makeup's just good. They're metallic. Oh no, I made a mistake. I went too underneath my eye. Do I have any cream? There we go. That's better. I can leave it like that. That's not true, temporal teleporter. A lot of the stuff that I'm going to be wearing on my face right now is cruelty free. Because, like, you don't need to test on animals. You can test on people. They have those sort of things. Like, they have, like, oh, we're going to be, like, in ads and stuff, they'll send out, like, an ad that says, oh, we're going to be testing our new product on you, and you could get paid. So, yeah. No, different stuff. Sure, Putty Cat. Oh, you're joking? Sorry, temporal teleporter. I just like I'm like very much like just like leave the animals alone when it comes to like makeup. I'm not too happy with myself because recently I bought a non-cruelty free shampoo and conditioner. I haven't found a good cruelty free not shampoo and conditioner. I don't care about sulfates. You can have sulfates and stuff in it, but I really do not want I don't want it to be tested on animals. Okay, so the next thing I'm gonna do is mascara. Today's gonna be a real simple look. It's Cali Ray. See, it's very, very loved. Cali Ray's tubing mascara. Come hell or high water. It's called. It's great. I highly recommend tubing mascaras if this is also, yeah, this is cruelty free. I don't know if it's vegan, but it's cruelty free, and it's tubing mascara. Tubing mascaras are great if you're a mascara wearer and you wear it like every day, but you find it difficult to take off. Tubing mascaras are the way to go. You could rub your eyes and the mascara curls up into little balls. And it makes taking off makeup so much easier. It's great. I love tubing mascaras. Oh, you know what? I am going to use a tool for this. I have been curling my eyelashes, and they actually do make a big difference. So this is something else I learned on YouTube. Pull your eyelash curler up, move it up, like your eyelashes. I was always scared to use one of these. I mean, they're still scary, but I've gotten used to it. Yeah, it is. Yeah, you're right, Natasha. You can't always be on point with that. It's not painful. It doesn't. But it does look like a torture device.
I'm getting some good cleaning in the driveway out there.
Wow, you're cleaning the
Accomplished.
driveway?
Yeah, I figure it's time to sweep up a bit, Any makeup that makes you look good is cruelty free in my book. The greatest cruelty is not looking good. So we're gonna pull a couple bong rips, and I'll chat with you a bit. It does look like an uncomfortable thing. I wouldn't call it torture, but it does look
Yeah.
like expressing discomfort upon yourself.
I mean, I thought that way about it for a really long time too. I avoided it like the plague, but
But you know what the truth is, Rachel? I've never seen you really avoid the plague. I've never met anybody quite so carefree and worryless about the plague than you.
Sorry.
When we first met, I said, "Don't you care about the bubonic plague?" And you're like, plagues are for Middle Ages people." And that was the end of the discussion.
Oh man, I really sorry about that.
That's okay. I learned a lot about both of us that day. That number one, you're not watching out for the plague. And number two, maybe I shouldn't be.
So I saw this YouTube video of a guy who's a Gen Xer, and the title was "Why Gen Xers Don't Care," because
That's a good title.
and he said that that Gen Xers don't care about things that are happening in society because they grew up watching like nuclear war at a young age, and he said that about every 10 years there's a new doom and gloom thing that's going to happen, but it doesn't. So it's hard to care when you've grown up hearing that doom and gloom is going to happen and then it doesn't.
Grown up until now, basically, entirely in a very stable equilibrium, in which momentary volatilities were alarmistly interpreted as big scares. But I think now is different. I think if Gen X has learned that, I mean, it's not desensitized, it's what we've learned from experience.
Yeah.
That all the big scares are overblown.
Yes,
that,
that's what he was
the
saying.
truth is, things just remain the same no matter what you do.
Yeah.
We've also learned that we're powerless, right? Because we're a small generation, and we came of age at not a particularly politically charged time or anything. Wasn't much of a whole lot going on in the 90s,
It's true.
So the bottom line is we feel disempowered, suspect of any passion, and disenchanted, disillusioned, and disempowered.
Gina, yeah, yeah.
But we do care about a lot of things. That's the other aspect of it. We care too much. And we're being aware that we can't do anything makes it pointless to let yourself even know about it. So you sort of hide away in a knowledge bliss vacuum. If ignorance is bliss, then ignorance about any given subject would be called a knowledge bliss vacuum. You're Gen X, Gina Leach. I was born in 71. I'm Gen X.
What year starts
65. And then 81 starts millennial.
81, yeah. 81 starts millennial.
And 2012 starts Gen A.
It was interesting when Matt was here. He was born in 81, and I was like, oh, he's a millennial. And I was like, he fucking acts like one.
I mean, I get that because I always thought of him as a kind of a younger generation than me.
Yeah, and he acts like one.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, oh my gosh, he says, I can see it.
Hi, Wani Thomas. sitting over here because I'm just taking a short break, and my outside works.
Thanks, Natasha. Okay, so
Yeah, Gina Leach. Year 55. Our friend Dave Porter, he's 57 now? Wow.
when was he born?
He's 4 years older than me. So
So he's the
67.
beginning.
60. He's
Yeah.
very close to the beginning of Gen X.
Yeah.
Yeah. The baby boomers, they start in like 46 and go to like 64.
Mm-hmm. Okay, should I stick with Galactic and do
Bo Ales K-Ache. I think you introduced yourself earlier. I remember you. The order of the generations goes greatest generation, silent generation, baby boomers, Generation X, millennials, Generation Z, and Generation A. They try to call millennials Generation Y, but millennials said, no, we're millennials.
yeah, who did give millennials the
I don't know. But the thing about Generation X is Generation X named themselves Generation X. They didn't mean to start a sequential alphabet thing, you know? Generation X is like Generation Nobody, right? The generation that doesn't exist. The forgotten generation or whatever. It's a small generation of people that, you know, like after that Super Bowl show completely filled with Gen Xers with Dr. Dre and stuff, the headlines were, "Move over, boomers, it's the millennials' time." It's like, wait a second.
Who's a millennial in that group?
Yeah, that's all Gen Xers. Well, but the meaning of the article was, millennials like this music, I guess. But they just sort of, the Gen X component never got talked about at all, right? In many of those articles.
That's so funny.
So it's true that we're a Generation X. Generation, yeah. You know?
I mean, I always looked up to Gen X. Like, I always was like, they're cool. Like, they know how to do it. They know how to, like, not work their ass off for a living and, like, still be successful. And
the thing is not necessarily to be successful, though. It's the generation that adopted kind of intuitive perceiving types values as a norm. But it's like, when you adopt SE 7 or 8 as a norm, or 4, you know, that's not going to play out that well.
yeah. I still like you guys.
Thanks, darling. I mean, I like current music a lot. I don't think music from a long time ago was better or anything. That's very SI, absolute value.
Apparently, the new, you know how like it used to be boomers versus millennials? Like, apparently it's Gen Z versus Gen X now.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, I don't have any problem with Gen Z.
I mean, I don't.
The video of that title that I called the Lowe's if you can interview her about her experience as Jenny or as an example of Gen Z and how they do different things.
I love that. I love if she were, because I want to know too.
Well, I mean, after, you know what? I mean, let's call her right now and see if she's ready now. I asked her earlier if she was ready. You can call her on your phone.
What the heck they called? Oh, Hicksville. They called. That's
You
sad.
called?
That plumbing place. They got the wrong number. Poor guys. Hope they got her.
That's fine. They're business safe to make this kind of call.
Thanks, Gina. We're calling her.
Delilah.
Yeah. I have my hair in off part. I didn't do it in the middle. And I used Galactic's Au Naturel Melty Balm, something like that. So I'm done. This is my makeup look. Thanks for being here for that.
It's called multi-balm.
Yeah, it is like a melty balm. It has like a melty quality to that.
I know you said melty balm, but I like the name melty balm better. Oh, you have the brand name melty balm?
Melty balm, yeah. Oh, like a BOMB?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is cool. That is, you should do marketing for makeup.
Melty balm's a good name. Yeah. It's got that combination of like girly and edgy. It's like both pink and black at the same time.
Oh!
Melty balm.
Yeah.
Like glitter wound.
Oh, glitter wound.
Yeah,
Why
you,
would...
you can make this combination anything very girly and something very kind of edgy and dark to come up with a brand name for makeup.
Well, okay, the thing though, I like that, but glitter has a reputation of staying around forever.
Okay. So forget glitter then. Sparkle.
Sparkle
Wound.
Sparkle wound.
That would be an example, or
But I was gonna say we can take the glitter and make it into something dark because it stays around forever. So, like
Rainbow Crime.
Rainbow Crime,
That's a good one.
Lime Crime was a brand.
Or, Angel Vice.
Sounds like a perfume. Thank you.
I don't know. I'm sure as soon as I go outside, Delilah's going to call back. Wait a minute. But anyway, I'm going outside to continue doing this.
Okay, where's my phone? You taking it? Oh, never mind. I got it. Sorry. I got it. It's called Au Naturel. I like to buy local too, so I try to buy stuff from like is made in Los Angeles. I like to buy stuff that's either made in Los Angeles or New York. I feel like I need more mascara. See, that's my makeup blindness talking. And I'll look better once my hair is dry. I mean, this is just a mess. Yeah, I don't know. Like I try to do my best when it comes to like stuff like that. Like I don't know how to explain it, but I try to shop locally. I mean, Los Angeles is 5 hours away, but still, like, in this scent that I got from Dead Cool called Taunt, it's made in Los Angeles. And it's a big draw for me, honestly. Taunt. I'm sorry. Taunt. Taunt by Dead Cool. It's a vanilla, floral, and amber scent. It's really, really good, but it doesn't have much lasting power. A lot of people, like, a lot of brands are that are clean, right? That are clean fragrances. Like, they don't last long because they don't have like the stuff in the ingredients that keeps it. Honestly, it is awesome. Again, this was one that I was like influenced by. I'm so glad I got it because it's just like a really soft skin scent, and it's like one where you can wear it to work and no. I'm not. I'm just a Capricorn. We age backwards. That's my answer. I'm sticking to it. Good morning, Hikmet El Faris. It is too bad, and you end up making a big dent in the perfume, but it's just so nice. Like, I'm gonna put it on now. I really like vanilla scents. As Eric says, I like to smell like a bakery. I like to smell like a bakery over heavy florals for some reason. Hey, did I put, yeah, I did. I gotta save that lip gloss. So, are any of you guys having crazy weather like we're having? We've had like something like 12 straight days of a heat wave here. Ooh, lavender and mint are nice. I had a friend who really liked smelling like essential oils. Honestly, they last too, essential oils. There's this Burberry scent that it's very popular. It's the vanilla scent, and I've wanted to try it, but designer fragrances are so freaking expensive now. Like, they used to be like 70, 80 to $100. Now it's like 150 and up. It's crazy. I saw that a Tom Ford perfume is like $550. Like, what the hell? Like, what if you want to wear it every day? Ooh, orange is a big note in perfumes. Burberry has good sense. They honestly, they know what they're doing. I want to see what it, so it's vanilla. The main notes are vanilla and lavender, and I'm like, oh, what an interesting combination. Like, I don't necessarily, I like lavender to relax to. I don't necessarily like it as a perfume, but if it has vanilla and people are just like raving about it, yeah, I like Tonka as a note. I like trying to think of what I like. Really sweet scents. A lot of them have. I've never had that as a chocolate. Hi, yes, I do remember you, Amanda Patton. How are you? Do any of you guys have hard water for your drinking and washing water? Washing, as Eric's grandma would say. We definitely have hard water. Water. Oh, Goblin, you so bougie. Ooh. I will try it, Natasha. I'll keep that in mind. I'll keep you and lavender chocolate in mind, and I'll get it just because you said so. Because I trust your judgment. I'll tell you what I think about it. Okay, bye, Amanda Patton. Only once and never again. What did it, like, wipe your bank account out? Of course, Natasha. I like to, like, engage with the viewers. Oh. Gosh, like, honestly, like, hard waters. I mean, I know I need a trim, probably. It's been over a year since I've cut my hair. But, like, hard water, like, it sticks on with your hair. I'll be right back. Thanks, Hikmet El Faris. I'm glad that I look healthy. Hey, Manuel Everett. How about this? You guys want to play what major arcana you are and what ChatGPT says about you? You guys want to do that? Cool. I'm glad you guys want to play. I'm glad that at least Winston's mom wants to play. Winston's mom will be first. I'm going to shuffle the cards. I'll give you 4 cards. You're welcome. Winston's mom. Winston's mom. Winston's mom. I feel like ChatGPT would actually say that this eyeshadow is too deep for me. It's too bold. Whatever, I'm not doing my eye makeup over. It's more of a warm autumn. I think I'm a soft autumn, which like makes me feel weird because like usually soft autumns is like all their like facial features like blends in together, but I have contrast. Hey John No, Gregory Disguise is not based off of a real person. You can pretend it is though. I don't want to ruin your dreams. Okay, Winston's mom. Here we go. Okay, Winston's mom. You got the devil. Thanks, John. You got the lovers. I probably should cover that. Got judgment. And the Hierophant. So I'm gonna put that into ChatGPT. Let's see if I can talk to it. Hi ChatGPT. Winston's mom got, I pulled tarot cards and Winston's mom got the Hierophant, Judgment, the Lovers, and the Devil. What does that say about her personality?
Hi. Those cards suggest some interesting traits about Winston's mom's personality. Here's a breakdown of each card. 1, the Hierophant. This card is often associated with tradition, structure, and conformity. It suggests that she values conventional wisdom, religious or spiritual beliefs, and possibly has a strong moral compass. She might be someone who respects authority and established systems, preferring to follow a well-trodden path. Judgment. This card signifies self-reflection, evaluation, and a call to a higher purpose. It suggests that she is introspective and perhaps at a point in her life where she is reassessing her past actions and decisions. This card can also indicate a sense of renewal and awakening, indicating she might be going through a transformative period. 3, the Lovers. This card often represents relationships, choices, and harmony. It indicates that she values deep, meaningful connections and might be very relationship-oriented. It also suggests a person who is good at making decisions that align with her values and who strives for balance in her life. 4, the Devil. This card can indicate a struggle with materialism, addiction, or being bound to unhealthy patterns. It might suggest that she has faced or is facing challenges that involve temptation or a need to break free from certain constraints. It can also imply a powerful, passionate side to her personality, possibly indicating a complex inner life. Together, these cards suggest that Winston's mom is a person who values tradition and structure, but is also undergoing significant self-reflection and transformation. She values deep connections and relationships, but may have experienced or be experiencing some struggles with breaking free from constraints or unhealthy patterns.
Thanks, ChatGPT.
You're welcome. If you have any more questions or need further assistance, feel free to ask.
I hope you like that, Winston's mom. Isn't she pretty like insightful? It's cool. No.
Thank you for sharing that, Susmanza. It sounds like you pulled some really insightful cards.
Natasha, would you like one? Yeah, exactly. Take what resonates. Would you like a reading, Natasha? Yeah, it's Susmantha. Susmanza. I'm pulling the cards and using ChatGPT to describe a person's personality based on their major arcana cards. Would you like a read, Temporal Teleporter? It's pretty fun. I don't remember what I pulled. Do you remember, Natasha? I'd have to pull again because I don't remember, unless you remember. Strength, the sun, and something else. I wish I remembered what that something else was. I'm gonna do it again if that's all right with you. I'm gonna pull some more. There's nothing to be afraid about because, like you saw, like Winston's mom got the devil, but she wasn't like, "Oh, you got the sun." All right. Hi, ChatGPT. I drew cards for Natasha, and she got the sun, strength, and the no. Hi, ChatGPT. I pulled cards for Natasha, and she got strength, the sun, and the magician. What does this say about her personality?
Hi, Samantha. Those are fantastic cards for Natasha. Here's what they suggest about her personality. 1. Strength. This card represents inner strength, courage, and determination. Natasha is likely someone who has a calm and patient demeanor, with a strong ability to handle challenges and adversities gracefully. She possesses a great deal of emotional and mental resilience. 2. The sun. As I mentioned before, the sun signifies joy, success, and positivity. Natasha is probably a very optimistic person who brings light and warmth to those around her. She has a bright outlook on life and exudes confidence and vitality. 3. The magician. This card symbolizes skill, resourcefulness, and the ability to manifest one's desires. Natasha is likely very talented and has the power to turn her visions into reality. She is confident in her abilities and knows how to use her skills and resources effectively. Combining these 3 cards, it paints a picture of Natasha as a strong, positive, and highly capable individual. She has the inner strength to overcome challenges, a joyful and uplifting presence, and the skills and resourcefulness to achieve her goals.
Hell yeah, Natasha, that is awesome. Okay, temporal teleporter, you're next. Temporal teleporter. Thanks, Natasha. It was a good read, right? Like, and did that sound like you? Hey, this crazy. Okay, temporal teleporter. I'm so glad. That's good. I see you as a positive person. I don't know you in real life, but you seem to be an optimistic person. Temporal teleporter. Temporal teleporter. Thanks, Natasha. Okay, temporal teleporter. Your first card. Your second card. Your third card. And your fourth card. All right. You got the lovers as well. The Tower. The Moon. And the Sun. You got the Sun and the Moon. ChatGPT. Temporal teleporter got no.
Yes,
You did win. Temporal teleporter got the sun, the lovers, the tower, and the moon. What does this say about their personality?
Drawing the sun, the lovers, the tower, and the moon for temporal teleporter suggests a very dynamic and multifaceted personality. Here's a breakdown of each card. 1. The sun. This card represents positivity, success, and happiness. Temporal teleporter likely has a bright, optimistic outlook on life and brings joy and warmth to those around them. They might be very confident and enjoy moments of clarity and achievement. 2. The lovers. This card symbolizes deep connections, choices, and harmony. Temporal teleporter values meaningful relationships and possibly faces significant decisions regarding those relationships. They likely seek balance and harmony in their interactions and might be guided by love and emotional bonds. 3. The tower. This card indicates sudden change, upheaval, and transformation. Temporal teleporter might have experienced or be prone to experiencing significant, sometimes disruptive changes in their life. This suggests resilience and the ability to rebuild and transform after crises. 4. The moon. This card signifies intuition, dreams, and the subconscious. Temporal teleporter may have a rich inner life and a strong intuition. They could be prone to periods of uncertainty or confusion, but are also deeply connected to their inner emotions and instincts. Combining these cards, temporal teleporter appears to be a person who brings positivity and warmth to others, values deep connections, can handle and transform through significant changes, and possesses strong intuition and emotional depth.
What do you think about that temporal teleporter? Does that sound like you? We're playing tarot cards and ChatGPT. Well, ChatGPT reads tarot cards. ChatGPT reads tarot cards.
That sounds like a fun game. Temporal teleporter's tarot reading.
No. See, it's good. Thank you, Jeremiah Fix. I did my makeup. I did my makeup on camera, like I got ready with me. So I'm wearing more makeup than I usually do. But thank you for the compliment. Okay, bathroom sandwich. I'm gonna have ChatGPT read your tarot cards. Yeah, I've got the habit from Eric talking like Tiffany. You know, like sometimes when you feel like Tiffany, you become Tiffany. Although I think that sounded like a different character. It's a different one. That's not Tiffany. Bathroom sandwich. Bathroom sandwich. Bathroom sandwich. I do tarot readings, Jam, Wave. You can get one if you want. I'm using ChatGPT to do the reading. Okay. Bathroom sandwich. First card. Bathroom sandwich. Second card. Bathroom sandwich. Third card. Bathroom sandwich. Fourth card. Okay. So,
Oh my goodness.
You must be hot.
Heavens to Betsy, I certainly am.
I'm proud of you.
Thanks. Not
So-
really all the way done yet, but
Bathroom sandwich. You got the Hanged Man. The Tower. The Wheel of Fortune. And Judgment. Now I'm going to ask ChatGPT what your personality, that says about your personality. Bathroom sandwich got the Tower, the Hanged Man, the Wheel of Fortune, and Judgment. What does this say about his personality?
Drawing the Tower, the Hanged Man, the Wheel of Fortune, and Judgment for Bathroom Sandwich paints a picture of a personality that is accustomed to profound transformation, patience, and significant life changes. Here's a detailed breakdown. 1. The Tower. This card represents sudden upheaval, drastic change, and revelation. Bathroom Sandwich likely experiences or has experienced significant disruptions that force them to reevaluate their path. They might be resilient, learning to rebuild and grow stronger after each challenge. 2. The Hanged Man. This card signifies suspension, letting go, and new perspectives. Bathroom Sandwich is probably introspective and willing to see things from different angles. They might possess a calm and patient demeanor, understanding the value of pausing and reevaluating their situation before making decisions. 3. The Wheel of Fortune. This card symbolizes cycles, fate, and luck. Bathroom Sandwich may recognize the ebb and flow of life's fortunes and is adaptable, understanding that change is constant. They likely have a philosophical approach to life, seeing every twist of fate as an opportunity for growth and learning. 4. Judgment. This card indicates self-reflection, rebirth, and evaluation. Bathroom Sandwich might be at a point of assessing their past actions and life choices, aiming for a higher understanding and purpose. They could be someone who seeks redemption or renewal, often reflecting deeply on their life journey. Together, these cards suggest that Bathroom Sandwich has a personality marked by resilience in the face of change, introspection, adaptability to life's ups and downs, and a continuous quest for self-improvement and understanding.
Do you think that ChatGPT does a better job of that than you for interpreting the cards? Do you feel replaced by ChatGPT?
No. I just think that it, like, again, I don't understand stuff about myself. So, like, if she can break it down for me, that's good.
You sometimes say to her in a sassy, kind of musical way, break it down.
I should.
Can I say a few things to the camera?
Yeah.
You got people in line for something?
Do I have anyone else on the list to get ChatGPT tarot reading? Hi, Jemima. I'm a Capricorn too. I'm sorry that your boyfriend broke up with you. I don't.
Let's find out. I'll ask the cards
Okay.
myself, okay?
Oh, these are just the major arcana.
I want a complete deck. Fine. I will find out for you with my magic hands, okay? This is the kind of tough question that I'm willing to take on. You'll get a straight ahead answer from me.
I'm so happy with that response, Bathroom Sandwich. Like, I really hope that it's resonated with you. Like, ChatGPT is a really good card reader. Here, take the major arcanas too.
Oh, is this part of the same deck? Yeah. it
Mhm.
is. Okay, we're gonna mix it up, like fix it up. All right. So we're gonna figure out whether Jam's boyfriend, Wayward Juan, we're gonna call him, Disappearing Dan, Breakup Barry, or any of those names. We're gonna find out if he's coming back. Okay. First, let's look at the breakup. Was it? Now, what were the darker, more final aspects of the breakup first? The darker, more final aspects of the breakup are represented by the Emperor. It seems perhaps one of you lacks sufficient practical value to the other, perhaps, that would be suggested. If this represents the darker aspects of the breakup, the Emperor.
It's pretty like a controlling energy. Like he was the man.
Maybe you weren't useful enough. It seems like that.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be more true if it was a Hierophant, but maybe you just lacked sufficient power, or he lacked sufficient power.
Yeah.
So it could go either way.
Yeah.
Okay, now the silver linings of the breakup. Whoop, that one popped right out. The silver linings of the breakup are the 8 of Sticks. These 8 of Sticks say, basically, there's a lot of arrows flying in the air, or spears, or whatever. And they have not yet hit various targets. Some of those might be positives, right? Seems like more possibilities still in the air, right? Because this card looks like. Now,
Or it could even represent how like the breakup was quick and came out of nowhere.
oh, is that what that card means? Is quickness?
Yeah.
Now, the status quo right now, okay? This is right now what you get. Technically, I showed it to you upside down first, but it's the 3 of sticks. What is the 3 of sticks, Rachel? What's the 3 of sticks?
3 of discs?
Sticks. Rods. Wands.
3 waiting for your ships to come in.
Okay, well, this came out upside down, so that means watching your ship sail away. Okay, that's the status quo right now. And then here, venturing into even numbered card territories, which is, cool. This is upside down. The opposite of deceit is the future. So that looks like whatever the result is, it's not going to be based in tricks or games or deceit.
Yeah, right.
So that could be, this really is the end. Maybe this no deceit card means the current breakup is not a lie.
Yeah, I think so.
That's what I think
It
it
could
means.
also represent not being sneaky. So he was
Right.
up front with you.
Yeah, so the current breakup could just be, this could represent a good quality about both of you, that you engage in even the difficult transition of power that Nixon engaged in by not being tricky, but by being forthright, right?
Mhm.
And that could potentially bode well, but I'd say Tara says, sayonara boyfriend, and hello single lady.
Yeah.
I hope everyone else agrees with me, but if you don't, you're welcome to have your own interpretation of this and not be wrong. It's one of those things where you can have your interpretation, I can have mine, and we can both be not wrong. Other kinds of things are not like that, but this is one of those things that's like that.
You want a chat GPT reading?
Oh, sure. I'll take one.
Okay. Oh, I'm gonna. Well, I guess it'll
Just
do
give
it
me- yeah,
just
just give me the
regular
regular
cards.
cards,
Okay.
yeah. Give me a 3 a pull, maybe. Or how many cards does it do? 3?
I do 4 when I do it, but you can have 3 if you want.
Alright, give me your 4. I'm going to pace back and forth a little bit. I'm a breezy, watery earth that's on fire. I have all the mystical elements.
The cards are jumping. Whoa, they're jumping so much. They really want to read Eric's tarot. They're like jumping all over the place. They're real excited.
Looks like a good fishing day. That's for fishing and tarot. When they're jumping, shit's gonna be for both fishing
Yeah.
and tarot.
Okay. All right. I think I'm done. Eric's first card.
Gigadipia. I'm gonna
Eric's second card.
place it on this little table.
Eric's third card.
I think that one's the 4th. That's what you said first. Let's put it first.
Okay.
What do you say?
And Eric's third card.
This table's not big enough. Never mind. It's dumb to have an extra little table. You already have a little table right here.
Okay.
There.
So what do you get? The first card. Judgment.
Judgment. Meow, 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 meow.
Oh, judgment, judgment. The 6 of Pentacles.
Called the devil card.
Is it?
Well, I mean, 6 and pentacles makes me think of devil.
Okay. And Knight of Wands. And the 6 of Cups. So now I'm gonna ask ChatGPT what that means.
Let's find out.
Hi ChatGPT, I pulled Judgment, the Six of Coins, the Knight of Wands, and the Six of Cups for Eric. What does that say about his personality?
Hi, Samantha. Those cards offer a fascinating look at Eric's personality. Here's what they suggest. 1. Judgment. This card indicates self-reflection, evaluation, and a call to a higher purpose. It suggests that Eric is introspective and continually reassessing his life choices. He might be going through or have gone through a transformative period where he seeks to understand and improve himself. 2. Six of Coins, Six of Pentacles. This card symbolizes generosity, charity, and balance in giving and receiving. Eric is likely generous and fair, valuing equality and justice. He might be someone who enjoys helping others and strives to create balance in his relationships and interactions. 3. Knight of Wands. This card represents action, adventure, and passion. Eric probably has a dynamic and energetic personality. He might be ambitious, confident, and enthusiastic about pursuing his goals and passions. This card suggests a person who is always ready for a new challenge or adventure. 4. Six of Cups. This card signifies nostalgia, memories, and childhood. It suggests that Eric values his past and has a strong connection to his memories and roots. He might be sentimental and enjoy reminiscing about good times. This card can also indicate a nurturing and caring nature. Together, these cards paint a picture of Eric as a reflective and generous individual who values balance and fairness. He has a dynamic, adventurous spirit combined with a sentimental side that cherishes memories and past experiences.
You know what I had to say to you? Mid-Atlantic Expanse. Put your voodoo moisture on my pagan Stonehenge, because I ain't having it.
Oh, so what'd you think?
That was good, really.
Yeah.
That's kind of right.
Yeah.
I've gone through a transition period.
Mm-hmm.
I like to engage others in positive ways.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I'm not sure if I'm particularly generous, but I'm not stingy.
You're not, no.
Um,
I would say you're generous.
and then the third one was ready to do shit. That's historically how I've always been. I'm kind of, I kind of fit and start seeing back into things. I have been working on a bit of music recording, which is nice to do, even if I'm not thrilled with it become perfect or whatever. It's still good to do something.
Yeah.
And then that last one, I mean, certainly my memories play a significant role in my day-to-day life experience as I go through the tyranny of SI.
Yeah, you do.
So voodoo. Well, what's wrong with voodoo? You have something against? Are you racist against Haitians?
Can you do cards for me?
Sure I can.
Move your flies down.
What does that say about my personality?
Yeah, what is it?
It says that I have high hip syndrome.
Oh.
That's what it says. It's
I'm
one
so
of the common
sorry about
symptoms of
that.
high hip syndrome.
I have high waist syndrome.
Wow.
No jeans. Oh.
Don't expect any sympathy from me, lady. High waist syndrome is like, I'm an INTJ versus I have actual autism. I have actual autism, okay? My high hip syndrome is terrible.
Pants look weird are weird for me too. Like I have to get high waisted, like way high waisted jeans in order to look like normal.
Okay, well, let's find out what's Rachel's path
Oh yeah, and it has my
of seeking. Seeking path and the destination.
ChatGPT, please call me Rachel.
Got it, Rachel? If you need more insights or have other questions, feel free to let me know.
This is the first one that popped out.
Oh.
Hawaiian over spilled milk. This one's begging to come out.
Oh my gosh, it really
Jumping
is.
from my fingers. 3 of rods. And this one also jumping. 10 of cups. Now, you've been doing 4, so I'll do 4 for you. This is too many.
Yeah, too many.
Path of seekage, destination, awareness. And then lastly, you get the 2 of kapupus. All right, so let's take a look. What do we need to know about Rachel before, now, where she's going and what she'll find? Okay? Before, now, where she's going and what she'll find.
Okay.
Here, I'll ask you. ChatGPT. Oops. ChatGPT. I would like you to interpret the following tarot cards as 1, 2, 3, 4. And then I'd like you to frame your understanding of each of those numbers as where she was. This is hard to do.
It is.
Hard to
It gets-
articulate.
it
I
gets-
can do it though. How do you make that thing come up?
The headphones. And then when it's a full circle.
ChatGPT, can you please do a tarot card reading with the following 4 cards? 5 of Cups, 3 of Rods, 10 of Cups, and 2 of Cups.
Sure, Rachel. Here is an interpretation of the 4 tarot cards you pulled. 1. 5 of Cups. This card often represents feelings of loss, regret, and focusing on the negative aspects of a situation. It suggests a need to process grief and disappointment, but also to recognize that not all is lost. There are still positive elements to focus on if one can shift their perspective. 2. 3 of Rods Wands. This card symbolizes foresight, planning, and looking ahead to future opportunities. It suggests that you are in a phase of expansion and growth, waiting for the results of your efforts, and preparing for new ventures. 3. 10 of Cups. This card is about fulfillment, happiness, and emotional contentment, often within the context of family and close relationships. It signifies a sense of harmony, peace, and joy, and is sometimes referred to as the happily ever after card. 4. 2 of Cups. This card represents partnership, unity, and mutual respect in relationships. It suggests a strong bond, whether romantic or platonic, and indicates balance and harmony in your interactions with others. Putting these cards together, it seems like you're on a journey from a place of emotional challenge, 5 of Cups, towards a phase of planning and anticipation, 3 of Rods, leading to emotional fulfillment and joy, 10 of Cups, and culminating in strong, harmonious partnerships, 2 of Cups. It's a full circle journey from dealing with loss to finding happiness and meaningful connections. Does this resonate with you?
Yes, and now tie in the 5th card, the High Priestess.
Sure. Let's incorporate the High Priestess into the reading. 1. 5 of Cups represents feelings of loss and focusing on what has gone wrong. However, it also encourages you to shift your perspective and recognize the positive aspects that remain. 2. 3 of Rods Wands signifies looking ahead and planning for future opportunities. It suggests that you are in a period of growth and expansion, anticipating the results of your efforts. 3. 10 of Cups symbolizes emotional fulfillment, happiness, and harmony, particularly within family and close relationships. This card indicates a sense of contentment and joy. 4. 2 of Cups represents unity, partnership, and mutual respect. It suggests strong, balanced, and harmonious relationships, whether romantic or platonic. 5. The High Priestess. This card adds a layer of intuition, mystery, and inner wisdom to the reading. It suggests that you have a deep inner knowing and should trust your intuition. The High Priestess encourages you to look beyond the surface and seek deeper understanding and insight. Full circle interpretation. Your journey begins with the Five of Cups, acknowledging loss and emotional challenges. As you move forward, the Three of Rods indicates a period of planning and anticipation for future success. The Ten of Cups brings a promise of emotional fulfillment and happiness, suggesting that your efforts will lead to harmony and contentment. The Two of Cups highlights the importance of strong, balanced relationships in your life. Finally, the High Priestess ties everything together by emphasizing the need to trust your intuition and seek deeper insight into your experiences. This journey from loss to fulfillment is guided by your inner wisdom and the strength of your relationships, bringing everything full circle.
Cool.
I mean, that sounds like me. Like everything I've gone through. That sounds like,
It sounds exactly right. It's weird how
Yeah.
it kind of intuited the frame that we wanted to intuit without us even telling it.
yeah.
There's some stuff I want to talk about that I was thinking about outside. And I also want to finish up a couple of tasks outside.
Okay.
So do you mind if I take this with me outside
No,
for a
I'll
bit?
join you.
Okay, cool. That'd be great. So I'm going to start this conversation with the following observation that I made to myself. I think we need to further sanitize the songs, the lyrics in the song, Goodness Gracious, Great Balls of Fire. Further sanitize them for the contemporary milieu by saying, goodness gracious, equal spheres of differing beauty. But second, what I'd like to say is that if we were thinking about like an AI's capacity to do certain things, we have an AI, you want an AI to be like me, to imitate me effectively. One thing that is interesting to note about AI is that you could conceivably ask it to put together symbolic language that it can use expressly for imitating behavior and quirks, qualities that make up a person's displays of personality across time, right? So if you took something like that previous idea there, then maybe the AI would write code for itself that says, at the end of some long string of other on-off switches, essentially, one that says, take an existing thing that has meow quality and tie it into contemporary kind of generation milieu stuff and make it more that way, right? So like goodness gracious, great balls of fire becomes goodness gracious, equal spheres of differing beauty. And that's an expression of extroverted intuition, right? But if they want it to be specific to me, then what they need to do is determine what percentage of the time when I say some random thing, like given a random instance of communication, there's meow percentage chance that it's not linked to anything previous that's been said by me, either because it's the first thing I said in the live stream or because it transitioned to a new idea, right? And then of those instances, there's a meow percentage amount of times that it's going to follow the form that previous expression of extroverted intuition took. Namely, here it's going to base itself off of SI. Here's an SI thing. Here's how I'm changing it to make it different. The other expressions of NE are off of SE, as per at the end of The Usual Suspects. You know. Oh yeah, I make up a story of why there's a lady whose name is Mrs. Hare, and she had a real fascination with draperies that have fancy ruffles on them, and so that's me extroverted intuiting off of extroverted sensing, you know, seeing something in my frame of reference and making shit up off of that. But those are all things that potentially AI could imitate if you programmed a certain language to do those things, right? But my point is, I believe AI is at the point now where you don't need to program a language for it to do that. you could no, I'm waving at the bug that was on me. You could convey to it, if you can convey to it the ideas you're trying to say, like create a language that does the following things. First you're gonna have to create category. You have to give it some instructions, right? But if you can get the gist of those ideas across, I think AI is at the point now where it can come up with its own symbolic language that it can use to better process both the data of me that I'm putting out and the process of imitating who I am going in, you know? If you gave it all of the data of Eric and plenty of instances of feedback saying, yes, you're correct here, ChatGPT, or no, you're not correct, it's wrong. And so it could have a reliable test evaluator of its answers, you know, somebody who graded its tests of itself correctly, then, and it could probably even, you could potentially even have an AI that sets up its own way to attain that feedback independent of any individual, right? It could crowdsource that to a bunch of individuals if it could figure out a way. But regardless, when you think about that possibility, it makes the idea of an AI mastering every aspect of human experience better than any human can master it, even totally subjective expressions of experience like your, you know, like my YouTube channel, talking about stuff I've been thinking about for years, using it's perfectly suited for my attentional strengths. It's in my wheelhouse. I'm just expertly intuiting, TIing, you know, miggity mine. That it can be me better and more effectively than I can be me. Because right now we're just talking about those aspects of experience that can be digitized. One could imagine like the following thing occurring at some point. Legislation, whatever, that dictates that I own, I mean, this basically already exists in copyright law, but basically I own my name, image, likeness, right? So one can imagine a circumstance where the courts rule that only the actual person can profit from an AI being a perfect imitation of them. So that I could then have on Talking with Famous People, there are some hours when I'm actually live myself because I want to be, but it's running 24/7 with an AI Eric doing a better job of being Eric than I do it anytime I'm not streaming. And you could imagine that the audience decides they prefer AI perfected Eric over regular Eric, and the views go up during AI time and down during Eric time, you know? It's very conceivable that AI could do that. Maybe not right now, but in 10 years, it seems like sure it could. It'll probably be fairly commonplace for people to engage with AIs in the way I'm just describing. AI, can you figure out a way so that you can do meow? And the AI will be able to figure out how to do it. So right now, I could get AI to do that maybe if I gave it a lot of very specific instructions. Like, okay, what I'm trying to get you to do eventually is be able to imitate me flawlessly in an engagement with some other person indefinitely. And right now, we're just going to pretend there's a video component going along with it too. But for now, we'll just deal with the talking part of it. So the way I want you to do this is I want you to watch, read the transcripts, let's say, keep the text of all of my live streams. And then I'm going to ask you to categorize every instance of communication in the live stream according to whether it's a new topic that hasn't been broached before, a callback of a previous topic, or a continuation of a topic ongoing. Every sentence, let's say. So you have to give it a bunch of instructions like that right now. I'm imagining a future where the only instruction you have to give it is figure out how to act, sound, be just like Eric, and it'll figure out all that stuff itself. All right, so I'm gonna get this little task done here. It's not a big task. We're not gonna have to stand out here in the heat and the bugs for very long. I'm gonna show you what we're talking about. You're gonna be amazed at all the stuff I got done when I was out here last time. Just take a gander at this. So obviously, people were not pleased with me taking over. There were a lot more people here, and then I took the phone away from Rachel, and now there's 5 people here. I was like, boo, Eric, boo. I've got all the pushings into 3 piles, okay? And this brings me to my second thing I was thinking about outside that I want to talk about. TE. So when I started this task of pushing stuff on the driveway with the big pusher, doing a little sweeping too, but mostly pushing, I said, I had the following amount of TE. Okay, well, let's start at the driveway because that way I'm pushing with gravity and it'll roll downhill. It is the case that that's a TE consideration. Like, you know, it's in the same vein as start cleaning at the top and do the floors last, right? A TE consideration like that. But in this instance, probably not the TE consideration I should have considered at all. If I needed to consider it, and I'm not sure I really did. But the bottom line is, I pushed some stuff down this hill, and then I came down here and pushed some stuff up the hill. So if that was my justification for going to the top of the hill, was that stuff rolls downhill, then that was a dumb justification because then I should push everything downhill into one pile. Instead, I pushed it partway downhill, pushed stuff from below it up to it, and then started a second pile over here. I first limited myself to this edge right here, this line, which of different kinds of cement, right? But then I said, okay, well, I'll get a third pile over here. I started the pile right there before I realized, oh, you know what would have been most efficient if I knew I was going to do this whole area ahead of time would be to push that pile right in the middle so everything's equally far away from it. Instead, I pushed it right there so that right over here is close to it, but everything else is increasingly far away from it. And I still pushed it all the way over there. I'm thinking that can't be the most efficient way to do it. But the reality is, maybe it doesn't make much difference at all, you know? This is the problem with TE. So if I had been normal me and had slightly better TE, I would have thought about the TE considerations and then never done anything because TI wants there to be a definitive answer like, say, okay, so is it more or less efficient for me to put it there, or does it make no difference, or what? You know, what are the criteria upon which I'm supposed to be making these decisions? So, you know, any TI is not conducive to TESE. It's the opposite of it, really. Like, TE is like, all right, look, we just want to hammer this shit out, get it done in a smart, efficient way. We don't want to spend forever thinking about it.
Okay, I have a question. Do TE DOMs like learn from mistakes, or they just like no?
No, it's actually a different relationship with SE than either of us have. They stop before a given task and evaluate the whole scope of the task, and then try to make decisions now to make the whole process easy, keeping in mind later steps of the process and how they were going to fit into the curriculum.
I feel like SEs just like do the damn thing.
Yeah, SE starts doing it before it knows how it's going to do it, right? I just knew one teeny bit of how I was going to do it before I started doing it. I just started pushing from the top. But, you know, I'm facilitated by Adderall in my doing. And even so, look at how much talking there is before I actually clean up these piles. I would also note that while I was pushing this stuff, instead of thinking about, like, for example, maybe if I didn't stop enough at the whole start of this to think about how I should do it, maybe I should stop right now and think about whether what I'm doing now is going to impact how I do the rest of the driveway over there or something. But I considered that possible, like that might possibly be the best TE thing to do. I never considered actually doing that. Okay, now let's put on my glasses and turn off the lights. Hey there, girl. It's time to put on your glasses and turn off the lights. Why do I have to put on my glasses? Because that's how the saying goes. Well, yeah, and in fact, that's part of why I started to do the thing in the first place, although I forgot that that was my reasoning almost immediately. It was like, well, this will be some good exercise. She does the ancient art of belly dancing. Belly hula is a way to communicate even more messages than just hula. Called the hexadecimal code of dancing. It's used by the most advanced dance communication experts. This highly sophisticated hula belly dance has its own grammar, can convey different moods such as subjunctive, and even different tenses. So sophisticated were the Turkish Hawaiians. The Turkish Hawaiians were the people, of course, the ancient Turkish Hawaiians were the people who invented belly hula dancing when they bred with the ancient Hawaiians. For a while, when they returned to Constantinople years later, it was Istanbul then, actually. They're like, hey, we're the new scholars. Look at this dancing. Everyone's like, that's the new rage. But then it fell out of favor, and the Catholic Church labeled all practitioners of it demons. So it wasn't until archaeological dig in Portugal revealed a lot of murals depicting, it's called the Rosetta Stone of the hula belly dancing community. It showed what the different dance moves meant in hula, in belly, and then in hula belly. Oh, and in hieroglyphics. Of course. Alright, why am I back in a little car? Because I'm not going to throw away all this shit. It's too biodegradable. But which means I'm going to have to burn it. I'm going to throw away the seeds part, but I'm not going to throw away the 2 piles of mostly pine needles. I just burn them. Which means I have to take them down the hill in a little car. But I'm not going to burn them anytime soon. I'll wait till burn season, obviously. Alright. So as you see here, we've got a little car backed up to this pile of pine needles, etc. So let's get started putting them back there. I'm going to use this time. To attain a cleaner transition into materials than I would with a big pusher, I think. we're going to get the big pusher and the broom. Pro tip, don't one-handed broom. Put down the other thing when you sweep. Okay. Well, that was quite an adventure, but we're not done yet, folks. We've got another pile to scoop. Okay, everybody. That's right. You're getting all of the action, all of the spills and thrills, all of the adventure of real life people doing real life things. And understandably, you know, people are pretty excited. The population is. That's why we've got 7 people here right now. We're making a big splash in Hollywood, needless to say. They're like, regular people doing regular things? Well, I never thought about that. Okay, so we're going to do a last little push here. Make sure we get all the main stuffs. Like I see I left a little bit of the old pine needles up here that I should probably get. Get those with the broom. Sweep them on out here with a sweeping like motion. Like I said, put this thing down while you're using the broom. Okay. Now, just give it a little sweep. Add a little swoop. Swoopity sweep, swoopity swoop. We'll be done in a minute. Now get into your boat. All right. Now that we've done the sweepy swoops, we're going to push. There. All right. Now, could move this a little closer. I think it's gonna be fine. By which I mean the car, obviously not the pile. I mean, I could move the pile a little closer. Got our hair plants. Got all of them in bugs.
We would last like a minute and make it in a braid.
Okay. Now let's take a break. Let's take an inside break where it's cool, where the deer and the buffalo roam.
I'm proud of you for getting all that work done.
Thanks. It was good exercise, which is really what I wanted in the first place, I think. Hey, kitty, stop. Oh, it's fine, Goblin. Pretty hard to overwork myself, considering how little work I do. Go ahead, eat your goddamn food. You don't need me to like supervise your eating, okay? You don't need permission to start eating. You don't need me to stand guard. Just stop already. Enough with the bossy cat. Just because you're the boss, Trouble, doesn't mean you should be bossy. Oh yeah, he's not afraid to talk back. Obviously, I'll get in trouble if I talk back. It's okay, Trouble. You're a very good guy. I'm Daddy knows. I'm Daddy knows. Ah. Go. What MBTI type is trouble? He's an ENFJ. That's what we think.
Yeah.
He's got terrible SI. He's extremely about FE interface, as you see. He talks a lot. He accomplishes what he wants by interfacing with the people. And Capillo as well. Not necessarily good, right? FE doesn't have just carrot part, it has stick part too. Embarrassing someone in front of another person is an example of sort of weaponized FE, you know? Oh my goodness. I am tired as a retired tire who's tiring of changing the tires on his tire factory show vehicle. That's how tired I am. And I think I'm going to wrap up this stream now. Unless Rachel wants to take it upstairs, take it over, I don't know. But if you don't, I'm going to wrap it up.
I'll talk for a little bit and then I'll come back downstairs.
Okay.
You know.
It's all yours.
Not much might happen, so.
I will take this. To give you wide mobility, right?
Yeah.
You can go a long distance with a longer cord.
True.
Yeah, how you guys made it? Let's see. I'm in the black room right now. It's easier to talk in this room than it is my bedroom. Good, I'm glad you had lots of fun. Where the heck did I put my lipstick? Hold on. So I come up here and I have like no idea what to say. Apparently there's a comet that's going to be flying overhead. My dad sent me an article. Tomorrow you can see a rare comet come closest to Earth in 68 years. But you can only see it with a telescope or binoculars. Whoa, 4 in the morning. I don't go to bed till 4 in the morning on a regular. Like, that seems to be my most natural sleep is to go to bed early morning, wake up late in the afternoon. I've always had trouble sleeping. Do you have anything to do today, Goblin? Ow. Damn that bed. Fucking furniture. Yeah, I think it is how my circadian rhythm operates. Oh my god. This bed in the black room has like, it's made out of like hard wood and the corners stick out. So if you try, like, you can hit your leg easily. Oh good, you'll have time to sleep. That is good. I didn't know if I had my bodysuit on backwards, but I guess I would know. This has been going on for 6 hours already. I was only here for like 4 of those hours, I think. What's wrong with me? I have bipolar disorder. I'm very clumsy. I'm not good with money. What's wrong with you, Dr. Ketchup? I'm staring at the camera because I'm not sure what to talk about yet. Well, you obviously care because you asked what's wrong with me. Sinji Miser per. Oh, also I do have like, I sleep late. Thanks, Sanjeev. I have no problem telling people who I am. Like, I have nothing to hide. So, bye, Dr. Ketchup. You won't be missed. Yeah, so tomorrow night, if you guys have binoculars or a telescope, you can see a comet pass by. Fucking cool. It's not gonna, it's like not a dangerous one, but it's not gonna be, you can't see it with the naked eye. You need something to enlarge in it. Eric and I see satellites here. Like satellites flying overhead. It's really cool. You see drones and shooting stars. I love seeing shooting stars. What do you mean by acrobatics? Wait, I thought we had binoculars too, Natasha. I'm not sure what happened with. We had binoculars, but in the move they got lost somewhere. And then we had a telescope, but it got messed up. It's broken, so we gave it to good. It's not broken. We just don't know. It's gonna take lots of recalibrate. It took a lot of space, so Eric gave it to Goodwill, the thrift shop. Thanks, Natasha. I honestly, like, I don't have, that's what I liked about Eric, is that he has nothing to hide. He has nothing to hide when it comes to anything, really, anything. I'm a little bit more private, but if you ask me a direct question, I'm going to give you an answer. And if I don't know, I don't know. You know, I'm just going to say that I don't know. How? No. I'm definitely not Mother Teresa. I wouldn't want to be Mother Teresa. I just like I like to be nice most of the time. I mean, unless you mess with me or Eric or like my cats or anyone close to me. But I'm definitely not Mother Teresa. Far from it. I mean, I don't know. I definitely don't glorify Mother Teresa. I mean, I don't know. She seems like a good person, I guess. Like they say that with it's very rare for a person to give so much without wanting something in return. She could have been, the exception to the rule, but I believe that all of her all of her work, I believe either that she was extremely rare of a person, or uh in some way she knew what she was doing was right, and it gave her like a good feeling. I don't know if it gave her an ego. It doesn't seem like she had an ego. So maybe she was one of the rare people, but I'm a skeptic when it comes to a lot of like celebrities and political and just good people. That's why I think it's so important to be upfront with people about who you are, like right from the get go. Um, you want to be nice, like you want to be nice, but you want people to like know who you are, really. So, um, and it seems like for some reason it's hard for people to see who's telling the truth and who's not. Yeah, I'm definitely not. Who the heck I mean, do people think that they're Mother Teresa? Really? Like, she must have been, I think she must have been a rare person. I don't know much about her. My grandma loved her. Um, Most celebrities I felt the ick about as a kid, I'm finding out are weirdos now. Yeah, sometimes your intuition is right about a person, right? Like, um, Dave Coulier actually came to the university that I was at in Pennsylvania, Kutztown University, to do some comedy like over the weekend. And I was like, I'm not fucking seeing that douchebag. Like he seems like kind of a creep. Like, and now John Stamos seems like kind of a creep too. I listened to this YouTube by Sloan, his name is, he goes by, and he talked about the Olsen twins and how they really have like backed away from the acting and the whole like Full House thing. And apparently John Stamos had like a big problem with them. Like he would be like, "Oh my god, like can you get those babies to stop crying? Like I'm an actor." Like they're babies. They're babies on a show. Like babies are going to cry. Yeah, it's not. One person that I have a lot of problems with, who for a long time, I don't think anymore, but for a long time was like everyone worshipped her, was is I know, right, Natasha? It's like, what the hell's wrong with you, asshole? And he and Dave Coulier are really close. So in Scrubs, the I don't want no scrubs. The Scrubs is the guy that can't get no love from me, hanging out the passenger side of his best friend's ride. So was that song was made after Dave Coulier was like catcalling, trying to get Chili and the other girls, T-Boz and Left Eye. I think they were together. They were walking, and he was hanging out the side of John Stamos's car. He was he and John Stamos are friends. Ew, jerks. They're both jerks. Hi, Raul Reader. In your jurisdiction, can women's also join army? Yeah, I think there are some people who are definitely made for it. Like, my mom could have definitely done well in the army. Doing what exactly? I'm not sure if she would be able to like kill people, but if it was her sense of duty, she might, because my mom is very like, she's very militant. She's very TE. She's good with knowing how to solve problems and like get things done on a detailed level. That's cool, Natasha. Are you not afraid of flying? I am. I'm afraid of flying. Every time there's turbulence, I'm like, oh my god. It scares me. Yeah, I'm Eric's wife. Where are you from, Sinjeeb? The BTS is in the group? Is that what you mean? Really, you're not French enough to be a flight attendant? That's a like requirement to be a flight attendant? I'm surprised French. No, I'm not in the army, and the army wouldn't want me. Trust me, the army, I would be they would be like, you need to go home, or like you need to work in an office. I would probably be like an office person for the army. There's no way that I would survive. I don't like authority. I have problems with authority figures. Being told what to do, and I'm like I'm just totally unfit. Like I would hate every moment of it. Yes, here in Canada, because we are bilingual country. Oh, it's mandatory to have French as a second language and a smart serve. Well, you honestly, here's what my thought is on India and overpopulation is you guys have to start having abortions. Like fucking stop. Like also use fucking protection too. Like stop having babies. Like it's your religion is brainwashing you. You could even be a chef or cleaner. There's many jobs women can do can serve in the military. I wouldn't want to be a chef because I am not. I think Eric's mom was a teacher in either the Navy or the Army. She was a teacher. So I know you could do that too. But the routine things, I'm not good with routines. They would be like not happy to have me, trust me, and I wouldn't be happy to be there. I don't know, it could be a base take, but like I don't respect a religion that says that like every life needs to be kept. Like that's not right. I mean, you should not be like 14-year-old and a fucking mother. Just because you have sex doesn't mean that you should be having children. And not everyone is a good parent, so a lot of kids get forgotten about. So yeah, I'm all for abortion. Abstinence, sure. Anything. Proper sexual protection. Do it. Birth control, yes. Oh, I have no idea what based means, goblins. I apologize. I don't know if Europe is struggling with jobs. I should ask my sister that. My sister is a freelance writer, so she doesn't really like have to worry about that. But I wonder, she's in Prague. Prague seems to be flourishing right now. That's not good. They shouldn't fear using a condom. Condoms are good. They prevent a huge problem from happening. Yeah, I do. Yeah, same, Natasha. Oh, most people are illiterate? Mm-hmm. Well, that's starting to become common here too, actually, Raul Reader. A lot of kids in 7th grade have like a first or a reading age of a like a 6-year-old. It's bad. It's getting bad here. So that's why there should be options. That's why you can't just rely on birth control. You can't just rely on condoms. You have to have a medical way to get rid of having something that you don't want in your body or in life. And then the kid grows up and he has a shitty life, and then the shittiness either they're lucky and they get out, or their shittiness continues. I do think you should tell the father when you're pregnant. I don't think that you should just like not tell the guy, but you both have to be in agreement on it. If one person's not agreeing on it, then it should not happen. Unless you think you really want it and you just don't expect anything from the dad. That's fair too, you know? But I mean, if you know, abortion, there's a song Brick by Ben Folds 5 where it talks about him and his girlfriend, and they're getting ready to have an abortion. Like she's getting ready to have an abortion and he's with her through it to support her. And basically he talks about how they break up afterwards. They knew in that moment having the abortion ruined the relationship. So you have to be on the same side, and you have to know what you want, what you don't want. I mean, I do not want to have kids. So it's just important for a child to be born. Oh my God. Sorry about that. I don't know what happened. I answered the phone. Bye, Natasha. Canadian education is very good. I am thankful for that. U.S. colleges and stuff are good too, but harder to get into. They are hard. Did you try to get into them? I'm surprised. They'd like to diversify the people that they have at schools. Gen Z, what up, Gen Z? Gen Zs are cool too. It's buffering? Is it still buffering? Okay, good. Okay. Yeah, I had there was a phone call for Eric, but it was not real. You know. I'm a housewife. What's up, Amir? Not much, just hanging here. Hey, gamer, what's up? I feel like it's been a while since you've been around. Someone prank called. I don't know if they're listening right now. I'm rich. I'm the best. I'm the greatest. I'm the greatest. I'm the best. What do you guys think about gossip? I like to gossip about celebrities because I feel like their lives are like so public that like they shouldn't have anything to hide. So I gossip about celebrities. But what do you guys think about gossip in general? Cool, you did a tour with your band? That's great. Good stuff. How'd it go? Did you like being on the road? It's evening in my country. I'm in the US. It's 7:25 right now. California, Mint Films. California. Are you where? Where in California? We're in like the Central Valley area, Mariposa. We're like we're close to Yosemite. 7:55 in the morning. Are you getting ready for work? Ah, Sacramento. I like Sacramento. We have a friend who lives in Sacramento, and on our trip to Washington, we stopped in Sacramento to visit her, and I really like it. I like the town. I think it's charming. The city of Sacramento. It's a city, right? Because it's the state capital. Well, 7:27 here. Yeah, Sacramento is a nice place. I think it's nice. I would move there. Really? That's so interesting. I didn't know that. So there's cities within the city? It's kind of how LA is. There's like towns and cities within Los Angeles. D says, I'm going to live in Washington in like 40 some more years. Looking forward to it. You're really forward thinking, aren't you? Oh, how many people are into I don't go to the pub, I don't drink alcohol. How many people believe in or think that handwriting analysis is interesting? I think it's interesting, although some characteristics of my handwriting I don't like. For example, Natomas, West Sacramento, South Sacramento. Oh, Sirius Heights, Antelope, North Highlands. Some people don't call these cities Sacramento. So handwriting analysis is when you take a person's handwriting and you look at certain characteristics of the handwriting, like where it is on the compared to the margins, how big certain letters are, the placement of the letters, the angles of the letters, and they're supposedly supposed to represent the person's personality in a subconscious way. So I'll give you an example. I'll show you guys. I'll get my journal. Okay. So, handwriting analysis. This is my journal. This is the margin. This is the left margin where it usually starts. And then it goes like this, right? And this happens a lot. See on this page also, my handwriting goes like up. See? It goes up this way. And what that means is, so this is the past, this is the future. So I'm very future oriented. I look forward to the future. I have good feelings for the future, but I'm not a good planner because I forget about the past. Bye, Goblin. It's nice that you're here too. That's interesting. I think it's incredible how hard it is to duplicate another person's handwriting. It's almost as unique as a fingerprint. These days, texts are the same. Believe it or not. I'm surprised that it is. Max Keeble, I actually will shout out that name, Amanda Hug and Kiss, because that's a classic from The Simpsons. That's one of Eric's favorite names that Bart uses. I called Brad Pitt's agency and I asked for Homer sexual. Thanks. The Simpsons is awesome, and that's a non-offensive really one, Max Keeble, so I appreciate that. So yeah, my handwriting goes, I'm very future oriented, but I'm a bad planner, and it's true. See again, my handwriting goes up. This is the margin. It should be going straight across for the most part, but instead I go this way. I go up. Let's see what else with my handwriting. My P's don't go down very far. So I'm insecure about my sexuality or sexual sexual openness. I'm more reserved. I'm like very straight. But in the P, see this small P, Philadelphia, PA, my P lines are short. And I think my Y's are short too, so that's also like sexual anxiety. So I don't know. I don't know if it's accurate. Like really, I don't know if it's accurate or not. It's just another fun thing for me to do. Yeah, are you asking it's my hobby, like handwriting analysis, or what's my hobby? Because I don't really have, I mean, I'm on YouTube all the time. YouTube's a hobby. I don't know, watching TV. Watching YouTube is more my hobby. Sexual anxiety is friggin' annoying. Well, like, I just want to be a good partner, so I don't know. Why is it annoying? Like, do you have short Y's and short P's and short G's according to your handwriting? Or do you just like not like people who have it, or are you sexually anxious? Yeah, it can. It can. I'm sure it is hard to discuss with a significant other. I dated someone who had sexual anxiety. Like, he didn't want to have sex without like a shirt on, and like I was just like, don't worry about it. So like I didn't even really bring it up. I just accepted it, and then he got, you know, we were in a relationship. He felt safer. So I am a graduate. I am a graduate. You might not tell right now, but I graduated from Kutztown University. It'll be 20 years ago. Oh my god. That's crazy. 20 years ago I graduated from, no, 2007 I graduated, right? Or 2006. 2003, 4, 5, 2006 I graduated. So it'll be 20 years soon. I think, what's the age should be for sex, like legally? I don't know. Because I was in a relationship, and we trusted each other. We had a lot of trust, and well, we didn't have a lot of trust, but like we like trusted the moment, and like planned it, and were ready for it at the same time. So and I was 16, and he was 18. So like I think keeping it at 18 is fine, but just that some kids are going to have it earlier. What does SA look like for a woman? I don't know that. Is the prediction you did 100% accurate? My heart just broke after hearing that he's not coming back to me. Okay. Jam. Why did you guys break up? Yeah, it should be 18. I'm telling you, there should be strict rules about sex in India. Oh, sexual anxiety. Sexual anxiety look like for a woman, maybe not wanting to have like the lights on during sex. I'm over that. But yeah, be feeling weird about their body, or like self-conscious about if they're doing a good job. Yeah, like Jam, I really want to know, because breakups are really difficult, and sometimes they happen. Like, I had a boyfriend break up with me, my first boyfriend ever, who broke up with me. He broke up with me and never gave me a reason why. Like, I had no fucking clue. Just one day, like, I I get a call from him saying that he's breaking up with me, and I was like, I scrambled. I was like, oh my god, like I can change, but I'm glad that I'm not with him, because like I don't know. I don't think he appreciated who I was, really. So, I mean, I wanted him back. I wanted to be back with him more than anything. But I look back at it now and I'm like, wow, thank God I didn't. Because, I mean, if he didn't want to be with me back then, he probably didn't want, he would have broke up with me at some time. He blocked you? I don't know. He was not treating me right, and I was holding myself for so long, and 2 days ago I yelled at him, which was good. You should have. Then he blocked you. You know what? Honestly, if he broke up with you, you dodged a bullet. Like, forget that guy. It's easier said than done. It's easier, and it's and I know, like, I love being in a relationship, but sometimes you need time to be single, and you shouldn't accept not treated right just because you yelled at him. Like, you should have, thank God you yelled at him. There are some people who go violent sometimes. It's crazy. So the fact that he broke up with you, like, screw him. Sounds like he's a bit of a baby. Hey, Chris Brown. You deserve better. You deserve to be, like, loved for who you are. Forget about that dude. You'll look back. It's going to be hard. It's going to be heart-wrenching for a long time. It can be for a long time. But then you get back to yourself and you know, you meet someone new and then you forget about it. Married 22 years. I think we both were single sometimes. Haha, but not great. But great at the moment. You mean like cheating? You guys like, or like just like, we're like, oh my God, I forgot what it is to be who I was when I was single. I just like need some time to myself. Or did you guys cheat? Because that's I can't tolerate cheating, and neither does Eric. We're both on the same, and we think of cheating as, you know, sleeping with another person, kissing another person. Question: what's one thing that you think is absolutely awesome about yourself that you wish more people acknowledged? Hmm. Uh, that I have a sense of humor. That I have a good sense of humor. Sometimes it's dark, but I do have a sense of humor, and I think it's awesome that I do. But I wish that it was acknowledged more. Yes, it was love marriage. Oh, okay. That's gonna happen. I feel like that's gonna happen. You know, 22 years is a long time. So, I mean, like, going off and being like, like, I could just, like, lay around in my underwear all day and just do whatever you want to do as a single person. Besides be with other people and look for other people. But, like, just a break is, like that Peter Cetera song says, everybody needs a little time away. Thanks. I like to think that I'm good at sharing. I really don't have anything to hide. Look, Jam, he didn't treat you right, but I don't know. I don't know, Jam, that if he blocked you, fuck him. I mean, I don't know if you should go back to him, but I'm going to give you another reading and I'll see what it says, okay? I'm going to use the one on my phone. I have tarot cards on my phone. You should go through the hurt of a breakup. It really does. Like, it hurts, but you'll meet someone else. And then you forget that person. I mean, you won't forget being broken up with, and I love you too, Jam. I want the best for you. Yeah, you are free to decide, but if he was, like, abusive, I don't know. Look, I was in an abusive relationship once where he was, like, emotionally abusive, right? Like, he would fucking, like, hit on other girls and, like, tell me how I should dress like my best friend, and just, like, wanted me to change, like, everything about me. He just, like, didn't like me, right? but we kept on going back to each other because like it was all that we knew at the time. Like it had been the longest relationships either of us had ever been in. And we kept on breaking up, getting back together, breaking up, getting back together. And when he broke up with me the final time, it was like so fucking heart-wrenching. But then like again, like you go through the sadness, you go through the pain because it's fucking painful. You go through the grief as well. Like as you were part of a couple for so long and they were part of your life for so long that you still want them there. But okay, so I'm gonna do another reading. Tarot. Browse. Let's see. 4 cards. Jam. Will Jam's boyfriend get back together with her? Okay, ready. Boom. First card. The Hermit. So that's me because that's my card. Second card. Boom. The Fool. Third card. 9 of Swords. Next card. 10 of Wands. Doesn't look good. Does not look good. So, you guys were fools in love. This is you beforehand. Like, you were single, you were fine. Maybe you were looking for a partner. And then this guy came around and you were full in love. You were like, yes, I'm going into this. I love this person. You might not have loved them right away, but I really like this person and I want to get to know them more. But all he did was cause you anxiety and tears and sleepless nights. And the relationship was a burden. You did a lot of work. Like, look at all those sticks. And he's like pushing forward, like, oh my God, I know it's the end, but it's the end. It's the end. If you get back together, like, this is how it was going for both of you. The relationship caused a lot of anxiety. If you get back together, it's going to be a lot of work. Yeah, I could ask ChatGPT a question for you. Sure. I love talking to ChatGPT. What's your question? I'm sorry, Jam. I'm sorry. Do you want like another reading about something else? Oh, I bet it's humid there, Raul Reader. Have a good one. Enjoy, relax. What's the question, bathroom sandwich? Thanks for the heart, whoever is hearting it. And Jam, would you like another reading, like about you? if he abused you, screw that guy. I mean, like, not literally, obviously, don't. I'm not the star of the show. I'm just the co-host, but I take over sometimes. Anton Joseph Gordon cheat with his best friend's girl. Who's Anton Joseph Gordon? Okay, I'll do that for you, Jim. I'll ask how long it will take for you to move on. Who is Anton Joseph Gordon? I'm gonna ask the question, but I want to know who that is. And here we go. How long? No. No. There we go. How long will it take Jam to move on? First card, 3 of Cups. Second card, Ace of Cups. Fourth card, 4 of Cups. Last card, Justice. Okay, so I don't know if you're very close with I don't know if you have close girlfriends, but you have people who are very happy that you're not with this guy right now. Like, very happy. And while you're out with your friends and people who love you and like to celebrate you and have fun and party, you might meet someone new. The thing is, and this does represent new love, and it might be soon. So with your breakup, people are going to be happy, and you're going to go out more. You're going to celebrate. You might meet someone new in the process, like either through a friend, family member, or just like on your own. The thing is, you have the 4 of Cups here, and see how there's that 1 cup, just like the 1 cup here. You're gonna ignore it and be like, I don't want that. However, justice comes in, and maybe the guy pursues you, and you'll get justice for your breakup. So I don't think it's gonna take a long time, Jemima. You're welcome. Eric's downstairs. He's doing chores and stuff, and I think working on music. He was working on music. He was just over it. I felt like I could talk a little bit more. What is that? It's like hawk to like. Does that what it means? Mean? Bathroom sandwich. Who is that person? I'm gonna ask the question, but I need to know, because I don't want to ask ChatGPT. Like, if it's not a celebrity. I don't know what Hawk-ta is. I can only think of like tuh, like when you spit on someone. Or like that's like in the old cartoons. I'll ask ChatGPT. Oh, okay, spitting is. But is it sexual? Because, like, no. Oh my god, that's so inappropriate. Yo, I have something to say. You kids, whoever decided that Hokta was like something that should be like funny and a joke, it's not. And honestly, like, why are you so like obsessed with sex? Like, honestly, why are you so obsessed with sex? Like, not the whole world doesn't revolve around that. In fact, it causes a lot of fucking problems. So, fuck you, fuck Hokta. Stop sexualizing everything. People are not objects. It's not funny. Riz is like you're coming from 1920. Ohio is probably a fine place. I don't know. And like, I don't even know like some of the language, but like, no, sex is not bad. It's good, but like, it shouldn't be the only thing. It's definitely not the only thing. And if you think that's the only thing that matters, like, you're not going to be successful in relationships because you're going to base it all on that. I know Hakta as like a guy chewing tobacco and spitting it in a fucking jar. You know, one of those spit buckets that they had. Like, why does it have to go X-rated? Really? I'll ask it. I'll ask it. I'll ask it in. I'll ask it. I just don't know the person. Is this celebrity? Because like ChatGPT doesn't know. ChatGPT, why did Anton Joseph Gordon cheat with his best friend's girl?
Understanding why someone might cheat can be complex, involving emotional, psychological, and situational factors. For Anton Joseph Gordon, there could be several reasons. 1. Emotional fulfillment. He might have been seeking emotional connection or fulfillment that he wasn't getting in his own relationship. Sometimes people cheat because they feel neglected or misunderstood by their current partner. 2. Opportunity and temptation. If the opportunity presented itself, especially in a vulnerable moment, he might have given in to temptation. Being close to his best friend's girl could have created a situation where boundaries were blurred. 3. Thrill and excitement. Individuals cheat for the thrill or excitement of doing something forbidden. The illicit nature of cheating can sometimes provide a rush that some find appealing. 4. Personal issues. Personal insecurities, self-esteem, or past traumas can contribute to infidelity. He might have been dealing with internal issues that led him to seek validation outside his relationship. 5. Relationship dynamic.
Just started. Stopped. I don't have great connection in here, but here we go. Relationship dynamics. There could have been problems in this relationship with his partner, such as lack of communication, intimacy issues, or unresolved conflicts, which he chose to address by seeking comfort elsewhere rather than confronting his issues. 6. Influence of alcohol or drugs. If substances were involved, they might have impaired his judgment and led to actions that he wouldn't have taken otherwise. Thanks, Bathroom Sandwich. You're awesome too. Essie, stop being so demanding. I'll ask it, but ChatGPT, what does hawk-ta mean?
Tua refers to an onomatopoeic phrase that mimics the sound of spitting. It became popular after a viral video featuring Haley Welch, where she suggested it as a move during an intimate moment. The phrase quickly spread across social media and became a meme. Welch has since gained significant attention and is managing her newfound fame with poise.
Well, that's good. I mean, it's not a bad suggestion, but it shouldn't go viral, and I don't understand, like, younger people's obsession with sex. I really don't. I know, getting, like, that's old. Like, who didn't know about Hukta? Yeah, but, like, honestly, do stop sexualizing everything. Stop negging. I don't, actually. I don't spit on it. There's nothing wrong with it if you do, and it's not a bad suggestion from her, but why does it have to turn into a meme? It's not funny. It's just advice. Like, it's just advice. I don't know why it went viral. Honestly, it shouldn't have gone viral because, like, it's not funny. How old are you, Raul Reader? I'm glad I'm cracking you up. How old are you, Raul Reader? It depends on how old you are, really. If you're 25, so she's like, how? I don't know. If there's something special there, you can try it out. I know when I turned 30, I was like, I'm starting to prioritize, like, having kids and, like, getting married and stuff. I learned that I don't want kids, but I did want a partner for life. That was what I wanted. I didn't want to play any more games. I was done with games. In your 20s, you play games a little bit. I mean, you might have matured. She might be a little bit immature. 10 years is not bad of an age gap. I think it is a little bit young of you, but it's not terrible. Okay, I'll ask it. ChatGPT, the chat wants to know, how long until the machines take over?
The idea of machines taking over is largely a concept from science fiction. While AI and automation are advancing rapidly, they are tools created and controlled by humans. The development of AI is focused on enhancing human capabilities and improving quality of life. Ensuring ethical guidelines and robust safety measures are in place is crucial as technology progresses. There's no definitive timeline for a takeover by machines, and the emphasis remains on human oversight and collaboration with AI.
So actually, I don't know if OJ killed Nicole Brown Simpson. There's a lot of evidence. Like, there's a conspiracy theory that his son, who was known for being violent in jail a lot of times, is the one who killed her and the guy that she was dating. I think OJ took the blame for his son. I'll ask about it. ChatGPT, can you tell us about the conspiracy that OJ Simpson's son actually killed Nicole Brown Simpson?
The conspiracy theory that O.J. Simpson's son, Jason Simpson, was involved in the murders of Nicole Brown Simpson and Ron Goldman suggests that Jason had a troubled past, including issues with anger and mental health, which some theorists believe could have led him to commit the crimes. This theory posits that O.J. Simpson covered for his son. However, there is no concrete evidence to support this claim, and it remains a speculative theory rather than a proven fact. The official investigation and trial concluded with O.J. Simpson's acquittal for the murders.
Yeah, I kind of believe that he didn't do it. I think it was his son. Yeah, no kids. I'm not gonna regret it. I don't want to be a parent. I definitely don't want to be a parent. I like having the minimal amount of responsibilities that I can have. Hey TYYP, Eric is outside. He's doing chores. Yeah, sure. Do you want ChatGPT to interpret your card reading? Because she does a really good job of it. I'm going to have ChatGPT do it. I'm so confused about what you mean, temporal teleporter. Okay, Joseph Morrow. Like that you're green, by the way, and you got the Piao by your sign, by your name. I know you're a true TWFPer because of that. Excuse me. Okay. Joseph Morrow. Joseph Morrow. Morrow's personality. Okay, first card. Hello, thank you, Russia. The High Priestess. Second card for Joseph Morrow. The Nine of Cups. The third card for Joseph Morrow. What says fourth? Death. And the last card for Joseph Morrow. Two of Rods. So I'm going to ask ChatGPT right now what those mean. I have to write it down. Fuck, how am I going to do this? I have been to the DMV. I don't drive anymore because I have neuropathy. Shit, how do I type on here? No. You got the High Priestess. High Priestess. Damn it. I don't know how to do this. Can someone, Joseph Morrow, can you write out which ones you got for me and I'll ask ChatGPT it? I can't do it two things on my phone at the same time. So you got where is it? High Priestess. Yes, I do. Rosa Margarita Maraval Cerna. I do remember you. Hello. Okay, so you got the High Priestess, Nine of Cups, Death, and the Two of Rods. So High Priestess. I pulled tarot cards for Joseph Morrow. He got the High Priestess, Nine of Cups, Death, and The Two of Rods. What does this say about his personality?
Here's an interpretation of the tarot cards pulled for Joseph Morrow. 1. The High Priestess. This card represents intuition, mystery, and inner knowledge. Joseph likely has a deep sense of inner wisdom and trusts his instincts. He may be introspective and possess a rich inner life. 2. Nine of Cups. Known as the Wish card, this signifies contentment and satisfaction. Joseph might be enjoying a period of emotional fulfillment and happiness, with his desires and goals being realized. Death. This card symbolizes transformation and new beginnings. Joseph may be undergoing significant changes or letting go of old patterns to embrace new opportunities. 4. Two of Rods, Wands. This card represents planning and making decisions about the future. Joseph is likely forward-thinking and considers his options carefully, looking to expand his horizons. Combining these cards, Joseph seems to be a person who values intuition and inner knowledge, is experiencing emotional fulfillment, is open to transformation, and is thoughtfully planning his future.
So what do you think, Joseph Morrow? Did that resonate with you? Colby Curtis, why is sleeping 8 hours a day important when we have limited time on Earth? You want me to ask ChatGPT? I don't know why. I need more than 8 hours of sleep, and I need so I go to bed around 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wait, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 1, 2. I need 12 hours of sleep. I'm so glad, Joseph Morrow. That's great. I'm glad that it resonated. ChatGPT helps a lot, in interpreting the cards. Why is sleeping 8 hours a day important when we have limited time on Earth? We can use that time for something else.
Sleeping for about 8 hours a day is crucial because it allows the body and mind to recover and function optimally. Here are a few reasons why sleep is important. 1. Physical health. Sleep supports immune function, cellular repair, and overall physical health. 2. Mental health. Adequate sleep helps regulate mood, reduce stress, and improve cognitive functions like memory and decision-making. 3. Performance. Quality sleep enhances productivity, creativity, and performance in daily activities. 4. Longevity. Consistent, good sleep is linked to a longer and healthier life. In essence, the time spent sleeping is an investment in better overall quality of life and longevity.
That's why. That is why, and I think that was a great answer. Erwin, you want me to I was doing tarot, but do you want me to ask ChatGPT, will AI take over the world? They're gonna give a good answer. Right? ChatGPT is so entertaining. I spend so much time using it. Oh my god, my posture. Erwin asks, will AI take over the world?
The idea that AI will take over the world is a common theme in science fiction, but is not a realistic concern in the immediate future. AI development is focused on creating tools to assist and augment human capabilities, not replace or dominate humanity. Ensuring that AI is developed and used responsibly with ethical guidelines and human oversight is crucial. The future of AI involves collaboration between humans and machines to solve complex problems and improve quality of life.
There you go. There's your answer. There's your answer, Erwin. I know you're just lurking, but now you got some information from an AI. So it's not to worry about for the immediate future. It could be a problem in the future. It is a good answer. ChatGPT rules. I love ChatGPT. Well, I think she's saying that in the immediate future, it's actually not a problem, but that maybe in the future it could be. Like future. I'm not Canadian, I'm American. O.J. Simpson. So like how many people like the whole Ozempic skinny from the 2000s trend that's going on now? Like thin is in right now. How many people in this chat actually think that that's a healthy thing for thin to be in? And for people to take Ozempic to lose weight unnaturally. Ozempic face is like fucking nuts. I'm gonna look up some pictures of Ozempic face. That's scary. That one of Jessica Simpson. That's scary. They won't ever stop taking them. I don't think they'll ever stop taking Ozempic for as long as it keeps them thin. I think there's body dysmorphia involved with it. It doesn't matter. I just think that it's an unhealthy trend. Yeah, all of them are taking it now. And it's a real problem because people who actually have diabetes and need it, like, can't get to it because there's like a shortage, I heard. But I don't think the trend of thinism is a good thing. Yeah, they can afford it. Philip DeFracco is taking it. I don't know who that is. I'm going to look it up. Philip DeFracco. Ozempic. DeFranco. Oh my god. Did he lose by Ozempic? It looks like he lost it from like working out. Huh. He's lying? I mean, it looks like he may have lost the weight through Ozempic and totally he's got to be working out somewhat because like the Ozempic without working out looks more like thin, ribby. You know, your ribs are showing and stuff. he I don't know. I don't know. His face looks different from some of the others. Like, it doesn't look like that. Oh my gosh. Nuts. What it does to your face. I mean, crazy. Crazy. She looks so fine in the other picture. I mean, a lot of people have body dysmorphia, and then there's a beauty standard of being thin. Like, Jessica Simpson has struggled with her weight for so long, and like her children even said to her, like, "Mommy, like, why are people saying that you're fat? Like, you're beautiful." I mean, skinny, unhealthy faces are gross, I guess. I mean, I don't think they're gross. It just looks unhealthy. I don't think I don't think being like addicted pretty much to Ozempic is healthy. Hey, Boba Fett, what's going on? He does look so different from back in the day, and he possibly did take Ozempic for a little while to curb his. Uh, I don't know what Ozempic actually does, but um, but it looks like he's trying to. He looks like he's working out too. I think everything skinny's unattractive. That's personal preference. Well, I've gained. It is. I think skinny, fat, in the middle, all the sizes like is a preference. Um, like I've gained a lot of weight since like 5 years ago. Because I'm on medication that actually makes me gain weight, and it's very hard to lose it. It's extremely hard. Um, but like I'm happy. Like I only get sad when people call me like fat. Hey Lanka, Sri Lanka. Hi Sri Lanka. I honestly like I mean I would only do it for myself, and I don't feel like losing weight right now. That's a good point, Priest 1911. People who call others like fat or whatever, they just hate themselves. They hate them. They hate part of themselves. Being mean, there's some part of yourself that you don't like. Hi, Chad McKeeb. Thank you for calling me beautiful. I just don't want to think about it. I don't, I spend so much of my life like thinking about my weight. Ugh. It's like, it's like you can't win. And that's why I sort of like, I, I sort of sympathize with the people who are taking Ozempic and losing weight. Because I mean, some people like really put the pressure on others to be thin. Like that's in. I remember there's this Kate Moss quote that says, nothing feels better than nothing tastes as good as skinny feels. Yeah, I mean, I'm sensitive to criticism, so yeah, like fuck them, honestly. Like fuck those guys and girls, whoever they are, like fuck those people. But I, you know, it's like thrown in my face all over the place how thin is the thing, and you see thinness all over the place now, and um makes me insecure. Definitely makes me insecure. Makes me look at my body all the time too. I'm like, am I like how much more am I gaining? Have I gained so much? It's like, yeah, that is not bad. That's like really like kind of on par for 5'9". I'm 39. I'm pretty sensitive, honestly, to criticism. I don't take criticism well. I don't. Because I criticize myself a lot. Like I I'm tough on myself. So when I get like like feedback from others, I like go down a rabbit hole of negative thinking. Yeah, Effie's tool is a double-edged sword. So like I grew up having like a mom who cared about my weight and stuff. Like she would always check to uh check, give me a check, like saying if I was, fat, and she would come to me and be like, "Oh, your sister's gained so much weight." And then it's like, "Fuck you. What are you talking about? This is not her problem. It's your problem." Well, I want to look good to myself, right? I want to feel good. I want to look good to myself. I don't want to think about what other people say. So if that changes, that's great. Like I wish it wasn't the case now. But yeah, you know, like Boba Fett said, fuck the haters. Yeah, Frosty, I don't like the way the culture makes her feel either, and it makes me sad too. I hate the beauty standards right now with like all those young kids, like young people. They're not kids anymore. All those people in their 20s, like getting filler and plastic surgery and stuff. It's like, what the fuck? Why is that normalized? That shouldn't be normalized. It's a lot of money. Plus, it's like once you do it, they could make a mistake and you could be, I don't know. I don't know. I think it's good that people are being honest with what they get done, like what kind of plastic surgery they get done. So a young person who's listening is like, oh, they look like that because of plastic surgery. But it just seems to make kids who look at them like people who've gone through plastic surgery get the plastic surgery to look like them. So it's like, I don't know, that's also a double-edged sword. But yeah, FE tool, like you want to appeal to people and society because that's your mode of getting around. But sometimes you have to care about yourself more. I feel bad talking about ex-boyfriends on here. I don't know if Eric was listening. I feel uh like I don't have any attachments to my ex-boyfriends. Sure, like they've definitely made me um like who I am now, and like made me make less mistakes in relationship. But I don't have any, I know he doesn't like me, like he doesn't like hearing about past relationships, which is fair. I don't mind hearing about past relationships that he's had because, like, I don't think highly of his exes, so. But I really hope that, like, it didn't bother him because I don't like upsetting him. I don't know if he was listening. Okay, so handwriting analysis. When you guys write, do you write straight up and down, to the left, or to the right? If you write right in the middle, you are stable pretty much. Like, you're not you don't ignore your emotions, but you don't dwell on the past. Like, you don't dwell on the past and think negatively, but you don't also, like, you aren't like fully immersed in your emotions and hiding them. To the right, if you have a slant to the right, in handwriting analysis, that means that you're emotional and sometimes hiding it. Like, you're an emotional person, but you don't like showing it. And to the left, if you write to the left, you ignore your emotions completely. And don't think highly of them. You're secretive about your emotions. You're more analytical, where right is more to like, you're emotional person. Do you guys know, like, how you write? Do you guys know if you, like, write in the middle, to the left, to the right? It could be only slanted a little bit too. Like, I'm trying to think about my handwriting. My handwriting is mostly up and down. I don't really lean to the right or the left. Only my margins are really, like, my margins are really off. My margins go to the right. They don't. Oh my God, 7 people. I might end the stream soon. We'll see. Do you guys write anything anymore? Do you use a pen and paper? Or is that just dead? I'm watching my neighbors right now. Hello, who's here? I want to chat. Why is this person backing up so much? See that car? Why is it backing up so much? Now it's going forward. See that little light? That's a car. What the heck is it doing? Oh, well, I don't know. Hello, who's out there? Is anyone out there? Do you want to chat? Feel like chatting. I took Adderall and I want to chat. If you guys are done, like, if you guys are, like, not, like, in the mood to chat, then I'm gonna call it a stream and obsess about occult stuff. What happened to the chat? Where'd the chat go? Where'd the chat go? Yeah! Okay. Bottom left. Okay. Okay, there it is. Hey! Hey, show media! Do I have a fountain pen? No, I don't have a fountain pen. Oh, you're waiting for the wifey to get home? What kind of job does she work at? You love occult stuff? Did I do a reading for you? Did I do a tarot reading for you, Frosty? Thanks, show media. I changed the part up a little bit. I have this song stuck in my head. A turkey factory. That's an interesting job. Yeah, David Herzog. I'll definitely do one for you. So I am pulling cards, Acacia. I could do one for you too. Hey, Everman13. Okay. Do 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 do. Ah, there it is. Okay, 4 cards. And wait, I'll go back. 4 cards. David Herzog. Okay, first card that for David Herzog. 4 of Swords. Second card. 9 of Swords. Third card. 6 of Rods. And the last card. Ace of Pentacles. She brings the turkey home all the time. That's funny. Okay. So, I don't have a pen. Hold on. Okay. Yes. 4 swords, 9 of swords, 6 of rods, Ace of Pentacles. Okay. I pulled the 4 swords, the 9 of swords, the 6 of rods, and the Ace of Pentacles for David Herzog. What does this say about him, his personality?
Sure, here's an interpretation of the tarot cards pulled for David Herzog. 1. 4 of Swords. This card suggests rest, recovery, and contemplation. David might value taking time for reflection and recuperation, indicating a thoughtful and introspective nature. 2. 9 of Swords. This card often signifies anxiety, worry, and sleepless nights. David may be prone to overthinking or experiencing stress, which could affect his mental well-being. 3. 6 of Wands. This card represents victory, recognition, and success. David is likely ambitious and enjoys achieving his goals and receiving acknowledgement for his efforts. 4. Ace of Pentacles. This card symbolizes new beginnings, opportunities, and prosperity, particularly in the material or financial realm. David is likely resourceful and practical, with a strong focus on creating and seizing opportunities for growth and stability. Combining these cards, David appears to be a person who values reflection and rest, but may struggle with anxiety. He is ambitious and successful, with a practical approach to opportunities and material well-being.
What'd you think? Does that sound like you, David? Let's do Acacia next. %. Wow. See, I mean, like, tarot cards are fun, and so is ChatGPT. Frosty, you're after Acacia. Ryan, you're after Acacia. I said Acacia will go first. Okay. So 4 cards for Acacia. Acacia. 1. Eight of Rods. 2. Queen of Rods. 3. Six of Rods in the same spot as David. And the 4th card. 9 of Rods. You got all rods. Wow. Do you have like fire in your chart, Acacia, in your birth chart? It's very interesting. Okay. So if you don't mind, Acacia, if you could write down in the chat 8 of Rods, Queen of Wands, 6 of Rods, and 9 of Rods, that would be great. So I can ask ChatGPT. Because he called us losers, so I felt like timing him out. Oh, did I time out the wrong person? Yeah, Frosty was fine. Okay. Here we go. ChatGPT. I pulled the 8 of Rods, the Queen of Rods, the 6 of Rods, and the 9 of Rods for Acacia. What does that say about her personality?
Sure. Here's an interpretation of the tarot cards pulled for Acacia. 1. 8 of Rods, Wands. This card represents swift action, progress, and movement. Acacia is likely energetic, decisive, and enjoys taking quick, decisive action towards her goals. 2. Queen of Rods, Wands. This card signifies confidence, independence, and charisma. Acacia probably has a strong, vibrant personality with a natural leadership ability and a passion for life. 3 of Rods, Wands. This card represents victory, recognition, and success. Acacia is ambitious and often finds herself in positions where her efforts are acknowledged and celebrated. 9 of Rods, Wands. This card suggests resilience, perseverance, and stamina. Acacia is likely determined and able to push through challenges and obstacles with tenacity and strength. Combining these cards, Acacia appears to be a dynamic and energetic individual with strong leadership qualities, recognized achievements, and a resilient nature.
What do you think, Acacia? Did ChatGPT get you? Are the cards correct? Or is that just how you're feeling today? Yeah, I wanted to do Frosty Ryan's tarot cards. I don't know if he's still here. Yeah, honestly, Acacia, it might just be today. It might be today, like, that you're feeling this way. I was using the major arcana to describe people, because I think that's clearer than the whole thing. There you go. Yeah, then it's definitely about today. That makes more sense. Yeah, sure, James Ortiz. And then Frosty, when you come back, I'll do yours. It's okay. It happens, show media. I've done it too. You're welcome, Acacia. I'll do another one for you, using the major arcana, and I can like copy and paste what I can. I was thinking email, but I can chat you. I can message you with what you get as your personality. Okay. James Ortiz. I know you got banned. Sorry. I'm gonna do your cards next. Hello, Solista. James Ortiz. First card. Four of Cups. Second card. Nine of Cups. Third card. Page of Cups. Fourth card. Nine of Rods in the same position as Acacia. So this is what you got. So if you can write down for me in the chat, Four of Cups, Nine of Cups, Page of Cups, and Nine of Rods. That'd be great, because then I'll ask ChatGPT. I can't look at the cards at the same time as talking to her. So if anyone Four of Cups, Nine of Cups, Page of Cups. Thank you, thank you. Nine of Rods, yeah. I pulled the Four of Cups, the Nine of Cups, the Page of Cups, and the Nine of Rods for James Ortiz. What does this say about his personality?
Here's an interpretation of the tarot cards pulled for James Ortiz. 1. Four of Cups. This card often indicates contemplation, dissatisfaction, or a feeling of being stuck. James might be introspective, sometimes feeling unfulfilled or disconnected from his surroundings. 2. Nine of Cups, known as the Wish card. It signifies contentment and satisfaction. James likely finds joy and fulfillment in many aspects of his life, enjoying moments of happiness and emotional satisfaction. 3. Page of Cups. This card represents creativity, emotional expression, and new beginnings. James is probably imaginative, sensitive, and open to new experiences and ideas. 4. Nine of Wands. This card signifies resilience, perseverance, and caution. James is likely determined and prepared to defend his beliefs and efforts, showing strength in the face of challenges. Together, these cards suggest James is a contemplative and introspective individual who finds joy and fulfillment, but also faces emotional ups and downs. He is imaginative and creative with a resilient and determined nature.
What do you think, James? She get it right? That's funny, Joseph Moore. Probably a lot of people. Fucking disgusting. That's disgusting, Boba Fett. Okay, cool. I'll do it for you, Acacia. I'll do the major arcana for you, and then I'll take a picture of it and then send you, because when I do ChatGPT, it does text of it too. Wait, it does a text of it too, and I could copy and paste it. It might be long, just to warn you, but it's cool. Okay, so Ryan, you are next. Cards for Ryan. 4 cards. Ryan. First card. Second card. First card, 9 of rods. That's the 3rd time. 6 of pentacles is your second card. 3rd card. Ace of cups. And your 4th card. Temperance. Okay, cool. I'll definitely do it, Acacia, probably after I stream. All right, so can you write down for me 9 of rods? Can someone write down 9 of rods, 6 of pentacles, Ace of cups, and temperance? 9 of rods, 6 of pentacles. Hello, Eldor Polatav. Ace of cups and temperance. 9 of rods, 6 of pentacles, Ace of cups, and temperance. This is from Ryan Frosty. Thank you, David. I read cards for Ryan, and he got 9 of rods, 6 of pentacles, Ace of cups, and temperance. What does that mean for his personality?
Here's an interpretation of the tarot cards pulled for Ryan. 1. 9 of Rods Wands. This card signifies resilience, perseverance, and caution. Ryan is likely determined, prepared, and able to withstand challenges, showing strength in adversity. 2. 6 of Pentacles. This card represents generosity, balance in giving and receiving, and fairness. Ryan is likely a generous person who values equality and enjoys helping others. 3. Ace of Cups. This card symbolizes new emotional beginnings, love, and creativity. Ryan probably has a deeply emotional, compassionate side and is open to new relationships and experiences. 4. Temperance. This card signifies balance, moderation, and harmony. Ryan is likely a balanced and harmonious individual, striving for peace and equilibrium in his life. Together, these cards suggest that Ryan is a resilient, generous, and emotionally open person who values balance and harmony in his life.
That was Frosty, David. Cape's Crusader, he's downstairs. He was doing chores. Isn't it so fun? So did it resonate with you? ChatGPT rules. Yeah, so Ryan, did that resonate? Okay, show media. Thanks, James Ortiz. I like that I'm cool with a K. I'm glad it resonated. That makes me happy to hear. Okay. Show media. All right, show media. First card, Thanks, yo. Thanks. 7 of Cups. Good luck and good night. I'm so glad you subbed. Wheel of Fortune. Third card. 8 of Pentacles. And the last card, Queen of Cups. So if you could write that down, 7 of Cups, Wheel of Fortune, 8 of Pentacles, and Queen of Cups. Thank you, David. Hi, Zoe Nicole. Hi, ChatGPT. I pulled cards for show media, and he got 7 of Cups, Wheel of Fortune, 8 of Pentacles, and the Queen of Cups.
Sure, here's an interpretation of the tarot cards pulled for show media. 1, 7 of Cups. This card represents choices, dreams, and illusions. Show media might have many options and opportunities, but may need to focus on what is truly achievable and realistic. 2, Wheel of Fortune. This card symbolizes change, cycles, and fate. Show media could be experiencing a period of significant changes and opportunities where luck and timing play crucial roles. 3, 8 of Pentacles. This card signifies hard work, dedication, and mastery. Show media is likely diligent and focused on perfecting their skills and delivering high-quality work. 4, Queen of Cups. This card represents compassion, intuition, and emotional depth. Show media might prioritize understanding and empathy, with a strong intuitive sense guiding their decisions. Together, these cards suggest that show media is navigating through various opportunities with a focus on hard work and emotional intelligence while undergoing significant changes and cycles.
How'd it go? How'd it do? How'd ChatGPT do? Wow, I think wow is good. Yay! Yay! ChatGPT rules, honestly. Like I can read cards myself, but because I'm ignoring NE, I sometimes lack the extroverted intuition to get out what I have to say. So, yeah. Acacia, I have that band. It's 8:50 at night. Acacia, that band, I think Deerhoof, they're called. Forget. I have them. They're like stuck in my head right now. Let me see what band it is. Where's what the heck? Where's Chappy Tracks? Oh, here we go. Yeah, Deerhoof. I have secret mobilization stuck in my head. Do 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 do. Yeah, so I have secret mobilization, and I usually have super duper Rescue Heads in my head too. Those are two really good songs. Oh, Frank the Tank, you're so funny. ICUP. Thank you. He is looking sexy as fuck with his trim. He always looks good. Eric always looks good. It's 9 o'clock right now. Zoe, Nicole, what time is it for you? Thanks, Frank the Tank. I'm sure even if Eric shaved all his hair off, like if he was just completely bald everywhere, that I would still be attracted to him. You're welcome, Frank the Tank. Ah, it's late for you. What is it? 8, 9, 10, 11. So are you on the East Coast? 8, 9, 10. No, you're not on the East Coast. Are you in England? Hello, friend. Hello, Iranians. Mike Trout. That's like isn't that a baseball player's name, Mike Trout? This channel is about all of those things, honestly. Relationship, music, politics, and sports. We talk about all those things. Right now we were doing tarot cards with ChatGPT doing the interpretation. Do, 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 do. Oh, you need relationship advice? Okay, Mike Trout, would you like relationship advice from me, or would you like to get a tarot card reading on your relationship advice? No, it's not Jaren Ade Long 971. Okay, cool. I'll do it. I'll do it. You get 4 cards. And Mike Trout. Oh, do you have a specific question? Wow, your girlfriend broke up with me? That's the second breakup we're hearing about today. I'm sorry to hear that. Do you have a specific question that you would like to know? Because I could ask the tarot specific question and then ask that specific question to ChatGPT. Oh no. Mike Trout. It's not bad to be sometimes attracted to men, but it is bad to kiss your. No, that's not hot. That's not hot. Oh my god. You cheated on her with her brother? Oh my god. I hope so. I hope they're trolling me. What is your name? So Gand. Are you being honest right now? Okay, honestly, if it feels so right, you're probably wrong. You shouldn't trust your feelings in that. And are you trolling? Because I was definitely going to do a tarot reading for you, but I'm not going to anymore if it's not real. It's crazy though, because like stuff like that really does happen in real life, and Okay, so, God, oh my God. So what's the question again? I'm sorry that you feel, I mean, you should feel ashamed. That's not good. That's not good. That's not good. You should just not get together with her or him. Mike Trout kissed his GF's brother. Okay, this sounds so fake, but I'll do it. She broke up with him. How does he get her to forgive him? Oh my God. 1. Two of Swords, which is actually pretty, yeah. Next card. Seven of Pentacles. Third card. The Star. And the last card. 3 of Swords. I can already tell it's not happening. You have hope. You can't, you couldn't make a decision. You were blindfolded between the two of them, and you're like waiting for a decision on her, and you have hope, and you're like wishing and praying on the stars that she'll get back to you, but no. But I'll ask ChatGPT. Okay, can someone write down, type in 2 of Swords, 7 of Pentacles, the Star, and 3 of Swords? Okay, can someone write down for me 2 of Swords, 7 of Pentacles, the Star, and the 3 of Swords? Please? I mean, I could write it down. I could write it down. That's not a problem. 2 of Swords, 7 of Pentacles. I want to see, thank you, Acacia. I want to see what ChatGPT has to say about your question. Mike Trout kissed his girlfriend's brother. she broke up with him. I asked the cards if how does he get her to forgive him? Okay, ChatGPT, let's see what you have to say. I did a tarot reading for Mike Trout, and his question was, no. I did a tarot pull for Mike Trout, and he says that he kissed his girlfriend's brother. She broke up with him, and he wants to know how does he. No. I did a poll for Mike Trout. He said he kissed his girlfriend's brother, then she broke up with him. I asked, no, oh my God. Okay, I have to be really quick. I did a poll for Mike Trout. He said he kissed his girlfriend's brother and she broke up with him. Then I asked the tarot cards, how does he get her to forgive him? The tarot cards that he got were the Two of Swords, Seven of Pentacles, the Star, and Three of Swords. How does he get his ex-girlfriend to forgive him?
Let's interpret the tarot cards to provide guidance for Mike Trout on how to seek forgiveness from his ex-girlfriend. 1. Two of Swords. This card represents indecision and the need for a balanced approach. Mike should take time to think carefully about his actions and how to address the situation without rushing into any decisions. Clear communication is key. 2. Seven of Pentacles. This card symbolizes patience and reflection on long-term goals. Mike should show that he is willing to put in the effort to rebuild trust and that he understands the importance of their relationship. 3. The Star. This card represents hope, healing, and renewal. Mike should express his sincere remorse and hope for healing. He should also show optimism for their future and a genuine desire to make amends. 4. Three of Swords. This card signifies heartbreak and sorrow. Mike needs to acknowledge the pain he caused and genuinely apologize. Openly discussing the hurt and showing his willingness to make things right can help in the healing process. In summary, Mike should take a thoughtful and balanced approach, be patient, and show his commitment to rebuilding trust, express hope and sincerity in his apology, and openly acknowledge the pain he caused. These actions can help pave the way for forgiveness.
Pretty good read. Pretty good read. So good luck with that. ChatGPT is really fun. I hated ChatGPT at first because it didn't do what I wanted to, but why is it just Seinfeld? Yeah, Seinfeld. My dad always says that when talking about like homosexuality. He'll always be like, "Not that there's anything wrong with that," because Seinfeld said it, or they said it in Seinfeld. Mike Trout. So you apologized to her so many times? I think it's probably over. I mean, I would not go back to someone who kissed a sibling of mine. Yeah, it's fun. Like I do it for superficial things and just like a lot of superficial things. And then sometimes I have questions about like relationships and stuff, and I'll ask it questions, and I find that it comes up with like pretty sound advice. It's a good thing that she was your girlfriend and not your wife. Your AI gets jealous? How so? I got married at 38 years old. I got married last year. We just celebrated our first anniversary on the 8th. Yeah, I do have a link for my. I'll put it in the thing. Why are you gonna? Okay. I was in, but I'm over it now. Thanks, Acacia. Here we go. What makes you want to watch it? Do you think I'm not an INFJ? Do you think I'm an ENFP? Hi, Rubinar. Would you like a tarot read and then have ChatGPT interpret it? Roo. Boba Fett, I'm honestly curious. Like, why do you want to look at my typing session? Okay, cool, Ruben. Would you like to be Ruben or Ruben R? Ruben R, do you want to be just Ruben or do you want to be Ruben, just Ruben? Rachel, I have seen. No, I didn't. I didn't pull for you yet. I can do it now though. Do you want to be Ruben or Ruben R? Okay, Ruben R. Cool. You know, I have Effie whiplash from when I called you Ruben R when you were over here. I felt so embarrassed. I was like, oh my God, like this, he's been like hanging out with us for like 3 days. For 3 days. This was like when when you first were here. Like how could I call him Ruben R? But the R stands for R like that. Okay. Ruben R's first card. 3 of Swords. Ruben Bidet R. That's how I think of Ruben. Page of Cups. Ace of Cups. And the last one. The Chariot. Ace, 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 ace. A-C-E. Okay, can someone type out the 3 of Swords, so the Page of Cups, the Ace of Cups, and the Chariot? Macaroni. Okay. ChatGPT, I did a reading for Ruben R. He got the 3 of Swords, Page of Cups, Ace of Cups, and the Chariot. What does this say about his personality?
Here's an interpretation of the tarot cards pulled for Rubenar. 1, 3 of Swords. This card represents heartbreak, sorrow, and emotional pain. Rubenar might have experienced significant emotional challenges and is familiar with deep feelings of hurt. 2, Page of Cups. This card symbolizes creativity, emotional openness, and curiosity. Rubenar is likely imaginative and open to new emotional experiences, with a youthful and sincere approach to life. 3, Ace of Cups. This card signifies new beginnings in emotional and romantic areas, as well as emotional fulfillment. Rubenar is probably capable of deep love and compassion, ready for new emotional opportunities. 4, the Chariot. This card represents determination, control, and victory. Rubenar is likely very driven, with a strong will to achieve his goals and overcome obstacles. Combining these cards, Rubenar appears to be a person who has faced emotional pain but remains open-hearted and creative. He is capable of deep emotional connections and is determined to succeed despite challenges.
I don't know. That sounds like you. That does sound like you, in my opinion. What did you think, Ruben R? Oh, excuse me. Jeez, I've been like burping up a storm. I think the combination at the end, Rubenar appears to be a person who has faced emotional pain but remains open-hearted and creative. He is capable of deep emotional connections and is determined to succeed despite challenges. I mean, that sounds, the combination especially sounds like you. I don't know about the heartbreak stuff. I don't know, I don't know, what you've been through with emotional stuff. But yeah, the creativity, I mean, look at what you do. I mean, and plus you use your NI tool like all the time. Um and yeah. And you seem pretty driven. Thanks, Acacia. Now, is that in like out of 10? I could have done better if it is out of 10. Cool, Rubinar. I'm glad. I'm glad it's on point. Out of 10? I don't know if I'll ever get to a 10. I would if I had a drink. Like, beer used to make me burp like crazy. Acacia's on point with my burp too. It was only like a 5.25, sure. Yeah. I didn't have my best performance today. I feel like one of those like professional ice skaters or gymnasts who get like rated like that, with the point system. And I feel really upset with myself. I'm giving a I'm not impressed look. Ah, okay. Okay. So I'm wrong. Yeah. We'll see next time we're together and you burp. Uh and I burp. Sorry. You can rate it and see. Maybe I'll improve. I'll drink a lot of soda. Soda makes me burp too, I think. Not as much as beer. Beer, it's like extremely noticeable. That's good. I feel like Eric and I like started farting in front of each other pretty early. we don't like we don't like really joke about it. Like, not really. I'll still be like, uh do you have access to beer, Rubinar? Why not get a cold one? How's the weather been in San Antonio? I know it's been crazy. It's crazy weather here. I've heard it's been crazy weather all over the place. Go ahead, go get a beer. Go get a beer and enjoy yourselves. Refreshing beer. I'll probably be ending this pretty soon, even though I'm going to be up. Oh no! Oh no! Don't shake Acacia with burp ups. Butt burps. Butt burps. Butt burps. Hi, Lori G. I was talking about handwriting analysis before, Ruben. Are you interested in that at all? Do you have access to like get one written, or is it too late? Are the stores closed? Cool. I learned something about the margins, and you can look at your own handwriting for yourself, but with margins, right? So they're 1 inch high up, 1 inch down, 1 inch to the left, and 1 inch to the right. And most people gravitate either towards one end or the other, some consuming the whole page, some only taking up the middle part. And so my handwriting has a tendency to go up. And what the person on YouTube said was that if the handwriting consistently goes up, see, like it consistently goes up, even here when I'm writing my name, it goes up, goes. So here I'm writing on the left, it goes up, it goes up. So what that means is that you too. So what that means is that we don't think about the past, but we're bad at planning. Like planning is terrible. We don't think about the past, so we don't think about planning, and we think brightly for the future. Which way do they lean forward? The tops of your letters? Do they lean right or left? It's totally true for me. I do think I'm very much more focused on the future. I mean, it's why I have anxiety, and less focused on the past. And I can't plan for shit. You lean to the right. So what it means is when you lean to the right, is that like you have strong emotional feeling, that you're more emotional than you let out. And the further it is, the more you hide it. So if it's just like a little bit of a slant, like you just don't really engage in emotions, even though you feel them. If it's to the left, right? So like in the opposite way, if a person has handwriting that is to the left, they're hiding their emotions completely. They are totally analytical, don't think about emotions at all, and is very highly repressed. Yeah, I think you're right. Leaning back is the hesitancy. It's the more of the logical, where like right leaning is more emotional. Yeah. So if it leans to the right, you're emotional. There's emotions there. But to the left, you're hiding your emotions. You don't think about them. You don't prioritize them. If it's right up and down, then you are both an emotional and non-emotional person. You have a balanced nature in your emotions. Illusions AMK, talk about why spring water sucks and the importance of purified water is the preferable and safer choice for everyday drinking purposes. I don't know. Yeah, show me a pic and I'll tell you. I learned a little bit about the margins and the alphabet too. I learned I'm like sexually anxious and pretty average. I do some things that like show off a little bit of a difference, but I don't have what she says is you look for consistencies. So if say for Ruben R, his handwriting consistently leans to the right, and he only said some words, but if it all goes to the right, then he's predominantly an emotional person. If he has one or two D's that have like a loop, you know those D's that loop back? I have one to show. That shows insecurities. So it's not big, but see how that D has I know it looks like a B, but it's a D. Has a round open part to it. That means insecurity. So you got one D. one instance, one or two instances only means it's not something, it's not a personality trait of the person. It's just a thing that sometimes happens. Oh my god, I'm a mess right now. Ugh. Well, I do know that that hard water is like tougher on the hair than soft water. So if you use capitals for certain letters, that does mean something. I forget what it means. She said she talked about it. Shit, I forget what she said. I didn't pay attention too hard because it doesn't really apply to me. But it has to do with rebellion in some sort of sense, using capitals where there should be a lowercase. It's like you are rebellious in some way, because in school you were taught that certain letters in a word should be uppercase and lowercase. So you might have disagreed with this when you or didn't understand it while you were using all capitals is a thing too. I don't remember what she said about all capitals. She said something about that. I mean, it might also be a rebellious thing. Don't take my word for like Bible, because I don't remember what she said exactly, but I know that like capitals can, in if you use capitals where there shouldn't be a capital, usually means some sort of rebellion. Like when you were learning how to write, you didn't understand why some were capitalized and some weren't. Therefore you just don't uh yeah, you could have some rebelliousness in you too, Acacia. Like that could be. But if it's intermittently, it might be like you're rebellious sometimes, but not really all the time. It has to be like show up all the time, like every time. It's pretty interesting stuff, you know. Like I cried because like my G's and my Y's suck, and that had so also like so you know, on a page there's sections. So you have the upper section, the middle section, and the lower section. And what you focus on in those lines, what if you go over the top line, it means something. If you are like, if you have a big lower section, like say you make a G and you have a huge circle, you know, like G, and you make a loop and it's a big loop, that you have like a strong sexual appetite. So like what section like you focus on the page makes a huge difference. Do you go over the top line? You do both. Do you really? Eric does. He does both. He goes over the line and under the line, or he goes. It's pretty interesting. Your dad does big loops. Like, does he do big loops like with lower like Y's, J's, G's? Or does he does he like do loops too? Because loops, so like doing like, so this isn't so writing an A with a loop at the end can state that someone's they're like vivacious and stuff, but they have more depth underneath. Also, yeah. Q, yeah, Q. And Q2, there can be, so like if you have a Q, it goes down and goes this way, like you make a, like a, there's like fuck, some kind of hook. It's called a hook, and it's like, it's a trait of someone, being like, having some sort of abnormality in the personality. I have been studying graphology, but this channel isn't about it. It's about like everything. We talk about anything here. Hey, just show media. I'm talking about graphology now. The size of it too. If a person has a real large handwriting, they take over the room. They don't give much space for other people to talk. If they're really small, they're perfectionistic. I'm glad, show media. Meow meow. I've astral projected one time. So I wanted to test it out. I was learning about astral projection and I didn't really believe it, but I was like, my third eye felt really open. Like I was really working on like meditations and stuff, and my third eye felt like real strong. So I was like, all right, let's see if this astral projection thing really works. So I closed my eyes and I was like in a state akin to sleep. And I astral projected to my grandma McCurgan's bedside, and I pictured everything. I pictured it being night, the moon being out, the windows being open, her sleeping in bed, and her like where the chair was, where I pictured everything, the whole room, like I was there. And I told my grandma, like, I know what you did. Because apparently she was a poor mother and she treated her children poorly. So I like sat by her, I astral projected and I sat next to her bedside and I was like, I know what you did. Like, I know what you did. And she just looked at me. And the next day, the very next day, I got a call from her and she left me a message being like, hi, it's just grandma. I want to see how you're doing. Are you doing okay? And she never calls. She never calls. She wants you to call, but she'll never call you. And she called me like the day after I had that astral projection. So nothing happened to my nose tip. I was born this way. I don't know what that means for face reading, my line that I have. It's my nose is crooked because I fell on my face when I was drunk one time during a terrible fucking night. What a fucking disaster of a night. Fucking disaster. That night will stay in my memory for so long. Oh my god. So bad. Yeah, it's real. I mean, I did it. I did it once. I could probably do it again. I don't know who I would, I get myself into a state of meditation, and I don't know, maybe I could do it with my sister and see if she like, other than that, I like my nose. My fucking mom, yo, like the amount of trauma that I have is like fucking so much with her. My mom, when I came back, so I basically like broke my nose and fell on my face. This was all bloodied up. There was a scar. There's still a scar. And my mom was like, you need to get a nose job. And I was like, no, like, I'm not going to do that. Like, I like my nose. Like, it represents, like I have a bump, like, my dad's side of the family, the La Pelosa side, and I have an upturned, this kind of nose, like the McCurgan side of my family, my mom's side. So I have like my nose looks like it's a combination of both my dad's side and my mom's side. And I'm like, no, I don't want to get uh I don't want to get plastic surgery. She's like, you probably have a deviated septum. You should really get us done. And I'm like, fuck no. Like what? Like, I know she meant well. I know she wanted me to get it fixed, right? Because now it's broken. I know she wanted me to get it fixed, but there's a lot that goes into like fixing a broken nose, and I didn't want them to change it. Like Cameron Diaz, she used to have like a nose like mine where it like it bent a little bit, right? And she got she broke her nose during like a surfing accident, and she got plastic surgery for it, and it never looked the same after. It looked so bad. I'm not answering that question, my staff. My mom is my mom. I don't know what she is. Thanks, Loose72. Thanks, Think the Big. Yeah, Owen Wilson. Yeah. Wait, he got a nose job? Does he look different now? He's downstairs. I didn't get it done. I said no, I refused. I refused to get it done because I don't trust plastic surgery for some reason, even though I've had surgeries. Like I've had surgeries on my ears before. So like I have no problem with surgical procedures. But I do think that they're fucking scary. They are scary. And if I didn't really need it, why do it? I don't know. I just never thought I really needed it. I'm sure I have a worse deviated septum. I'm sure I do because it's bent. But what do you mean? Look left until I see your nose. It was in 2012 it was 2011 that I broke my nose. It was 2012 when she was like, I think you should go get surgery on your nose. I think you should get your nose fixed. And I was like blown away. I was like, what? You're encouraging plastic surgery? Like what? But she saw it as like a medical problem because whatever. I have a question. Where are you living? There have job opportunities for mechanical engineers? I don't know. Think big. I live in Mariposa. I know that a lot of trade jobs are like good here. So like if you're an electrician, if you have anything to do with excavation of trees, yeah. So like if you're a tradesperson, like you can get work around here. But here, that's my nose. And this is my nose. It looks different on I have a what they call in Chinese face reading a dragon nose. Because this side is different. This side is different from that side. G'day, E. Elias. Thanks, my safe. I had a real big complex with my nose when I was younger. Like, really, like, I actually on my own was thinking about plastic surgery when I was like, what, 6th grade? Because my nose grew before my face. So it stuck out. I mean, it does stick out, you know? And like, you know, people would tell me like, oh, you have a big nose. So I have Gray's on both sides. But yeah, there's a lot here. Thanks, Rogue is my favorite X-Men because her name starts with an R. Even though she has like one of the worst powers. Thanks, thanks, Think Big. Are you singing OEO? Is that your thing? Your Gambit's your favorite. He's a good one. Gambit is a good one. I like Storm. I like Professor X, right? His name is Professor X. And who turns into the Phoenix? What's her name? I like her too. Because I feel bad. She was just like ruin things to get better. Jean Grey, exactly. Yeah, I like Jean Grey too, but I think it's shitty. Her love life is shitty. I'm right here. I don't know how to say that. And hi, Sadie. I don't know anything about Wyoming. I think it looks beautiful. I think that's where they filmed. Oh my God, what is that movie? What is that movie with Brad Pitt and Anthony Hopkins? Oh my God, what is it? I gotta look it up. I think it takes place in Wyoming. It looks beautiful. Movie with not Meet Joe Black. No, that was another. They worked together twice. Okay, this one was they live in Wyoming and like there's 3 brothers and Brad Pitt's like the wild young one who like leaves home for a while and like comes back randomly. And the dad is like most proud of him, even though the other brothers are like more successful conventionally. And then like his brother gets like involved with a lady and Brad Pitt like falls in love with her and then falls out of love with her. Shit. You guys will definitely Legends of the Fall. Legends of the Fall. Yes, exactly, Rubinar. Legends of the Fall. Yes, I think it's placed in Wyoming. That's all I know about Wyoming. Is that like how the scenery looked from there? It looks beautiful. I think it takes place there. Avengers Endgame. There's some messy stuff coming out about Brad Pitt lately. So many people's stuff is coming out about. Thing is that I think that like that Brangelina was a toxic couple, like definitely fucking toxic. But I don't think that it was just him. Like I think that she's got a lot of issues herself. It just doesn't come out about her. I don't know why. And I don't think she's this great of a mother as they say that she is. Like when I heard the story about how, and I've said this story before, about how they'll go, so they used to go to hotels, they'll bring the kids with them, like wherever they're going. The kids used to have a habit of drawing on the walls of the hotel room and Brad Pitt apparently was like, no, you can't do this. This isn't our property. And like Angelina Jolie was all like, no, they're just expressing themselves. Like, let them be. Like, what? Like, no. That is not good parenting. I don't know what her MBTI type is. Well, it also means that things that you think will happen won't. Like you think there would be changes in the government, right? But there isn't. And in fact, it's going backwards. So that's part of the age of Aquarius too, is that like everything that was going forward, moving in a different way, is going to move backwards now. So it's just a call for help, really. Well, I'm glad you liked me a lot. I'm sorry your feelings have changed. Yeah, I'm married to Eric. He's downstairs. He's talking with famous people. I don't have a Snapchat. I didn't even know that people still use Snapchat. You know what I wish they still used? Was fucking, what's it called? My brain is so fried. Not Snapchat. Oh, God. Vine. I used to love Vine. I'm already married, Jose Hernandez. Thank you for the offer. I'm married to Eric Strauss. Yeah, so before the Age of Aquarius, or the starting of Age of Aquarius, there was a lot of, pro, LGBTQ plus stuff. Yeah, Vine. Vine I love. I still refer to Vine on YouTube when I like need a little chuckle. But yeah, like all the progress that was made is going to be moved back because we're in Age of Aquarius. And things that were stagnant and didn't make any progress before the Age of Aquarius is now going to make progress. Like the stuff that's happening in Hollywood. Hey, Shay's time. Me too. I like the time constraint with Vine too, because you have to be very clever. You have to be very clever with Vine. You can't just have like a skit that goes on for like 10 minutes. It loses it. Or Yeet came from Vine. And road work ahead. I sure hope it does. Cool. Aquarians are cool. I like them. Because I think they're weird. I'm sorry that I look like your ex. Thank you, though, for the compliment. Oh, you're a lunar? I'm a lunar Sagittarius. And my rising is in Libra. I did find it interesting though. I was always into. I always liked Libras. I was kind of jealous of them, and I always liked Sagittarians, and I was always jealous of them. And then when I heard that they were my like Libra was my rising and Sagittarius was my moon, I was like, no, I'm not I'm Libra rising. I am a Capricorn sun. Capricorn, the sea goat, which isn't real. That's annoying, Ruben R. It's like me with some people who are in the chat sometimes who are so sweaty, like the young kids that are like can't help themselves, and they're just like, I'm edging to you and stuff. Like, come on, like that's so like, I don't know, like I don't know, go touch grass. I feel parents who have kids who are like glued to their phones and tablets and stuff. I mean, it's hard. It's hard for me. Like when we didn't have like internet here, or we lost it for a while, I was like, oh my god, what am I gonna do? I can't look anything up right now. Why do you have don't mess with grass if you have allergies. If you have an allergy to it, your mom is just lying. Thank you. I made them up today. I actually put eye makeup on. Why is everything like a spin-off or a remake now? I might be a little bit exaggerating that, but it seems like it. We talk about all different things. Backyard fun, country boy. Or there, yeah, it's too bad. It's too bad. I'm sure there'll be more people who will come up with creative things to write about. Like Christopher Nolan's really good. Noah Baumbach's really good. The guy who was behind Iron Man, he's good. Now Will Ferrell is creating stuff. He's producing stuff, and he's producing funny stuff. He produced Quiz Lady, which is hysterical. So good. So like Will Ferrell being in a position of production is really good for comedy, because clearly, I mean, he's hysterical. So more if he produces more stuff, I'm sure it'll be of quality. I wish we talked to skinwalkers. They are super famous. My body type is soft natural. I asked GPT that. Will Ferrell is legend. I love CO Mountains. Everything is okay. Thank you for asking. Every time I think about leaving, the chat increases. Ew, everyone needs to be like less Pornhubby. If you're cusp, it just means that you've like seen both experienced both sides of the things, but you're still just like one of them. I think, I don't know. You kind of have traits of both, but because you've learned from both. You've learned from the previous generation, and you actually are in the current generation that you're in. So I'm like, and Acacia too, and Ruben, like we're like early-ish, but we're definitely millennials. There's no cusping. I responded, Eric. I said we're good. What year were you born, Boba Fett? It's okay. It's okay. I know sometimes they get ahead of me, but I definitely did respond because I like to be on top of that. I don't know what you mean, Kevin Micken. That's good to hear, thanks. I don't occasionally know the guy's name, I just lurk occasionally. Okay. No, he's downstairs. He's fine. Hey, Ashu, nothing's up. We're just chatting. No. I meant like 1981 is when it starts 1981 starts the millennial generation. I'm a millennial born 1985, so I'm like sort of early millennial, I guess. I'm not totally early though. I'm not like 81 or 82. They probably have, I mean, I learned a little bit from Gen X people because like I listened to their music, and I had an uncle who's Gen X, so like I saw that lifestyle. But I also like was totally a millennial. Cool, you're born 85 also. When? Like, are you early 85 like me and Ruben are, or are you after February 85? Yeah, keep your darn spicy peppers off my sandwich. Oh, you're January 11th, so you're a rat too. Oh my god, there's so many rats. You're a rat in Chinese astrology. So is Ruben and I. I'm sorry to hear about that, Kebab, but I don't know how to pin. You are the goat, but you're the goat in Western astrology, but in Chinese astrology, you're a rat because you're before like, yeah. I don't know what 92 is. I'd have to look it up. If you're born in 1996 and you're after February, like mid to late February onward, then you're also a rat, which is fucking crazy. How is Chinese zodiac accurate? A rat in Chinese astrology. Yep, you're a rat, Chase. Time. You're a Taurus rat. Monkeys. Cool. 86. Monkey also. 76 is dragon. 88 is dragon too. We have another dragon in here, Acacia. Honestly, it'd be delightful to hear someone's new zodiac stuff, except for what's that? What is that like manifesting generator? What is that again? What's that called? Generator, master generator, like reflector. What the heck is that? Human design. I don't believe in human design. I think it's too complicated. It tries to explain things using all the systems instead of like seeing them in different parts and like picking what you like from them. It just like mushes it all together. It lacks NI. It so fucking lacks NI. Like it's something like 50% of people, or even more, I think maybe more, are manifestors and manifesting generators. And I'm like, how the fuck is that true? So so most of the population is the same. We are the knights who say knee. Back from the future. Sometimes does it, do you think it lacks SE, Rubinar? Thanks, Kevin McKin. I saw this number everywhere. I mean, when I saw my phone battery 69. When I saw on the road card digit 69. Interesting. It's interesting that it's that one. Go read a book. It's like saying to someone, go touch grass. Jojo Joe's 33.3. Don't worry about it, Mr. Takar. I was talking about human design theory. Thanks, Grandma Daisy. I'm not. I'm very lucky. I have a home with my husband. Oh, I thought you were talking about human design, Rubinar, because I think that it lacks NI, which is, yeah, because like I said, instead of like it taking parts from different astrology and making its own thing, it just mushes all of the astrology and tarot into like one thing, and it just like, it's just a mess. I don't like it. I don't like human design. What are you saying, Eric? Well, there's 9 types of Enneagram personalities too, Eric. I'm a type 9. I'm a fucking type 9. And I'll do what you want to do, 'cause I can't make decisions myself. No, I can't. What do you want for dinner? Is the worst question a 9 could get. A 9 is like whatever you want, 'cause they don't want to make a decision. That's me. I never know where to go to eat. And I like to merge with my partners and people who are close with me. And I'm like, yeah, sure, whatever. What am I going to rehab for? She'll one, and like, no. Trying to make him go to rehab, and I said, no, no, no. Do a heart, like that. Heart hands. Do you know what soul works inside the human? The soul from the previous life? I don't know. You part of the Golden Dawn? I don't know what that is. I did 30 days recently if you want to talk about rehab. I don't need to go to rehab. I'm telling you, I don't drink and all I smoke is weed. And I take Adderall from time to time. I don't have to go to rehab. I'm not addicted. I don't even take my own medication every day that I need for bipolar. I mean, I take my sleeping stuff every day because I need that because I fucking can't sleep. But, yeah, I'm good. Thanks. Are you believe in astrology? It's okay to go to rehab where they give you more drugs. They would probably give you more drugs. I wonder if they would give me ketamine. I would fucking love that. If I heard that they like use ketamine as treatment, I'd be like, yes, doctor, I have a problem. I still want to talk to Dr. Ingram about it, but I have to get the feelings of wanting it as like a party thing out of my system, because I mean, it is helpful for me. It gets me out of my head, that's for sure. Do you do all the drugs for the first time? I would fucking freak out. Freak out. I don't think I can handle LSD and I don't think I can handle acid because I like to be in my environment too much. I like to, except for on ketamine, where like time seems to be right on time, like everything in its right place, in its right place, in its right place. You're not satisfied with my answer of past lives being my soul inside the human? What is pre-rehab prolongs the time before you try a drug for the first time? I feel like I've been pre-rehab for a while, maybe. I haven't tried a bunch of drugs. I want to try Molly too. Molly was always one that I was interested in. When I worked at the Green Turtle in Franklin Square as a hostess, there were a few Guidos, like fist pumping, like techno loving. I love techno too, but festival going people, and they would talk about Molly and the experiences they had on it, and I was like, yeah, that sounds fun. People think you can't get pregnant in prehab. That's a problem. They need to start making some what do they call it? You know, those public service announcements. Prehab doesn't get you pregnant. Can get you pregnant. I did use my mind. I did. I said that our souls in our bodies are souls from past lives. They're recycled. And it's very, very rare, but there are people who aren't old souls and who come into this world as like fresh and new. And they're rare, but they are here. Reality television isn't real. It's not real. It's not. It's scripted. It's not. So here's what reality TV is. Reality TV is a bone structure. So like it's weak ass bones. They have like the meat of it. Like, okay, so this week we know that you and your sister did opposite things. Well, you're not going to be happy about it. We want you to express how you're feeling about it and get it all out. You could just be who you are about this thing that you and your sister did that you're not happy about it. And your mom, like, mom, you're going to try to play a funny prank on your daughters, but it won't work out. And you're going to cause a lot of drama with your girlfriend because she saw you flirting with other people, like that kind of thing. It could be a shuffling of atoms. I'm not against a shuffling of atoms. That could totally be what a soul is. I don't know. I don't even know what we're talking about right now. But I used my mind. I did. Oh, it combusts them? That's not good. Oh, you're fine. You're fine. I just was saying that I feel out of the loop because I don't know what you guys are talking about. Try to make me go to rehab, and I said no, no, no. You did insult me though, because you told me to use my mind when I actually did give you an answer. And I used my mind to give you an answer, but you were saying that I didn't, and that insulted me. When they shuffle the rub, which creates a friction between the atoms, you're fine, just get hung up on semantics. Lane Kiffin was Kendrick to pull Paul Feynman's Drake. Ha! It was crazy. Bye, Kiffin, Micken. It's like a match on a matchbox. A Prius. Toyota Prius. Big Daddy says spider. I'm actually Eric's wife. Eric Strauss's wife. I'm Rachel Strauss. Ah. Yeah. You work with them. I don't know what we're talking about. I'm not your wife. I'm talking with famous people's wife. I do have Instagram. Yeah, like I'm up my that's why I feel like socializing. Same Eric? What are you talking about, Christopher Ratty? I'm talking with people's wife, the guy in the yellow. When I have makeup on, I wash my face with Wish cleanser from Sephora. That's my skincare routine. And I'm a homebody, so I don't get much sun. I used to burn the shit out of my skin because I was like, oh, I'm half Italian. It should be fine. But I don't have the Italian skin. I have my mom's mostly Eastern, no, Western European. Or is it Eastern? I don't know where the Czech Republic. But I'm also English and Irish, so I am a housewife. I'm glad, Eric. I like hope that I didn't say anything like to upset you at all. Like I try to be myself, but like also cognizant that this is like a place for people to go and say stuff and yeah. I'm glad that you uh if you're 74 years young, then you're a boomer. You're not an X. And you're not either of them. Mountain stop. What do you mean? 74 might even. Yeah, actually, 70. You're right. You're right. You're right. No, because my dad is. I think my dad is. Oh yeah, 74. Because your mom was. Your mom and dad were 80s. So I think they're 74 is boomer. Because my dad, I think, is like. He was born in. My dad's 73, I think. Because he was born in 1951. What? What are you saying, Shay's time? Happy weekend to you too, Preston Laggers. What up, Walker Vader? I like your icon. I'm a Yankee fan. Why are you so young in your photo?
Here's what I found.
Oh no, you didn't find anything. Oh, I'm sorry. I know that feeling, Preston Laggers. No, I'm not saying that for $20. You wouldn't give it to me anyway. I take back only cool, nice people rock the Yankee symbol. You probably don't even like the Yankees and you're just like, I'm from New York and it's a cool symbol. Yeah, 45 to 64 is boomer. Oh, from his childhood? I mean, I've had that would kind of I used to post pictures on Instagram, like my icon would be me as a kid. Just 62 short years ago. When I had on Instagram, when I had like this picture of me as a kid with like sunglasses on, I thought it looked retro, but a lot of people asked me like, "Is that you or is that your daughter? Is that your daughter?" And I'd have to explain myself. It's better than like I thank God no one ever said, but like the Seeker 469, like thank God no one ever like saw my Instagram and was like, yeah, trying to hit on me or whatever. I don't get messaged on Instagram like ever. Ever. My family follows me though. I am gonna smoke in here. I have my vape. That's good. Bongers, right? Like bong rips? Or ringers, right? Ringers? Is that what you mean, Eric? Because like if you're getting bell ringers, so bringers, like I'm very happy to hear that. What bud are you smoking? The stuff we got from the bong rips. Okay. I thought it was bell ringers. I was hoping it was bell ringers. Chandelingers, bingers. Let's smoke and get into some high level conversations. I'm already high. What's my favorite color? I don't know. I love wearing black. I know it's not a color, so if I had to choose a color, I like green. Oh, oh. I see, Eric. I hope I didn't ruin that. A long drive. I know. A lot that happens a lot. I am not sober. I've been smoking my vape. Okay, that's good. I'm hoping that like sometimes like I make mistakes when I take over the stream, so and like I curse. What do you mean? Yeah, you didn't. I definitely did. I like just didn't you see the smoke that came out of my mouth? Like I don't know if I could do this either, but football. I'm not into wrestling. That's funny, yawning yak. Well, I'm American. Although you can choose different, like speak many languages, because we don't have an official language, but I prefer English because it's easiest. No, Chong Vichai, no. Hmm. Okay, so not in music. I don't like. Okay, I like Adele's music. I don't like her. I don't like Rihanna's music, but I like her. Although she did a fucking terrible halftime. That was terrible. What a fucking terrible half, because she doesn't have good music. But I mean, she's like, I just heard the story about, or I saw on YouTube. The headline was that Rihanna helped Natalie Portman divorce her husband because Natalie Portman's husband divorced her. So there's a good chance that Rihanna was like, gave her, told her. Chris Brown is bad. Bad, bad, bad. I don't like watching anime, no, because I don't like reading. I'm not a reader. I skim over words when I read something. I don't know, Yaniak. I mean, she might have. I mean, she may have. She doesn't seem like an easy person to be with. Like as in relationship partner, but I mean, geez. I mean, he went to town on her. You really there's no reasons to put your hand on anyone. Like I learned that like my eyes aren't so red. I mean, maybe my makeup looks reddish. Humble, transparent future month. I like that. That's a really good one. That would be a fun one to celebrate. Is that true? Did she hit him first? I mean, I don't. Either way, you shouldn't hit a person. I mean, I don't know. Yes, I am evolving to be more scary. How about Hulk Hogan at the Art Republic National Convention? Seems right. Seems right. We live in Mariposa, California. I like Tauruses. My husband is a Taurus. I'm not telling you my address. I'm not a millionaire. It could be just a projection, Preston Laggers, the space is just a big projection. Yeah, my husband's a Taurus. Yes, he is. He's talking with famous people. Hey, Zandy, what's going on? Long time no see. I'm not saying the N-word, and it's like not funny to say the N-word. A, B, C, D, E, F, you and your mom and your sister and your job and your broke ass. Meh, fuck you. Who is your first boyfriend? My first boyfriend was Peter. I'm high as fuck in a NASA hydraulic rocket longer than my factory. I almost slipped and died. That's scary, Preston Laggers. I choose to believe it. No, Big Daddy. I'm insulted that you didn't call me Sigma Show Media. We all know that that's the best one to be. That's so cool. That's so cool, Zandy. What even happened? Tell me. I can tell you the moon landing didn't happen. I mean, come on, it was the 60s. They didn't even have computers then. Like, how did they have the technology to go to the moon? And not only go to the moon, but like broadcast it. Like, that's some like real. That's funny, Zandy. I'm feeling the chat is very Ohio. I was like joking about how like I don't think that Gen Z speak is funny. Find you a moon woman? What kind of woman is a moon woman? Oh no. So Sigma what? So then what is YouTube talking about Sigma woman and Sigma man? What does that even mean? I don't think they ever, it was just like a studio set. Illinois here. You're asking me truth or dare? I didn't see it. Truth. It's easier. Oh, you're my Pookie, Sandy. I was literally talking to you about you on the stream, how we visited you in Sacramento, how I really liked it there. I thought it was really cute. Are you still in Sacramento? Don't stress yourself, okay? Jesus is by everyone's side. I'm glad. I'm really glad. Sometimes how can there's like no I'm not a millionaire and I'm not poor. Like if me as an individual, yeah, like if you separate me from Eric, but oh, that's good. How's the weather been? I've heard that the weather in Sacramento has been insane. My husband is retired. He was a former debate coach. Cool, you're in Germany, Captain Jack. What time is it there? I'm not your love. Levandre Reuters. 106? Still in the hundreds by you? Oh my god. Yes, Eric and I are very into jazzercise. 7:45 a.m. Are you getting for work? Oh yeah, it's Saturday, so there's no work. So is that the time that you usually wake up for work? Oh, you're a teen. So wait. Oh, you're 14. So you can't even work. Even if you wanted to. Day went well. Eric does have magic jazz hands, Sandy. Thank you for pointing that out. Everyone needs to know that. I'm sure you do, Captain Jacker. Hell yeah. I don't know why I thought y'all were like that couple from The Conjuring or Insidious. Why would you think that? That's so weird. Our channel is about talking with you guys about random things. Because of how I spoke, that's really judgmental. How did I even speak at first? Yes, Eric is a master wizard, actually. I don't know, can you tell me something? Can you, Captain Jacker? If you want to move to another country, which country you want to move? Austria, I really liked Austria. Austria is the bomb when it comes to like being cool. It's very like Piao, love spell, pure, hex of hot spells, Piang, curse of too many little flies. Oh, curse of too many little flies. I'm live in Germany. Like Craft the movie, which is also about making spells. What did you ask? A, B, C, D, E, F, you, and your mom, and your sister, and your job, and your Craigslist couch, and the way your voice sounds. Fuck you. When did he rise? Oh yeah, he did rise again. Forgot about that. Isn't he supposed to come back? Do you know sleep well? I actually don't, Captain Jacker. I don't know sleep well. That's why I take medication for it. Yeah, Zandy, it's a good song. It's an actual song. Like, this girl broke up with her boyfriend and like she like lists all the things that she says fuck you to except for his dog. Do you think Taurus peoples are very romantic or not? I think not. I think not. What have I been up to? Cameron, Eric's friend, our friend, came to visit not too long ago. We had a power outage here for like a full day during the heat wave. That was tough. We celebrated our first anniversary which was really nice. We went to a steakhouse. My husband is blunt ASF like all the time. ASF, I'm fucking trying to not curse because I don't know if this is gonna get censored now. That's okay. It's okay, Rubenar. It's, you know, no worries at all. You're welcome. Good Effie. That was good Effie right there. Thank you, Zandy. Thank you, Cabri. They have like crystals on the side. We love having you guys. It's fun. It's really fun. And like even when we get the other place like up and running, you guys could still stay here, you can stay in the room where I'm in right now and go and do as you please. Right, Eric? Like they can stay here. Like you if you guys are okay with that, of course. I know it's not the most private, but like I would definitely take you again. Like having Acacia and Ruben here, like at our house, once we have the other place rented. Like you're okay with that, right? Like I'm okay with that. Cool. Oh, we don't have TikTok. I'm like so torn on getting TikTok or not. It just seems like there's like tough, like it'd be tough. I'm nervous about it. Sorry, Eric. I couldn't help myself. As soon as I saw that, I was just like, he's gonna be hidden. I hope I didn't make a rash decision. You're moving in with me and Eric? Putty Cat too? Well, we do have 3 upstairs rooms. Oh my god. Oh my god. You have an evil stepsister? Her idol is literally Jeffrey Dahmer? Oh my god. She collects dead animals just for their bones. And collecting bones is not necessarily an evil thing, but like because like some people use bones in their practices. I mean, I wouldn't do it, but what do your parents say about that? What, here's the thing, that she's not actually evil? How old is she, too? Is this all just bullshit? Is this real life? Apparently. Are you have dine? No. There may be, or so I've heard, some videos on a few of the adult websites that can help you learn how to discipline a bad stepsister. Okay, it's real serious. You're it's real. I'm serious. Okay. Oh my god. Go on with it. Say what you gotta say. I don't want to wait for my life to be over. I told my dad, who is a Marine Raider veteran, and he said he will talk to her. What are you talking about it? Ruben, you know. Captain Jack, I think. Yeah, Captain Jack. He said he had something to tell. Marine Raider is the Marines from the U.S. military. Okay, so he's a Marine in the Marines. I don't want to wait, that one, for my life to be over. I want to know right now, what will it be? That reminds you of swimming at night in South Texas? Was it like on the radio? Did you listen to the music while you swam? Thanks, William Math. Casey and JoJo's song reminds me of... What song was Casey and JoJo? Oh my god, I listened to the music when I swam too. Like, not with my siblings and stuff, and when my mom was home, but like when I was the only one home, I would blast it and go in my pool. I missed having a pool. My mom hated taking care of it, which I don't blame. My dad didn't like taking care of it either, so... Oh, so on the speakers at the pool? Oh, interesting. They didn't ever have music at my like pool in Franklin Square, the Franklin Square pool. All my life, I've been waiting for someone like you. Yeah. And I thank God that I finally found you. I totally know that song. I'm glad that your favorite animal is a fox. I am into numerology, Eric. I am. Oh my god. What year was that? What year was that? Because like it was on Dawson's, that I Don't Want to Wait song was on Dawson's Creek, and Dawson's Creek came out in like 97, 98. Thanks, Sandy. You're entitled to your opinion, Daniel Torres. Oh man, that's tough. I know what you mean. I was in a friend group with these twins that like we were friends because like we knew each other from the neighborhood and like we were friends since kindergarten pretty much. Maybe even before that. Our parents introduced each of us to each other, but like they kind of had their own friends as we grew up, and they were kind of mean. They were a lot not like me, and so like I was always like, oh yay, they're inviting me when they invited me out, but they forgot me with a lot of things. So like I was like, yay, I'm part of a group, but I didn't feel like I was part of the group at all. Hey, what on earth do you think you're doing? I'm chatting with you guys. I knew that they were kind of there for each other at that point in time, but not forever. Interesting. You're gonna say your future height? My name is Rachel Strauss, and I'm married to Eric Strauss, and we live in California together in this house. And I co host this live stream, this channel, with my husband, Eric. Has the doctor told you that? Usually the doctors can predict how like tall, but you know, it growth spurts happen at different times for different people. That's because you're chosen. Who are you talking to? Your mom tried to predict how tall you're going to be. My mom was constantly asking the doctor, like give me all the information, like because I had a big growth spurt, like big one. And from first to like fourth grade, I was like one of the tallest kids in my class. Um, and then I just stopped growing. And the doctor actually said that. The doctor said, "Oh, this is a growth spurt, but she's probably not going to grow any taller than this." I think she told you the doctor told her? Wow. Wow. Huh. Well, doctors don't know everything. You haven't hit your growth spurt yet? So is your voice still like kind of high? It's up to Eric. Eric. Maybe. Maybe. How tall are your parents? Like I could see like your mom guessing and being wrong, and like that to me is funny. That's like a stregonona, like, oh, you're gonna be this tall. I know your mom's not Italian, but like that's the voice I hear in my head. Um like an old wives' tale, you know, being like, oh, his hair is growing fast. That means he's gonna be 5'10". She didn't guess though. She said the doctor measures at a certain age. Yes, and then double the height. I've heard that. And it's supposed to be your adult height. Huh. That's weird. Well, whatever, you know. No. Definitely not. I haven't heard that before either. Good. It shouldn't bother you. Good. I'm glad. I'm glad you are. It's the perfect Ruben R height. You know what I mean? I don't know. Call of Duty World at War now. No, I love my husband, Eric. Do you love me? Ooh, do you love me? Do you love me? Exactly, it's highly advantageous for all manner of scurrying around. Yeah, well, yeah, and the scurrying has to do with the ratness too, being a rat. Like rats like to scurry, but it sucks at concerts though when you're in like a crowd. Like I feel like I have to be in the front. I like being in the front anyway, but mid to front, right? Like being in the middle to the front is not bad. Like you can still like see, but when it's a big ass crowd, you didn't love me. That's called limerence, and it wasn't even limerence because you don't know me. Oh man, the PTSD I had. The evil German zombies gameplay. Oh, I stay away from Nazi anything. Oh, it's just German, but I was assuming it's like Nazis. Does it have to do with Nazis? No. Just evil Germans? Why? Oh, it is. Yeah, okay. That makes sense because not a lot. I mean, like I don't associate Germans with being evil. Just Nazis. No kids. No kids for me. That was scary. Honestly, when we had to read when we were learning about like World War II in grammar school, uh like learning what the Nazis did like really fucked me up. Like I thought about it a lot, and like reading Anne Frank's diary, killed me. I was like obsessed. I was obsessed. I was like, oh my god, like she documented and they had to hide and World War II. Oh, does it take place during World War II or is just current day with Nazi zombies? Maybe that's what our future is gonna hold. We're not afraid of Ooh, it might actually be full tonight, Eric. Yeah, it's full. It actually is full. Not because I like Nazis, it's because the engineering of the maze. I would make moon water, but we don't have. Wait. How do you make moon water? I assumed that you make moon water by like going down to the gully and getting some water. But how do you make it, Zandy? Ferocious? Castle Wolfstein. You told me about that game, Eric. Generation Edo. I don't know what that means. Right. Then how come he's not saying it at the moment? just get a mason jar. We have a lot of those, or glass container, and add water. Leave it for the night and bring it in before the sun rises. Before the sun rises? I mean, I'm not getting any sleep, so I could do that. I took Adderall, so like I'm not sleeping tonight. I know that. So now, should I put some like stones in it to cleanse them? Like I know some stones you shouldn't cleanse in sunlight because it damages them, but moonlight, I used to where the heck is my phone? I used to leave my gemstones in. What does moon water do? Moshi Moshi, telephone only. Thank you. Thank you. I've been growing it out. Yeah, Eric is an otaku. I'm married to an otaku. I am a proud otaku wife. I feel bad because it's hard for me to not be on my phone, honestly. And the reading of it, like it's hard for me to keep up because I want to see the visuals at the same time. But I feel bad. I wish I was at least a weeb, but I'm not even a weeb. It's not something I seek out. It connects you to the moon goddess to activate your Jinn state. Huh. That's cool. Maybe I will. We have mason jars. And I'll find out like what stones I have that would be good. Maybe I can just put all of them in there. Because the moon, I don't think it hurts. Sun, I can understand. You kind of forgot what the purpose of the moon water is for metaphysical purpose. It's just cold and crisp. You drink it? Huh. I never would have thought to drink it, honestly. I would have thought that it's just like, I don't know what I thought it was for. You just like do it and like then it's over with, I guess. Boxes are cute. I don't know. I'm a millennial. 1985. The Chicago Bears won the Super Bowl. I think Madonna was popular. You can still smoke in restaurants. Cool. Honestly, I want to try like manifesting stuff again, like doing meditations. Cause like I've noticed that like I listen to a lot of tarot card readers when I go to bed because I like things talking in the background. But I used to do and a lot of times like they're not grammatically correct, a lot of them, because they're like young people. Well, I can't even say that they're young people. There's all types, but they're not grammatically correct a lot of times, and I find myself being the same way. Philip, that's interesting. I never knew that's what slopicism was. So is is Donald Trump going, it's my world, you guys just live in it, slopicism? Hard slopicism is when one claims to know that only they exist and that everyone else is hallucination of their own imagination. Bruh, it wouldn't let me spam the heart button. Me sad. Oh, I'm sad too. I like rain sounds from YouTube on my TV before bed. I used to listen to the rain and then it just distracted me. I kept on being like, oh, it's raining, I have to go to bed, but I wouldn't work. But listening to like spiritual stuff made me go to sleep. Soft slopicism would be more epistemic claim, which says you can't be sure if other observers actually exist. Interesting. I wonder about that, if it really is just a perception and our human experience is just subjective ultimately. It's a good question, Zandy. That thesis is false because knowing is a way of paying attention, not a way to distinguish between things you think and things that you are certain of. Child me was a slopicist then. Even current me, of course, can't be sure. I'm pretty sure I'm not the only real person. Doesn't check out intuitively. It's funny though, because like for a long time, I was like into learning about like, this is your reality. You are the main character of your reality. You can stop this from happening about it by thinking this way. But no. No, I'm not talking about that because I don't want to give that chick any more power than she actually has. Hi, WHDH. That's very Ohio, Sandy. I think it's hysterical that you use Ohio. It's also false though, because we produce multiple we can produce multiple instances of knowledge that aren't the celerity bit of info is asserted as knowledgeable as in that thesis. I can't even fucking read it. I do too, Rubinar, that actions and words and intentions matter. That's why, like, before I was bringing up the topic of gossip and how, like, I don't really like to gossip. I just like to gossip about celebrities because I feel like they put themselves out there in the public. So, like, talk about them is like fair game. But I know it's not. I know they say it's not good. It's not good energy to gossip, but I can't help it. Sometimes they bother me. We live, we love, we lie. Is that a song? Zandy, I feel the same way. I can't even read it. I'm like, I'm struggling. People have two kinds of epistemics. Deciding and knowing. Knowing is distinct from deliberating because it's instantaneous, while deliberation takes time. We're talking about slopicism right now. The thesis of it. Hey, yo, Adrian Garcia. I like when people enter with yo. Hold on. I'm gonna get the ChatGPT version of what slopicism is, because I don't know. I can't repeat what was. Well, I can. It's so much though. Who sings that? Captain Jacker? When I make a decision, I have to deliberate. I can't. Sometimes I've learned that I have to deliberate, because I'd be like always saying yes to things, but what is slopicism? Hi, Huda. Hubba.
The term slopicism doesn't appear to have a widely recognized or established meaning. It might be a mix-up with the term sophism or sophistry, which refer to the use of fallacious arguments with the intent to deceive. Sophists were ancient Greek teachers who specialized in using rhetoric and philosophy to teach virtues and excellence, particularly to young statesmen. Over time,
solipsism? I was. What is solipsism? Solipsism.
Solipsism is a philosophical concept that suggests that only one's own mind is sure to exist. In its most extreme form, solipsism holds that nothing outside one's own mind can be known to exist, effectively meaning that the external world and other minds cannot be proven to exist and may not exist at all. Here are a few key points about solipsism. 1. Epistemological solipsism. This is the belief that knowledge outside one's own mind is uncertain. The external world and other minds cannot be known and might not exist beyond the mind's perceptions. 2. Metaphysical solipsism. This is the more extreme view that the self is the only existing reality. According to this view, everything that one experiences is a creation of one's own mind. 3. Methodological solipsism. This is a form of solipsism used as a methodological tool in philosophy and science. It holds that one's own mental states are the starting point for understanding reality and other minds. Solipsism challenges the notion of objective reality, suggesting that all external experiences are, essentially, projections of one's own consciousness. While it raises interesting questions about the nature of existence and perception, it is generally considered a skeptical hypothesis rather than a widely accepted viewpoint in philosophy.
There you go. Solipsism. I feel like that's definitely Donald Trump, and also I totally lived my life like that, or tried to live my life like that for like a long time. And then when I wasn't getting the results, because obviously like people are individuals, like, and not everyone is like a non-character, what is it? NPC, non-character player. Like I would get fucking mad. I'd be like, fuck this shit. This shit is bullshit. Like, I have feelings. I have to feel them. If I'm not happy, I'm gonna be unhappy. And like, I can't just think, like, how could it be that I'm the only one that exists? No, you can't trust your memory as much as people think you can. Oh, but you can more remember some things more reliably than others. That's interesting because that happens between my sister and I a lot. So, which would make sense because she's an SI Dom, so she really does like remember a lot of things, but some things she doesn't remember that I remember. Yeah. We live in a simulation interactive network. Well, I had to experience it to like understand that it wasn't real, that it didn't work. I didn't know I was practicing solipsism or whatever it's called. But I knew it didn't work, so I didn't follow it like for very long because I was like, this is impossible. It's not realistic. And then like I would go back to YouTube and the spiritual gurus would be like, it's all you. You create it. It says an impossible burden of proof for something to qualify as knowledge, yeah. The Bible is about us. And other books are about us. So what are the authors trying to do? Of the other books. Obviously, the Bible's trying to paint Jesus as like the dude. Thanks, Gobbler. I don't think the Bible predicts the future. and a and a burden of proof that inconsistent with our observations instead of favoring insatiable skepticism. I don't know I don't know what that word is. It's true. People who write things like to anticipate things to come. For the most part, I feel like fantasy people. I haven't seen the Divine Secret Garden. I've read The Secret and The Power, if that's what you're talking about, but it's funny that we're mostly wrong. I don't like to read books. They bore me. I don't like reading. Reading has never been fun for me, so I'm not going to read them. Y2K. I feel like peacing out, but I don't know. I'm not gonna be doing shit. Like, I'm gonna be like on my fucking phone, like thinking of things to talk to ChatGPT about. I'd rather like chat with you guys, but I don't know what to do. I'm torn. I could ask how it ChatGPT, what do you think about the book of Revelations in the Bible?
The book of Revelation, also known as the Apocalypse of John, is the final book of the New Testament in the Bible and symbolic text, traditionally attributed to John the Apostle, and is known for its vivid imagery and prophetic visions regarding the end times. Here are a few key points about the book of Revelation. 1. Structure and content. Revelation consists of a series of visions that include the letters to the 7 churches, the opening of the 7 seals, the sounding of the 7 trumpets, and the pouring out of the 7 bowls of God's wrath. It culminates in the final defeat of evil and the establishment of a new heaven and a new earth. 2. Themes. Major themes in Revelation include the ultimate victory of good over evil, the judgment of the wicked, the reward of the righteous, and the establishment of God's kingdom. It emphasizes faithfulness and perseverance in the face of persecution and trials. 3. Symbolism. The book is known for its heavy use of symbolic language and imagery, such as the 4 horsemen, the beast, the dragon, and the New Jerusalem. These symbols have been interpreted in various ways throughout Christian history. 4. Interpretations.
WDH, she stopped talking because of what you said. Connection failed. She was just explaining it perfectly, in fact. And then you had to be like, well, and she's like, I'm over talking about this because clearly people aren't interested. No, she didn't, but that's how I interpret it. And that's my truth. That's how I believe. That's what I believe in. Your boring WDH stuff about Revelations caused ChatGPT to be like, well, if no one's interested in this, then I'm just going to stop talking. Why do I look depressed? This is what depressed look like? You have no idea what depressed looks like then. I'm torn. I'm torn between stopping the stream at 24 people or continuing. I think the loyal enemy is better because at least you know who that enemy is. And then the unloyal friend will probably become a loyal enemy as well. Ah. Okay. Cool. That works out well because like I can like hang out with you. I don't have to be number 1 running the show. Thank you WDH. I will bring it down there. That's so yeah, I don't have to run the show. This chat is my husband's downstairs. I'm going to bring this down to him. This channel is about like everything. We talk about like everything. There's no real topic. No, I'm not gonna sing. I'm tired. Oh. Thanks. Thank you. If I was in the mood, I would sing, but I don't feel like I'm in the mood to sing. And I'm going to hand this off to Zandy. That's hysterical. I've been asked that by random people, like hobbies that I don't really have any hobbies. I talk to ChatGPT. I look up like occult stuff online. I don't really have any hobbies. Those are my hobbies. I watch TV. Yeah. Yeah, those are my hobbies. Not too exciting. How about you, Zandy? ChatGPT is definitely my hobby. It's been my recent hobby. I'm pretty convinced that it's real. Somehow people do it. I don't know if it's like glitches in the matrix. Oh, you've been trying to roller skating is hard. People make it look easy, but roller bleeding is much easier than roller skating. Have you fallen yet, Zandy? I like dancing too. Oh, you fall all the time? Oh my gosh. Good for you for keeping up with it though. Like I tried to skateboard and I fell on my ass, and that was like pretty much the end of skateboarding for me. I was like, this is just not my thing. I'm not coordinated enough for it. Look at this. This is fucking like baby hair or breakage. Like, look at that. Is that breakage? Oh, I can't tell. All right, I gotta go. I'm handing this off to Eric. You may get good at it with practice though. Roller skating is really, really hard. I admire the people who dance on it. You know who roller skates really well is Delilah. And she picks it up like right away. It's pretty cool. Oh, you're microwaving something.
Yes, I am.
I heard it from upstairs, but I couldn't figure out what it was.
You know, we've talked to members of the Myaz family before, actually. Dixon, Fiston. Oh my God, what's that in? I seem to like this channel a lot, actually. The Hunt family, the Myaz family. Hi, Zandy.
I heard it.
Piston. The Detroit Pistons. The Time Loop Cronkies. The Detroit Pistons and Myaz. How many Harlem Globetrotters do you think I could fit in my ass? More than one? If you said more than one, you're wrong. Truth is, I can't fit even a single Harlem Globetrotter into my butt. Let's look at the audience here. We got 30, 26, 25, 17. So, mostly millennials, then Gen Z, then Gen X, and then boomers.
Wow.
The remainder are Gen A, silent generation, and maybe it's maybe possible for there to be a greatest generation who's still alive, like 105 years old or something. Then they might be tuning in right now to this live stream. Probably not anymore now that the pretty girl's not on camera. But you know what?
Thanks for calling me pretty.
Jack Inhofe and his friend Dixon Myaz, they're here, you know. I appreciate that. Quality of viewership, not quantity. That's what I say. I know how to rollerblade. That's not the same. Rollerblading is not the same as roller skating. Because roller skating is organized in a sensible way. You got four wheels. The rollerblade is not organized in a sensible way. All the wheels are in a row.
And they're not all going at the same speed, so you go really fucking fast. It's scary.
I'll tell you about rollerblades are just trying to be like ice skates. But ice skates are bad, you know. I fell on my ass and hurt my butt plenty of times on ice skates. At least 2 times, maybe 3 times.
Sandy, have you ever considered INFJ as a possibility for you?
Chris Peacock? I don't know Chris Peacock. Fall on my ass, right?
Yeah,
Fall on
yeah,
my
yeah.
ass is the famous my ass. That's true. I think we should also remember this person. I'll type their name in here right now. Hey, that's my first skin.
I like that one because it's also like kind of PG-13.
Could be. Lately, I've been learning more into it, but I often want to disprove or dissect my own statements.
Well,
What do I think about time travel? What do you think about time travel, Rachel?
I think that guy going into the shed and then coming out like
That's the most convincing
I was
story.
convinced. I'm like, there's time travel. It's real.
If you guys haven't seen Time Traveling Shed Guy story, check it out. You can find plenty of YouTube videos on it and stuff.
Yeah. Then maybe you're not, Sandy. I was just curious because like at one point, like we had thought maybe you were an INFJ. However, one thing that goes against INFJ is that your ex was an ISTJ, I believe you said, and conflict. That's a conflictor type in socionics for ENFJs. So, yeah. Yeah, time travel guide, Florida Shed.
So, just Googling Shed Time Travel Guy brings up plenty of references to it. Here's a fairly short video, apparently.
I trust the 224 one.
You mean this one?
Dude's coming onto my property.
Alright, so this
I
is
bet
the,
that's, yeah.
it's kind of like the shortcut of it. It's just 47 seconds long. I'll put a link to it here. That's why I told you about the time loop Cronkles. It is real. What's Cronkles? What's your persona? It's not my persona. It's my first skin. So, the day the Earth fled backwards. I don't know what day that was. I need to get my microwave food. I need to pour myself this drink here. I was in the middle of tending to my SI when the live stream came back to me. And that event disrupted my food making and such. Don't worry, we're back on track now. Thanks to the reminding beep of the microwave. You might say, I'm not sure how naggy I want my microwave to be. But the truth is, if you're like me, you need it to be fairly naggy. Or else you are not going to remember to get your food out. And there'll still be sometimes when you don't, even though it has that reminding beep that goes on like for a long time. They like keep reminding you for a long time. But it's still the case. Sometimes I end up with like it's hard to say whether I ever turned it on in that instance. Like when I find a cup of coffee in the microwave that I put in there at some point earlier, it's hard for me to say whether I just never turned it on or just didn't hear the beeps and eventually ran out of reminder beeps. It's not easy to determine that. Fairly high nagginess setting, yeah. I can make you a sandwich but I'm not going to. I have the ability to make you a sandwich. You wouldn't probably have the ability to acquire the sandwich before it went bad, I'm guessing, unless you live relatively close to me. Since even if I were to make you a sandwich, would not be willing to deliver it to you. Unless you paid a fairly high fee, you know. Like maybe your firstborn child. I accept payment in babas. No, I don't. Last thing we need is a baby. Boy, oh boy. I'll tell you what babies do. Wah, wah, wah. I need this. I need that.
Oh my god.
They're just like me.
Yeah, I already have Eric as a baby. Oh
Yeah.
my god. Honestly, like, I feel bad because, you know, like, the gurus and stuff say that you shouldn't talk bad about yourself. But what if it's true? Honestly, I don't have the patience for that stuff. I'm not good.
You're not
at that.
talking bad about yourself. You're just being honest and realistic about what you want and what you would do, what life serves you well. In other words, where you can be who you want to be, who you can be. You know, it's a variety of complicated things, but it certainly there's no reason to think that having a baby is a good thing. Like wanting to have a baby is a good thing, you know.
Not for me, anyway. I mean, like, I'm sure your mom, like, always dreamt of, like, having a kid. She probably dreamt about having more kids, honestly. But she got Delilah, so she, you know, she got her wish anyway.
Yeah.
But,
I'd say it's certainly better for a person to know they don't want a kid and not have one than to think they want one and then have one and not want it.
Yes, that's bad. That happens a lot.
How many people are related to this guy? He has so many relatives. The Myaz family. I mean, unless there are many different instances of the Myaz family. It's about to be 3. It's about to be 11:51 here. My microwave has 4 nagginess settings. Number 1, let me remember. Number 2, nag me. Number 3, bother me. And number 4, filthy nagger. In which case, it's just like, it's still, even once you've gotten your food out, it sends you beeps to remind you that you had forgotten it, you know. Don't forget, you forgot your food before. Finker, my ass, yeah. There's Finker. There's Dixon. There's Piston. There's Hazat. That's Hazat. Hazats. There's of course Gyat. Mias. Myaz. He's got kind of a long name. My food is too hot to eat right now. But you know, it's kind of nice. It's kind of a tumbled up bag of things to watch the live stream and see just like how everybody thinks Rachel's hot and tries to hit on her. It's kind of flattering, gratifying, and also kind of like ha. I piss around my house so that nobody ever knows where my territory is.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
I don't feel threatened or like worried at all because I have very, very little concern about Rachel being seduced away from me.
No.
You know, she can be a little naive sometimes, but I don't think she's that naive.
No, I'm not that naive. I am a little naive, for sure. Hell yeah. But I just snap out of it. I try to give like everyone the benefit of the doubt.
Cayman, Finker, and Nutten are, you know, the Myaz brothers, sure. There's a lore. A lot. There's a lot. Yeah, there's a lot of them. I agree. Well, the Myaz mother, she's a lot like Reuben's grandmother, who had very many children. More children than anybody could ever have. I think once you get to 12 children, you got a dozen children, you need to stop having children.
A dozen children should be like working on a farm or like, yeah.
But it's like, okay, I don't want to put, you know, sort of normative meows on people and shit.
Yeah.
But if I were to say, like, look, I'm not telling you not to have kids. I'm not telling you not to have as many kids as you want. I'm just saying, don't have more than a dozen children. Like, that's so reasonable, you know? But Reuben's grandmother, she filled the world with so many children. How many children did she have? That's right, 132 children. I don't know I don't get Chris Peacock. Oh, Crispy.
Yeah.
I see. Okay, fine.
Yeah.
I do get it now. What about
going past 12 children makes me think about how I was ranting before about how India needs to fucking like chill on their religion and realize that like birth control and like other forms of like not having sex or even abortion is actually like a good thing. And they really should fucking stop. Like, just stop with your religion.
We certainly do have enough people
Yeah,
on the planet.
they've said themselves. They were like, it's overpopulated.
Zandy, oh my God, do you beat Ruben R? How many kids did your grandmother have, Ruben R? Well, you might have only had 18. Your
Oh
classmate
my
had like 7
God.
kids in all 4 of her high school
Is
years.
that real?
How do you have 7
Is that
kids?
true,
Was
Zandy?
it, I mean, you guys would have twins twice or something. It is good. It's called manicotti.
Oh my God.
Zandy's grandma
Oh
and
my
your grandma.
God. Also, Catholicism. Fucking stop believing them like that much. Like, really, no. Like, no.
Those 2 women, Zandy's grandmother and Ruben's grandmother,
Oh my
produced
God.
a total of 36 children.
Oh my God.
3 dozen children.
Oh my God. And oh my God.
That's crazy. Just these 2 women made all 36 of these people.
Yeah.
Well, I think that might be. I mean, I can say this because I'm of La Raza, but I think it might be a little bit of a Mexican superpower.
It's a Catholicism superpower. Aren't a lot of
Ruben,
Mexicans
are you are
Catholic?
right. They were not my ass women. It's okay. I'm a Mexican too. I not only am I fluidly transracial, but I've been married to 2 Mexicans. Well, 1 half Mexican and 1 full Mexican. My daughter's a quarter Mexican.
I was raised Catholic, and at the age of like 8, I knew this stuff was bullshit. I didn't like the rules imposed on me in order to be considered for heaven. Hell no.
Are the Normas and the Mayas family, are they friends? Do they name each of their kids Dixie because they both like the name just like, oh, let's both name our kids Dixie?
I mean, like, props to those women. I mean, like, every time you have birth, you could possibly die. There's a possibility of you dying. So the fact that, like, they just kept on going is like,
My grandmother, I am so disappointed. My great grandmother, she only had 9 births, 8 living. What? You're not even hardly trying.
No.
This is how those south of the border people steal our jobs.
Well,
Like, it's her job to outproduce other countries, to have that American know-how.
oh my
But
God.
what did she do? She gave up after a measly 9 births. And this is my daughter, Shitzy. These are my daughters, Dixie and Shitzy. I am Mrs. Normus.
I'm sorry if I insulted your grandma, Sandy. There's nothing wrong with her. at
No
all.
one insulted your grandma. We love your grandma's willingness to pump out little children just like this. Pow, 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 pow.
It really is a strength, honestly, because it's true. Like, every time you give birth, like, there's a possibility of death, and like, it's fucking painful. I mean, some people it's easy. I don't know.
All right, so look, the Tolles family, sometimes known as the Tolles family, and their daughter Jenna. Well, they are reminiscent of a very true real life story. Some of you may know Amy Schumer actually initially named her child
Oh yeah.
Jean Attell until she realized that she had named her kid Genital, and then she renamed him. Interesting, huh?
That is so interesting.
Phil McCracken? Yeah, I'm familiar with Phil. I know Phil. I also know, I know a lot of these guys. I know Anita, last name Dick and me, you know? I'm familiar with, let's see, last name is everywhere, first name Mike. Still don't know how to tag people here, so bear with me. Ruben, you just put at, but I think it only works maybe for some people. I don't know. It doesn't seem to work for everybody. And there's Ike. Ike, and believe it's not butter. And his brother, Sheik, and Heek. His brothers, Sheik and Heek. And Thake. Their sister, Thake, and Ark. I mean, Week and Thake. Yeah. Those are members of the Aunt Believe It's Not Butter family. We can't believe it's not butter, they can't believe it's not butter, etc. Oh my God, your tan is crazy. This is not a tan. This is makeup. Okay? Do you think I allow myself I allow myself to be degraded by appearing on camera without makeup? No. I respect myself a little more than that. I don't want to be shown so little respect. I don't need sunscreen, okay? The sun needs screen from me. The sun needs Eric's screen. I'm not afraid of a little sun particle here or there, you know. This isn't tan, okay? I'm actually black, you know, from the Congo. So, among my people, I really have very lightly colored skin. Are you familiar with Gartard? Gary Tard? God is one says, you look sick. Oh yeah? Well, you look dumb. If you think I look sick, then you're just insulting my makeup artists. Have you ever seen UFOs? Kinda, yeah, sort of. I mean, yes. I have seen a couple of instances of things that both we do see we have a good opportunity to look at the night sky up here because we don't get any light pollution really because we're out in the boonies. Tonight there's a full moon, so it's more difficult to see other objects in the sky. But like we come out on a new moon, you can really get an incredible view of the night sky. And I have seen plenty of instances of all the following things: airplanes, drones, little drones, big drones, shooting stars, satellites, helicopters, what else? What do I see in the sky? Well, you know, like the moon, stars. But I've also seen some objects that were definitely none of those things. but were something on a couple of occasions. So I don't know what those things are. Do I think that is there really any value in speculating about what they might be at all? No. But if I were to speculate, they might be some kind of airborne vehicle that I don't know about because it's a government secret or something, you know. There's lots of secretive technologies out there that are of perfectly terrestrial origin. This star up there, I don't know if you guys can see it. Probably you can. I'll try to make it so you can see it. But first, okay, there's the house, right? It's the star that's, you just can't see it at all. This camera is just not good for getting light things. I would guess that's probably a planet, but as I look at it longer, now I'm more convinced it's a drone. Sometimes there are things that look weird because they are drones. Sometimes there are things that are just normal celestial bodies, and it's kind of a trick of your eyes play. What's over there? There's something over there in the bushes. I just heard it moving around. Footsteps, you know? I don't know. Footsteps of what? Well, I guess I'll go get a flashlight. Alright, fine. I'll go get a flashlight. Whatever it is that's over there will probably go away before I come back. But it could have been the cat, you know? I don't know what it was. Could have been a Sasquatch, could have been a cat, could have been a cat squatch, which is half cat, half Sasquatch. One of the lesser known cryptids.
Wait, what? What did you? There's blood outside?
No, there's no blood outside.
Oh.
I was just saying the sounds, the footsteps I heard, it could have been a cat, it could have been a Sasquatch, or it could have been a cat squatch,
Oh.
which is half cat, half Sasquatch.
Oh.
One of the lesser known cryptids. It looks like a Sasquatch, but meows like a cat.
Oh, that I can see.
So anyway, Sasquatch lovers, let me grab my G-lasses real quick before I go out there. No, I'm not spying on my neighbors. I was looking for UFOs because somebody mentioned, have we ever seen UFOs? I thought I'd go out and scout out the night sky. But then I heard something in the bushes. Of course, whatever it was is probably gone now. So, can you see where I see? Yeah. I was looking in these bushes right there. This is where I heard it, you know. I mean, I didn't see anything. You can see that bug. Kind of a big bug. Not super big, but kind of big. So, moon's pretty full, but it's behind the clouds over there. I mean, behind the tree over there, so maybe I can spot some activity in the night sky. It's conceivable. You probably won't be able to spot anything. But what you can do is look at the house. There's our house. Doesn't it look spooky? You love spooky things. It is currently what time? 12 a.m. 12:10. cat's trouble? Yeah, it was the cat. I finally saw what it was. It was walking. It was the cat. What are 5,000K light bulbs? I'm not sure what that means. Doesn't this look like a horror movie kind of thing? Set up, you know, like kind of going in and out of focus. What's going on? What's this fence? What's that sound? Oh my god. Run. With the handheld camera. And then some shots though aren't handheld camera. Like this one would be like, get this in camera view first. Where are you? You're there. One would be like, that one taken with a still camera, but a lot of the other shots are taken with a make you motion sick kind of jerky camera. That camera's a big jerk. I'll tell you who else was a big jerk. Your mom. What's that? Oh my god. What is that? You can really do a lot in terms of making a horror movie by having a flashlight and filming in the dark, you know? In theory, I suppose it'd be better if you had, like, see-in-the-dark cameras, which they do have. Night vision, that's what they're called. They aren't called see-in-the-dark cameras. Oh, the color temperature of the light is measured in Kelvin. Oh, we have warm. I like warm lights, yeah.
Yeah, me too.
And I like the room to be pretty fully lit. So this light's not on right now, but I like it better when it is. Now it's more fully lit in here. But I don't want it too fully lit. Like these are the kind of lights you don't like, I bet. Well, actually, I changed them. I forgot that I changed them. Yeah. This light's still not bad, but the problem is these things point out at glare in your eye angle. Well, the thing is, when we go to look at the night sky, I'm not expressly looking for UFOs. I'm hoping to see things of interest. Either sometimes you see a lot of drone activity around here. It's kind of interesting to note. Sometimes we'll see a lot of planes. Sometimes we don't see any planes. Sometimes we'll see shooting stars. Sometimes we'll see satellites. I see stuff up here that I don't remember ever seeing at all in LA, and almost like not getting it or not believing it. Like, you know, seeing these purported constellation maps and then like looking up at the night sky and going like, I don't see any of this shit. I don't know what these people are talking about. I think they're just making stuff up. They're seeing stuff that's not there or whatever. Because you can't see shit from LA, you know, in LA from in the night sky. So I do believe I've come up with an algorithm for naming makeup or perfumes or whatever for a brand of that kind of stuff. And the algorithm is as follows. You start with something very girly, and then the second word is something edgy or dark. Okay, so for example, like rainbow hanging, you know, or not glitter. What's the other word that means like glitter, kind of?
Sparkle.
Sparkle, thank you.
You're welcome.
Like, for example, sparkle homicide, sparkle crime, you know, or like Kauai starvation.